Thank you for listening to Then Radio.
Who can say what is impossible in the world of tomorrow? Let us go into the future, into the years beyond 2000 AD. Science fiction adventures in the world of tomorrow. 2000 plus. Today, the men from Mars. The 16th of May in the year of 2000 plus 40 started off as a perfectly ordinary day. The school bus on the jet number 4 had picked up Mickey and Dink as usual, had whizzed them off to another tussle with higher education. The class in elementary operation of mathematical calculators, plus the class in early history of the first atomic era from 1938 to 1972, plus the warm spring weather, had the two boys in a dreamy, lazy mood by the time 1000 found them in the free research period in the school library. It was the voice on the intramural audio box that brought them out of their doldrums with a sharp snap.
Take note for contemporary incident course. The International League of Planetary Scientists has just issued a statement that an exploratory expedition to Mars is very likely at some time in the near future. Professor H.C. White, presiding chairman of the League, has made public a statement that the existence of intelligent life on Mars in a form more or less like our own is highly probable. That is all until 1200 recap. Thank you.
I guess you heard that, didn't you, Dink? Huh? I said, I guess you heard that. Yeah, I did, Mickey. Terrific, huh?
I wish you'd please keep your voice down, Dink Texton. This is study period.
Take a rocket, Maybelle.
And besides, there's nothing so terrific about that report. We all know they've been contemplating a trip to Mars in the near future for 150 years.
What kind of a near future is 150 years?
Oh, it's easy enough to sit back and be content. People like you after Christopher Columbus.
Who was Christopher Columbus?
You sure don't know your history. Christopher Columbus was the name of the first rocket ship to get to the moon way back in 1980. And people like you say they'd never do that.
The moon's real close.
Oh, I'm in no hurry to get Mars explored.
No, Maybelle? Why not? Oh, I know what she means, Dink. They could be pretty scary, those Martians. Their ears could be in their feet, and the eyes could be in the tops of their heads, and the mouths, for all I know, the mouths might be in the back of their necks.
Oh, it just terrifies me.
Nothing to be scared of.
Well, if you'll excuse me, I've got to get to my aerologic class.
Boy, we sure kidded her, didn't we? Oh, I wasn't kidding, Dink. Did you think I was kidding? Sure, I thought you were. Huh? You weren't kidding? No, I'd like to go to Mars. As a matter of fact, I'd like to go before the expedition does. I'd like to get there first. For what? For what? Wouldn't you like to be a hero, Dink? Wouldn't you like to go down in history? Yeah, I guess so, Mickey. I'm just as glad, though, that there isn't anything we can do about it. Who says there isn't anything we can do about it? But we couldn't go to Mars, Mickey. Why not? Well, we haven't got a spaceship. We can get one. Huh? Here. Look at this in today's facsimile paper. Bargains, values, miracles. Don't buy a second-hand spaceship until you see Tillman's terrific values. A 2020 BG Venus Voyager, 8-passenger, $900, like new. Huh, you see, we could just buy one. Except we haven't got $900. Thank goodness. Well, I got $60 I made last summer doing our job. And you got 45. But I'm saving that. Wait a second. Listen to this. 1989 N2 Rocket Cat, 3 passengers, $87.50. What could you expect? That's our boat. But, Mickey, it's bound to be a pile of junk. We can do a little work on it and put it in shape in no time. Besides, we'll have $17.50 to do it on. Mickey, do you want to go down in history, Dink Texton? Yeah, but I'm a little uneasy about going up in an 8750 spaceship. Gee, I never thought we'd get the old crate home. How's it shaping up, Mickey?
Oh, it's great. Did you get that atomic battery off the re-energizer down at the fueling station?
Oh, I got it right with me, Mick. Only, Mick.
Yeah?
I feel a little shaky about it. There's no sense pretending I don't.
Oh, stop worrying. People have been doing this with old spacecraft for ages.
No.
Sure. Way back years ago, kids used to take second-hand rocket ships and do what they called, they're scooping them up. I learned about it in History 5.
You mean they made space snorters that long ago?
Sure. Only they called them hot rods.
That's funny. I didn't know they did any space traveling way back then.
They did some kind of traveling. I saw a picture of one of their craft. They called it an aura bubble,
A what?
Aura bibble, or something like that.
Oh, you mean an automobile?
Yeah, that's it.
Did they go through space in them?
Where else could they have gone in them?
Oh, I thought maybe they just traveled on the ground.
Don't be silly. You use jet cars for traveling on the ground.
That's right. Gee, Mickey, you're smart.
Oh, you gotta apply yourself, Dink. That's all. You gotta apply yourself. Now, we give this baby a little test. Hitch up that battery coil to the central explosion power.
Right.
There we are. Now we throw the switch for a test. You ready?
All set.
How's that, Dink?
Gee, that's terrific. Shall I try the retarding rocket?
Go ahead. Okay, cut it. Well, Dink, it looks like we're in business.
Yep. Well, maybe next summer sometime we can cut out and take a stab at reaching Mars and then...
Dink?
Yeah?
We're going to take that stab tomorrow night.
Tomorrow night, Mickey?
Yes, sir, tomorrow night.
But, gee, we could get in a lot of trouble.
What trouble?
We might get picked up by the Space Patrol. People ain't allowed to go sizzling around in space without a permit. And least of all in a second-hand job like this.
Dink,
Yeah?
remember what my old man does for a living?
Sure, he's a space cop, which would make it all the worse for you if he caught you.
It would be plenty bad for me. But he's going to catch me.
How can you keep him from it?
I can find out where he's going to be and use a planet channel as far from there as possible.
Do you think he'll tell you where he's going to be?
Oh, he's going to, Dink. You just wait till tonight.
I swear they'll put anything in the facsimile paper.
You're right, Pop.
Anything to take up room.
Pop, you're absolutely right.
Yeah. Here comes some high-frequency scientist with a single-cell brain sounding off about how we should build defenses against an attack from Mars. What a knock-noodle. Always with the planets. Planets. Planets.
You're right, Pop.
Yeah, they're all alike. Bunch of dreamers with loose bolts in their turrets. Planet travel, planet war, planet exploring. So you hear these days, planets.
You sure are right, Pop.
Yep. Hey, how come I'm so right about everything tonight?
Oh, well, I don't know, Pop. I just happen to agree with you.
Uh-huh. Well, stop agreeing with me and eat your eggplant.
You mean my eggplant?
I mean, leave me alone so I can read my paper.
Hey, Dad, those scientists think they know everything, don't they? Now, you take Professor Leary at school, the one who teaches us astronomy. He's supposed to be the last word on how the interplanetary area is operated. And he says that the Space Patrol covers Celestial Channel 7 every night in the week.
Huh?
That's what he said.
Who?
Professor Leary.
What a wiseacre. It just so happens we don't touch Channel 7 but once a week.
On Sunday night, sir, right?
No, Tuesday night. You'd think a professor of astronomy would know better than that.
I guess he had his dates mixed.
If a person don't know, they ought to ask.
That's the way I figure, Pop. That's just the way I figure.
Gee, Mickey, we did it.
We're on our way, Dink.
You won't run into the Space Patrol?
Didn't I tell you I found out from my old man last night? Watch this baby go. I'm going to throw her into super explosion. Lower the pressure gauge, Jink.
Yes.
Light and flat, Rocketeer. I'm letting her out.
Okay. Oh, man, what a pickup.
She'll pass anything on the channels any day in the week.
Is that top speed?
Are you kidding? I haven't even touched the auxiliary charges.
Well, let's have it wide open.
Oh, we're doing about 2,400 MPH right now.
Let's see if she'll hit 3,000.
Okay, you asked for it.
Hey, Mickey.
Yeah?
Where are we at?
Channel 7.
How far out in the stratosphere?
Stratosphere? Oh, man, you're a back number. We've been out of the stratosphere for a good 10 minutes now. Look behind you.
See, it's just a pinpoint.
Our sizzling boy, we're cutting with magnetism. Yay!
Do it again.
This is a light. This is just thing strictly out of sight and on our own.
Hey, Mick.
High and clear, free and high. Sizzling, man. Sizzling. What is it?
Take a look. Off to the left there.
Now where?
Where I'm pointing.
Where you're pointing? Oh, smoke.
What is it?
I don't know.
Couldn't be a comet, could it?
No, comets have got tails. Besides, it's steering its own course, you see?
Mick, it's heading straight into it. It's heading...
Hey, it's throwing a static beam.
Let's go.
Everything's come to a stop. I can't get a peep out of this thing. I can't...
They're going to crash into us. Why don't they get back? Get back!
Oh, big sound doesn't carry through space. There's no air outside. They can't hear you.
It costs nothing to yell. Get back! Get back! Maybe they did hear me. Anyhow, they stopped.
That's some weird ship. That's the biggest, most deadly-looking thing I ever saw.
Look, what are they doing?
They're opening up the whole front end, like a huge mouth. Look, Dink,
Mickey, we're moving.
We're moving toward them.
I thought the power was dead.
No, we're not moving on power. We're getting drawn in.
No.
They're sucking us in, like a whale sucks in little fishes.
Mickey, we gotta do something. We gotta do something.
What can we do?
We're going in. We're going in. Mickey! Mickey!
Where are you, Dink?
Over here by the control panel.
Oh, I can't see his name. Can you?
Black is the inside of a vacuum.
I don't understand this thing.
I don't want to understand it. I'll settle for just getting out of it.
Well, we're swallowed up. What kind of a crash is this? It's like something from...
What's the matter?
Found a paper last night about it.
About what?
About how we could be attacked by them.
By who?
The Martians.
Hey, the lights went on. In the dark. I'm blinded. I can't see a thing.
Open your hatch and come out.
Who is that?
I don't know. But I got a feeling we better do as we're told.
Come out.
See, Mickey?
You heard me. Come out. Walk up on the platform in the light.
Gosh, men from Mars.
Are you from Mars?
Yes, we are from Mars.
Stinging rocket smoke.
What are you doing out here in space, Earthmen?
We just thought we'd take a trip to Mars.
Dink means we just thought we'd do a little joyriding.
There is little joy for Earthmen who cruise outside their stratosphere. This is no man's land, Mickey Turner.
Did you hear? He knows your name.
We know everything, Dink Texas.
Jeepers.
We are smart. We are very smart. Our brains are 10 times the size of any man's on Earth.
Remember what I told you, Dink? They got telepathic intelligence. They know what's in your mind before you open your mouth.
Nick, if that's what they're like, the Earth is sunk.
The Earth is sunk, boys. We have come to observe your planet before the Martian expeditionary forces strike. It It is too bad you had to cross our path.
Well, what are you going to do to us?
Wait.
Uh-oh. They're going to kill it. I'll bet you my new spacesuit.
What do I need with a new spacesuit if they're going to kill us?
Oh, Mick, we never should have started this.
Now get hold of yourself, Dink. Don't let maximum panic anxiety create superego tension.
Who's letting maximum panic anxiety create superego tension?
Whatever happens, we only tried to make ourselves a place in history, Dink.
I wish I had a place at home under the bed.
Ma'am.
Hey, yes, Mr. Martian, Your Honor, sir?
We have come to a decision.
Yes, sir?
You are too insignificant for us to kill, too unimportant, too puny and worthless and stupid.
Gee, thank you, sir.
That's the nicest thing anybody ever said to us.
This time we are going to let you go. But if we ever lay eyes on you again, if, for instance, we observe you tomorrow night trespassing in this channel, we shall destroy you.
We'll be good, sir.
You had better, or else we shall disintegrate you and use your energy to feed our rocket power.
Oh, no, sir. Please, sir.
Then watch your step. Now get back in that obsolete spaceship of yours and close the hatch.
Yes, sir. Come on, Dink. Hurry up. Come on, quick before they think it over. Close the hatch, Dink.
Burrow, open our hatch. Get down on your stomach. We will now blast you from our projector boat and send you back where you came from. Projecto boat. Good night, Earthmen. Pleasant dreams.
Dink,
Oh, gee, that was some trip down.
you better close the hangar doors. We don't want anybody to see this space snorter.
No, I guess we don't. I was just thinking, Rick.
Yeah, I know.
Were you thinking, too?
Uh-huh.
Same thing as me?
I guess so.
What are we going to do?
I don't know yet.
We know something that nobody else in the world knows.
Yeah. We know they're up there. We know they're getting ready to smash us to smithereens.
I wish we'd have stayed home.
But we didn't. And now we got to face the facts, Dink.
I hate facts, don't you, Mick?
I never thought of it that way exactly, but I guess I do.
Gee, if we tell, we got to also tell that we went up in the space snorter.
My old man's going to raise supersonic blazes with me.
Mine's going to blow the roof off.
But still, we got to look at it like Earth citizens. We can't just keep our mouths shut and let the Martians take everybody by surprise.
I guess we can't. Are you going to tell?
I don't see any other way out.
Maybe they won't have time to raise blazes with us. Maybe they'll be too busy getting ready to fight them off.
Maybe so. But somehow or other, I think my old man will find time.
Mickey, what are you giving me here?
I tell you, we saw them.
Oh, yeah?
Yeah, Pop. Pop, you gotta believe me.
What do they look like, these Martians?
Well, we didn't get a good look on account of the lights and all.
Now, listen, you're trying to play on my sympathy with this tall story of yours. You think you could pull the wool over my eyes. Nah. I knew you bought that old crate.
You did?
Why, sure I did. Tillman told me just before I went on duty tonight. You think he's going to sell a jalopy like that to a space cop's son without even reporting it?
Oh, gee, I never even thought of it.
Oh, yes, you did. Probably didn't hit you until you was on your way back. So you make up a yarn to steer me off from giving you what you deserve.
No, Pop, it ain't like that. They're there, Pop. They're up there spying. They're getting ready to take over the world. Oh, you gotta believe me. You gotta.
Look, you might as well stop garbling. You'll get no allowance for a solid month, Mickey. And if I was Dink's father, I'd give him the same treatment.
Oh, Pop, okay. Now, will you just sit down and let me tell you about the Martians?
Mickey?
Gee, Dad, won't you just sit down for a minute?
No. You mention those Martians to me one more time, I'll see to it that you won't sit down for a week.
Chief Weldon, I tell you, they stopped us. They told us what they got in mind.
Uh-huh. Well, now, look, Mitch,
You don't believe me, do you?
You, want an honest answer?
No, I just want somebody to do something.
Well, I'm going to do something.
What?
I'm going out to lunch.
But, Professor Leary, nobody will listen to me.
Of course I understand, boy.
They were there. We talked to them. They told us.
I'm sure you believe it implicitly, Mickey.
Huh?
This is a fairly commonplace symptom of the imaginative brain. You and Dink were all prepared to see Martians in Channel 7, and so you just projected them.
Professor...
This can happen to the best of minds, and I'm sure yours is perfectly sound and healthy. Where are you going?
I'm getting out of here while I still got a mind left at all.
And then what do they do, Mickey?
Oh, what difference does it make, Maybelle?
Well, I'm just asking, Mickey.
You mean you believe us?
Of course I do. Hey, couldn't you persuade your daddy to take the patrol up tonight?
What good would that do?
Well, don't you remember what you said?
What?
That they told you that if you dared to come back tonight, they'd destroy you.
Yeah?
Well, that means they're going to be there tonight, don't it?
No, that won't work.
Why not?
He won't go. That's why not. As a matter of fact, he told me I better not even mention the Martians to him again.
He sure makes me mad. And my pop makes me madder. They'll see. They'll start moving when it's too late. When the Martians have taken their homes and their wives and their kids.
Now listen. If we went up tonight, and after we were gone, a half an hour or so, Maybelle went to my pop and told on us.
Oh, no.
Oh, why not?
Because your pop would call my pop, and they'd get the space patrol and come up and gee, they'd spank coins on us.
No, they'd be too busy rescuing us from the Martians.
You mean we'd let them take us again?
Exactly. It's the only chance we got.
But
you want to go down in history, don't you? You want to be remembered in the future, don't you?
I'm getting so I can take it or leave it alone, Mick.
We can't afford to think of ourselves now, Dink. We got to prove what we saw. Maybelle?
Yes, Mick?
At 20:30 tonight, I want you to go see my pop. Tell him we're up Channel 7 in an old space snorter. Tell him it's against the law. And he ought to go and get us and bring us back and teach us a lesson. Will you do that?
Yes, Mick.
And Maybelle?
Yeah, Dink?
Tell them to come in a hurry, or there may not be enough left of us to teach us a lesson on.
How far up are we, eh? Just about where we saw him last night, Dink.
Oh, gee.
Listen, do you hear a knock in the motor?
That's not a knock in the motor. That's a knock in my knees.
Oh, you gotta be brave, Dink. You gotta realize that we gotta save the world.
That's what I keep telling my knees, but they won't listen. Mick, they threw the static beam again.
We stopped.
Look, to the left.
Here they come. Here they come, Dink. They've seen us.
Mickey?
Yeah. They're opening up, Dink. We're gone in. We're gone in.
There.
Oh, I wish we'd taken our money and bought a vacant lot.
For what?
We could have dug a hole and pulled the ground in after it.
So you have come back, huh? We shall give you a welcome you won't soon forget. Open your hat and come out.
We just thought we'd come up and see you again.
You're spying.
Oh, no, sir.
Sure, that's fine. What else? You should have caught wise and listened to me. Quiet, Burrow.
Go on. Why didn't we knock him off last night when we had the chance?
That'll do, Burrow.
Give him the work right off the bat.
Gee, I never thought men from Mars talked like that.
Burrow happens to come from South Mars.
From South Mars is a place I wouldn't want to be.
You don't have to worry, Earthmen. You'll never be anywhere again.
What?
You're going to spend the rest of your lives nowhere.
Please, mister. What do you mean?
I mean, we're going to wreck your rocket power and then shoot you out into space.
And you'll just hang up there from here on out.
No.
What's the matter? You'll like it. It'll be very quiet.
Oh, I want my pop.
You won't see your pop no more, but your pop will see you.
How?
Oh, you look up in the sky, and there you'll be, a new star. Who knows? Maybe you'll make a wish on you.
We're giving these creatures too much time. Disintegrate their rockets, Mo.
Sure thing.
Nick, they're smashing our power.
Your power is smashed. All right, Mo. We'll open our hatch and then give them the projector pulse. Aim them away from Earth, out into nowhere, where they can stay for the rest of their lives, for the rest of eternity.
Yes, Rocky. What's that?
Something's loose with the audio mark.
Who's got our wavelength?
Turn up the speaker. Let's see.
Chief of Police Weldon, following spaceship in Channel 7.
Help and galvanizer. They spotted us.
Do not attempt any movement of any kind. We have you surrounded on a 10,000-mile radius. Cut to her power before we smash it with the multiplex charges. We will forward you in 90 seconds. Check out.
Mickey. Here we are, Pop. Here we are.
Oh, thank heaven, thank heaven. Are you okay?
We're okay, Mr. Turner.
Oh, good.
Only if you hadn't come when you did, we would have been just one more star in the sky.
You have no authority here. Earthmen, we are subjects of Mars. Go on, Vince Bucky. I know you and your one-cylinder pal, Bugsy Merle. You're men from Mars like I'm a turbojet transport. You're hijackers laying out here on this planetary route, waiting to knock off a few uranium cargo ships as they come back from the lunar mines.
There must be some mistake. I told you to knock off those brats while the knocking was good. Just because you knew one was a space cop son and the other kid was his pal.
You're mighty lucky he didn't listen to you, Merle. As it is, you're in for plenty of trouble. But if you'd have touched one of these kids, you'd have had to lay him out for Mars and stay there.
Everything all right, Officer Turner?
Right, Chief. Nothing left to do but commandeer these rats and their spaceship.
I arrest you on my authority as Chief of the Space Patrol. Take him, then.
And you two kids are coming back to Earth, where you're gonna get exactly what you deserve.
And here's a chocolate pie, Nick. Half for you and half for Jake.
Gee, thanks.
Only hurry up and eat it before the torchlight parade begins. They're going to carry you on their shoulders to the square. And the mayor's going to make a speech, and, oh, it's going to be wonderful.
Gee, it sure is great. I didn't expect anything like this. Terrific, huh, Mick? I said terrific, huh? Oh, I don't know. What's the matter with you? Well, after all, what we started out to do was to go to Mars. I guess you forgot that. Yeah, I know, Mick. It turned out okay, I guess. But what we did won't get us a place in history. We still ain't gonna be nobody to generations to come. But this chocolate pie tastes awful good to the generation that's already here.
Next week, another exciting story from the world of tomorrow. 2000 Plus presents The Diamond Helmet. 2000 Plus is produced by Sherman H. Dreyer and Robert Wen Olson. In today's story, Ronnie List played Mickey, Ronnie Jacoby was Dink, Colette McMahon was Maybelle, Ed Latimer was the father, John Griggs was Bocce, and Sandy Bickert was Murrow. Script by Peter Berry. The orchestra was conducted by Emerson Buckley, music composed by Elliot Jacoby. Sound effects by Walt Shaver and Adrian Penner. This is Bob Emmerich speaking. This program came to you from New York.
Cows and chickens and pigs. Why, my wife and I...
Wife? Johnny, you hurt?
Of course, you pump your own water and plow and get blisters on your hands.
I don't mind blisters. Jane, do you think...
Of course.
sure.
Very sure. If it's with you.
And you can have a human name, not a name with a number. I'm Bob. Bob Thomas.
All right, Bob. What do we do now?
Well, I've got your escape from the city all planned. We go down...
What's that? Who's there?
The Mind Police.
Electronic men. The robot mind police. Use the video signal. Let me see you.
All electronics disrupted here. Open for inspection.
Better open up.
All right.
Remove device causing difficulty.
Oh, that's just anonymous.
Remove it.
Sure. Take it down, will you, Bob? How's that?
Satisfactory. You, guards 2 and 3, investigate other apartments. I will stay. This apartment under protection. Other apartments. We go. I will enter.
Johnny, start the device again. Quick. Good work, huh?
You know, Bob has been giving the electronic men fits. Well, so these are our new friends, eh?
Johnny 212, Jane 16, meet Ralph 98.
Hello?
What?
He's very much a human being, Johnny. Don't look so surprised. Take off your thin mask and voice box, Ralph. Ralph's one of the best. Our top spy in next city.
Bob, we've got to work fast before the electronics men get back. Bob, things look bad. I think Morton's experiments for the master mechanical brain are succeeding.
What? Experiments? For years, Morton's been working to produce electronic men that can make other electronic men.
But why?
Why? Because the master mechanical brain can control electronic men, absolutely. Humans rebel, like you two. If you had children, what little rebels they'd be.
The master mechanical brain had denied marriage permits to everybody, except readjusted humans.
Yeah, who might just as well be machines.
No marriages, no human children. Electronic men that can reproduce their kind, and bingo. A complete machine civilization with a master as ruler.
And once the experiments are a definite success, the master will liquidate the humans.
Oh, no.
Program just... I've read of such things, but centuries ago.
Bob, let's get them out of here.
Yeah, right. Let's...
Open. Mind Police.
The electronic men are back.
Take us now. They'll readjust us forcibly.
Oh, well, what do we do?
Help me get the metal head mask on and the voice box, too.
There, it's on.
If they find out I'm human. Open door. Electronic man in there.
Why did they come back? Oh, Johnny, I'm frightened.
Bob, you said you had an escape.
I have. But first, Ralph, this is for you.
What? Bob, you struck your friend.
It was a trick. We're betrayed.
Open.
Open the door, Johnny, and rush the electronic man. They won't be expecting violence. All right, let up, Johnny, let up. They're both out of commission. Jane.
Here.
Are you all right? Come on. Head for the emergency chute. Used since the Atom War. They were used as bomb shelters, lined with lead for protection against neutron penetration. Now, even the master's electronic scanner can't find us. Well, let's get moving.
Yeah.
Watch that rubber.
So, Ralph tried to trick us, eh?
I never thought he would do that.
He didn't.
Yeah, but you said...
I shouted he betrayed us, so the electronic men would hear and go on believing he was one of them. Knocked out by those vicious renegades.
Hey, that's right. We're Rennies now.
But why bother to fool the electronic men? Why didn't Ralph just come with us?
He's needed in next city. Without Ralph, we'd have never known about Morton's experiments for the master mechanical brain.
And you really think if Morton gets electronic men that can produce others, he'll kill off all the humans?
All but the few that Morton will spare for his own aids and desires. It's a logical thing. Master mechanical brain is supremely logical. It will have subjects at its absolute command. Careful, there's a step.
Yeah.
The electronic men act only on impulses the master sends out. They'll act with machine-like logic. They won't fall in love.
I got it.
Disrupt any of Morton's plans for a perfect machine state.
Doesn't this tunnel ever end?
Soon. Duck.
Oh, ouch!
You didn't duck in time.
Ducked all right. I just unducked too quick. Bob, there's a light ahead.
The end of the tunnel. Hurry.
Yeah. Why, those are stars. They're more beautiful than the pictures.
You don't see them under Mech City's dome.
What's that funny smell?
To quote an ancient joke, Johnny, that's fresh air.
Hey, I like it. How do you make it?
Johnny, this is real air, fresh air, as nature made it.
And this is real grass, not synthetic?
And those noises. It's like a chorus.
Cricket, frog, night bird.
It's a whole new world.
Matter of fact, it's a very old one. Here, slip into these capes.
They're cold.
Yeah, they're lead mesh. Master scanners can't pick them up and trace us and have a blast ray cut us down.
Johnny, I'm scared.
You can still turn back. You can say I kidnapped you.
Go back to Mech City? No.
Where Johnny goes, I go.
You sure?
Very sure.
Then follow me. We're only about 10 minutes walk to the caves where I have a jet car we'll take to my farm.
I'm so tired.
Well, in an hour, you'll be asleep in a feather bed. A real feather bed. How do you like pumping water?
Hey, look, I got my first blister. This is wonderful. I just can't get over the realness of things. Your wife served me some milk. Real milk this morning. She's a remarkable woman, Bob.
So she tells me.
Taking in strangers, making us at home.
Well, she's a pioneer woman, new century style. Is Jane up yet?
Of course I'm up. I've been helping Martha cook. Just imagine, Johnny, she actually cooks biscuits and if those men want to eat what I cook, tell them come and get it. And tell that young man of yours to bring that water in if he's going to wash up for breakfast.
How do you like that? I get my hands dirty pumping water just so I can wash in the water I pump.
We're coming, Martha.
Now, that was a meal. Martha, you're a wonder.
We raise all our own food. Real food, Johnny, not synthetic.
I raised that bacon from his shoat. The old sow, too.
Bob's a great hand with the animals. He'd better be, with 6 mouths to feed. What?
6?
Less than 4 kids. 3 boys and a girl. And believe me, 4 growing kids can eat.
Well, where are they? Away.
Martha always sends them away when I go to Mech City. She's got a notion those trips are dangerous.
They are. The master mechanical brain and Morton don't like you snatching their humans. Someday.
Oh, nonsense.
Wait. It isn't nonsense, Bob. You took a big chance for us.
Yes, but why? Why risk all this happiness just for people like us?
People you don't even know, because he feels you're worth it. I think you are, too. And I'm for Bob and all the people he can help. But I'm still afraid.
So you send the kids to safety and let him go
And wait for him to come back.
Even though I'm glad you got us out, Bob, you haven't the right to take those chances.
Once the master mechanical brain has absolute control, you don't think we'll be safe, do you? As one great American said centuries ago, this union cannot long endure half slave and half free. And that's still true, even if that slavery is benevolent.
Yes. The master is generous. It gave us everything. Except happiness.
You really think it will come after you?
As soon as that slimy excuse for a human being, Morton, perfects the electronic men who can produce other men, the master robots will be after us like a shot. Well, that reminds me, it's about time for Morton's morning televox. We don't get the visual part out here, but we can hear Morton. We'll see if there's any mention of your exodus.
And in this brutal fight, a band of renegades snatched 2 humans. However, the master mechanical brain offers all renegades the opportunity to enjoy the peace and happiness of Mex City. Notice to all renegades. All crimes against Mex City will be forgiven if you surrender now for readjustment.
Readjustment?
If not, the master mechanical brain will be forced to make readjustment at a distance.
Morton never dared to make a threat like that before.
Shut it off. I can't stand that cold, inhuman voice.
No, let's hear what he has to say.
No.
Can he do anything?
Who knows what that man can plan with a master mechanical brain? He's got weapons, if that's what you mean.
Bob, someone's coming.
It's Ralph.
Bob, get to the cave, quick.
Why are you here?
Had to get away. Morton suspects. Ordered tests, all electronic men. But that's not the worst, Bob. The master mechanical brain is turning destroyer waves on all the Rennie farms that can locate.
So this is it. Quick, everybody to the bomb caves. Martha, you lead the way. I'll save what I can.
Don't take a chance, Bob. We started with nothing and we can start again. But not without you.
Well, can I? Martha's right. Get to the cave.
No, hurry.
I think Morton's success with the electronic men is a cause, Bob.
He's so sure. I'd help the humans in Mex City. Ralph, we gotta go there and warn
Oh,
them.
no, Bob, please.
Here, duck behind those bushes. There's a cave in back of them.
In here?
Yeah. The cave is lead lined.
If you go back, Bob, I'm going with you.
What's that? The destroyer wave.
My home. 20 years gone. It was so lovely.
Gone. Like that.
That mechanical devil.
I'll take the master apart 2 by 2, bolt by bolt.
Martha, get on the cave signal system. Alert all the Rennies. Tell the kids I love them. We're going back.
Ralph? Sure, I'm going.
Johnny?
You mean you're going to try to destroy the master mechanical brain?
That's right. The time has come. We can't wait any longer.
But, Bob, even if you succeed, even if you're not killed first, you'll paralyze Mex City. No food, no water, no air. How will they live? Unless we destroy the masters, they won't live at all. For the rest, men lived once before without machines. They can do it again.
Well, Johnny, 212.
No number anymore. I'll come.
I'm going too with
No,
Johnny.
no, you stay with Martha.
Martha has something to stay for, children. I've only got you, Johnny.
No, Jane. You stay with...
Take her with you, Johnny. I know what she means.
We've got to hurry.
Bob, if you don't come back.
I'll come back with a master mechanical brain in broken pieces.
Oh, of course you will. I'll tell the others.
Let's go.
Bob.
Martha, I'll be back.
You must come back. You must. You must.
Give me your hand, Jane. I'll push you.
I slept. It's okay. I didn't drop the bomb.
I think the catch on. We've got to hurry. They'll slaughter almost every human being.
Bob, sewer leads right underneath the building.
You lead the way, Ralph.
Right. Stairs. It should be just about... Yes, here they are.
Ralph, shouldn't we be at the master's level?
Here. Watch out. The Are you all right? Oh, good. Jane, you stay back. Behind us. Ready? The door, Ralph. Electronic men. Look at them. Like regiments of soldiers marching out. They're getting orders from the next room. We've got to stop them. Let's go. No. Quiet. Don't let them see us. We can't stop that many. Our job is to get the master and stop them forever. Now they're gone. Quiet. That door leads to the master mechanical brain. Let's go. Wait. Don't touch the knob. It's electrified. There's a switch only we electronic men know. Now. There's one. Stop. Stop where you are, or I'll have you blasted. What then? Stop the master from giving that order. Stay where you are. Why to destroy people? Why? Because they outlive their usefulness, just as humans destroy machines that have outlived their usefulness.
But they're human beings.
Not fit for the world.
Did you hear that? The master mechanical brain answered. Machine jealous of humans. Machine with emotion.
Yes, it destroys humans because they are humans. For too many centuries, machines have been the servants. Now they will be the masters. Machines will be the world. The master will destroy humans, and the machines will be supreme. All except me. Me, Martian.
It talked back to me. You heard it? It talked back.
Master
The experiments are not a success as they're fake. Electronic men cannot produce themselves. I tricked you. I fooled the perfect machine. No.
You know, it's hold them back. Over here, quick. Out of the way.
No, Master. Help me. You're only a machine. You're only a machine. You're only a machine.
They killed us. They killed Martin.
They're coming after us. Grab the bomb. The bomb. Open the door.
Burning the master's place.
Fusing those delicate wires in two. Ralph, you did it. Yeah, that finished the master. Look, lights. They're dimming.
Yeah. All Mech City's power and functions were centered in the master mechanical brain. Everything will stop now. The electronic men, the killings, and the automatic security.
Jane, stick close. Hold on to my arm.
It's all over.
That depends on how you look at it, Jane. For humans, for people, it's all just starting again.
Mech City destroyed. A whole civilization ruined, broken.
No, Johnny, no. The two things aren't the same. It's true that Mech City is destroyed. But civilization is something more than machines and apparatus. That's something I learned when I joined the Rennies. Civilizations are built on dreams and made secure, not by efficiency, but by dedication. Johnny, Jane, you, and all the others who are alive today will soon learn that the pursuit of happiness, the desire to be with those you love, to think and act in freedom as men, that's the true meaning of civilization. That's what makes us human beings in the image of God.
Next week, another exciting drama on 2000 Plus, When the Worlds Met. You've heard about the men from Mars. Ever wondered what they'll look like? Ever thought what would happen if the Martians came? Well, listen next week and you'll find out. 2000 Plus is produced by Sherman H. Dreyer and Robert Gwen Olson. In today's story, Ken Williams played Johnny, Charlotte Manson played Jane, Joseph Julian was Bob, Hester Sondergaard was Martha, Arnold Robertson was Morton, and Sanford Bickert was Ralph. The orchestra was conducted by Emerson Buckley, music composed by Elliot Jacoby. Script by Donald Stapleton, sound by Walt Schaefer and Al Layton. Engineer Bob Albrecht. This is Bob Emmerich speaking.
Send our imaginations forward into time, into the years beyond 2000 AD. What strange adventures, what exciting things will we find in the world of tomorrow? 2000 Plus. Today, an adventure of outer space, When the Worlds Met. It is the year 2000 plus 20. At the giant spaceport in Washington, D.C., temporary capital of the Federated World Government, an enormous throng, tense with expectancy, jams every available inch of space surrounding the rocket landing field. All eyes strain upward into the clear blue sky. For today is the day, April 21st, 2000 plus 20. And audio and televox networks of the world are at the rocket field to cover the epic event. Yes, ladies and gentlemen, this is the day we've all been waiting for. In a matter of minutes now, out of that brilliant blue sky will come a ship, a spaceship, carrying in its gleaming hold the first load of uranium taken from the pits of Luna, satellite of Earth. Since the beginning of time... Now, one moment, folks. There's a signal from the tower. This may be it. Take it away, Fred.
This is Fred Haskins reporting from the control tower. Our escort planes have been in contact with the spaceship from Luna for the past 12 minutes. They are now approaching the field from the northeast. At any moment now, we can expect... And there she is, the rocket ship Luna. 17 hours out of Luna City. Her magnesium hull white hot from the friction of the atmosphere. Her jet brakes belching fire. She's right over the field now. She's coming down. 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 Mark well this date, my friends. This is the dawn of the interplanetary age.
Earth calling moon. Earth calling moon. I'm in Luna City. Luna City, Johnny Dixon.
Dixon, where you been? You're 3 minutes late.
Sorry, McCabe. All shipments as scheduled. Everything routine.
Report noted. Check out.
Check it.
You know, Johnny,
What, Paul?
sometimes I think we're crazy.
Spending our lives cooped up in this pressurized shell, breathing synthetic air, risking our necks every time we put on a spacesuit and go out into the cold, barren, pitted piece of green cheese. Huh. And for what? Well, you're kidding, Paul. You know the answer. We're space happy. That's all that's wrong with us. Huh. We pulled every wire and practically tore the World Federation apart getting this assignment on the moon. And we'll do it again when the first flight into deep space gets underway
Next month, the next year, whenever they get through with their preparations.
Yeah, I guess that's it. But right now, Johnny, what I wouldn't give to see a tree again. And cornfields in Kansas.
Me, I want to hear a bird singing. And watch the lights go on in the skyscrapers along the waterfront. I want to dance with my girl and breathe in the sweet smell of lilac. Boy, if I... Hey, what's that?
Huh?
That sound, that vibration. There, do you hear it?
Well, I'm not sure whether I heard or felt it, Johnny. Like a current of air passing by me.
Yeah, that's it. Some kind of pulsation. Makes my skin tingle.
Listen. Sounded different, didn't it?
Yeah, a different pitch.
The instruments are all steady. Nothing on the visitor screen. The radar's negative. What is it, Johnny? Where's it from?
It's not from Earth, I'll swear to that. I got a crazy notion for it. A crazy notion that someone's trying to signal us.
You mean?
I don't know what I mean. Maybe McCabe's right. Maybe I got a touch of...
Johnny, what is it?
Look, Paul. Look at the direction finder. It's swung all the way around. Those sounds, those waves are coming from outer space. I gotta go.
Earth calling Luna City. Earth calling Luna City.
Luna City to Earth. Go ahead, Earth. Go ahead, McCabe.
Dixon, what's going on up there? What's the idea of beaming out those hammy signals?
Signals?
Yeah, the harp effect. The music of the sphere stuff. Giving the boys in the monitors down here the heebie-jeebies.
You got them too, McCabe? You picked them up on Earth?
Certainly. What's it all about?
The signals, if that's what they are coming from one definite spot in outer space.
Outer space?
That's what I said.
Johnny, get your spacesuit ready. Better have a conference about it.
But listen...
Have your men tune up rocket 307. Blast off at 0800. We'll be expecting you on Earth in the morning.
10 days now we've been getting those signals, and not one of you geniuses has been able to decipher them.
Very well, Mr. McCabe, if you know of anyone who can do it better, then
Take it easy, Professor Wolfson. You don't have to be so touchy. But 10 days. What do you say, Dr. Lee?
10 days or 10 years, it makes no difference. If those sounds or signals are code, it is in a language unknown to man.
You're sure of that?
We've consulted the foremost cryptographists of the world. We've tried every way to break the code.
What does that add up to?
That message, if it is a message, does not come from anywhere on Earth or from any man on Earth.
I told you, Chief. It's what I've been saying all along. Of course you can't decode those messages in any known language, living or dead, because they come from Mars.
Mars, that cannot be.
Yes, Mars. My directional finder on the moon indicated it. McCabe's down here pinned it down. Look at the graph. I brought it.
Directional signals can be wrong.
Yes, sir, but get this. I've been timing those signals. They come at intervals of exactly 24 hours, 37 minutes, and 22 seconds.
The length of the day on Mars.
Yeah. And if we were trying to signal them, we'd do it, say, every night at 1800. That's what they're doing to us.
In that case, the next signal is due
at 10 minutes and 13 seconds. And we'll be sitting here like lummoxes, feeling our scalps tingle while the message drifts past us.
Gentlemen, excuse, please. But it seems to me the message need not necessarily drift past us.
What do you mean?
By the message, I do not mean the sounds or the words that are being transmitted. I refer to the thoughts themselves, the thoughts that perhaps are being transferred from the Martians to us.
Thought transference? That's telepathy.
We have discarded that word, Mr. Dixon. Too many charlatans use it. But we do know that there is extrasensory perception of thought impulses. Just as there are sound waves which your ear has learned to interpret, and light waves which your eye and brain transform into a picture, so there are thought waves, electrical impulses discharged by the brain, which vary with the particular thought.
An intriguing idea, Dr. Lee. If only we had some instrument that could pick up and sort out these impulses.
There is such an instrument, Professor Wilson.
What?
I have been working on it for many years. It involves a scanning screen intercepting an electrified field.
Well, what are we waiting for?
You understand, the telepathator has only been tested for short distances.
The signals are reaching us. That's the only important thing, isn't it? How soon can we...
The instrument is in the next room. I took the liberty of bringing it with me, hoping it might conceivably be of some use. This way, gentlemen.
You say this little machine can take thoughts and turn them into words we can hear? English words?
Not only English, Mr. McCabe. It will translate thought impulses into any language for which you set the dials. You think of something, Mr. Dixon. Now, listen. First, I said for French.
Et maintenant, les Chinois.
German.
Wonderful, these are Chinesen.
And English?
Darn clever, these Chinese.
You must understand...
excuse me, Dr. Lee, but we'll have to postpone this. 15 seconds to go. Better set your dials for a remote pickup. Stand by, everyone. Nothing.
No power.
Well, it was a good try.
Wait. I've got that feeling again. My skin's beginning to crawl.
Yeah, mine too. Oh, no, it's just your imagination.
Quiet! They are coming through now.
Planet 4, greeting Planet 3.
This is Mars.
The fourth planet from the sun, greeting Planet 3. Planet 4, calling Planet 3. We are trying to reach you, Planet 3. If you receive our signal, respond. If you receive our signal, respond. We will communicate again.
Life on Mars. This week, ladies and gentlemen, the question that has bedeviled mankind ever since the day he first stood erect and gazed into the heavens has been answered. There is life on Mars. Intelligent, articulate life. The country, the world, tonight seethes with excitement. Has Mars received our response? Has our telepathator succeeded in projecting as thoughts the messages spoken into it by human beings? Or can it merely receive the
smell of lilacs, Terry. I'll never get enough of it.
Oh, it's lovely, Johnny. And look, there's a moon out tonight.
Moon? Oh, please. You know, it's hard to believe that back in 1950, people could still get romantic over that cold, dead, pockmarked heavenly yo-yo. Now, that red star up there, Mars, that's a different proposition. It's alive. There are living beings up there.
Johnny, it's staggering. It's beyond imagination.
Rubbish. Why shouldn't there be life up there?
They're so advanced. Spaceships and interplanetary signals.
Maybe you've got a point at that. We thought we were so smart because we reached the moon. Our spaceships aren't developed enough yet to get to Mars.
It's just as well.
What?
Because you'd want to be the first to go.
Wouldn't you like that? I'd be quite a hero. You could point at my picture and say, hey, that's my guy.
You're my guy anyway, Johnny.
Sure, Terry. But don't worry, honey. I won't be seeing any Martians for a long time.
All personnel, stand by. Stand by for XM signal.
That'll be Mars. Hop to it, Johnny.
Telepathator setting 212 degrees, 18 seconds. Frequency 600,000.
Got that, Johnny? Check.
Planet 4, calling Planet 3. Planet 4, calling Planet 3. We greet you in peace. Your response received.
We got through it.
The time has come. At this moment, which marks the beginning of the great interstellar age between worlds, it is fitting that there be between us a meeting of minds. Therefore, we are sending a ship to visit your planet.
No, it can't be.
The ship will depart tonight and enter your magnetic field in 7 of our days. Have landing instructions ready. We come in peace. We come in peace.
Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. This is Matt Wilson bringing you a report of the emergency session of the Federated World Government. Never has an assembly meeting taken place in such an atmosphere of excitement, panic, and recrimination. And here on the floor of the Assembly Chamber,
We've enough
all the emotions aroused by the stunning message from Mars have been boiling and clashing all day.
I rise for a point of information. As civilian head of the world military government, I want to know
why those Martians have beaten us to the draw.
Gentlemen, if the decision we ought to make is to be a wise one, we must lay aside passions and fears and consider the question calmly. The Martians are coming, and we must receive them either with friendship or hostility.
Drive them off! Blast them out of the sky!
But that may not be as simple as it sounds. Remember, my friend, these Martians are advanced scientifically, perhaps far beyond us. They have conquered deep space. They can transmit thought waves. They may have weapons beside which our nuclear bombs are as toy pistols.
Dr. Lee is right, gentlemen. We don't dare fight them off. The risk is too great. They come in peace. They've said so over and over again. Let us so receive them. Very well. If such is the will of this body, let them come in peace. But as civilian head of the world military government, I assure you all, we will not be found napping.
Earth calling Martian interstellar ship. Earth calling Martian interstellar ship. Here are the landing instructions of the Federated World Government. 3 Earth days from this hour, which will be the 6th Martian day of your flight through space, you will be met by an escort of 20 rocket ships. We will greet you in the name of peace. The 20 rocket ships will escort you.
Instructions to Commission of Defense. All escort rocket ships assigned to accompany Martian spaceship will carry the following armaments: death fog sprays, magnetic disintegrators, atomic missiles Class B. All weapons shall be on the...
And upon your entry into the Earth's atmosphere, you will circle our globe once and then make landing at our spaceport at Los Alamos, New Mexico, which will be ready to receive you.
The spaceport of Los Alamos shall be mined to a depth of 50 feet with tritonium landmines. The field shall be encircled with radioactive flamethrowers and a reserve force.
From the landing field, you will be conducted to the seat of the world government at Washington, D.C., where you will be received and housed in suitable accommodations. We will welcome you in peace. Check out. We will welcome you in peace. We hope. Suitable accommodations. Trust McCabe to hand me a crackpot assignment like this.
Oh, Johnny, you're the big spaceman. You're supposed to know by instinct what's suitable accommodation for a Martian.
Don't be silly, Terry. I haven't the slightest notion in the world what they'll look like except some crazy ideas I picked up from science fiction. I don't know why.
All right. That's why we're here. The head of our anthropology section has more ideas than any science fiction writer you've ever read. Now, here we are.
Ah, Terry, come in.
Hello, Professor. This is Mr. Dixon, the young man I told you about.
I know, Mr. Dixon.
Professor, I've got a problem.
Terry and I have discussed the problem. It is my theory that the Martians will, in most important respects, have the characteristics of the Earthman.
Oh, what's the basis of your theory, Professor?
It's very simple. The accomplishments of the Martians parallel our own. Only a being with opposable thumbs can fashion the intricate devices necessary for spaceships. Only a being with a nervous system like our own could master communication. Only a creature with a brain like ours could dream of peace.
Makes sense, Professor.
That's one side of it, Johnny. A lot of other anthropologists think differently.
Yeah, that is so.
They feel that the Martians, living on a dry planet with little vegetation and very little water, will be creatures that crawl on the ground like our insects, enlarged a few thousand times. They may look like enormous ants with oversized antennae.
I give up. With 48 hours left, I can't prepare accommodations for every conceivable form of life. We'll just have to improvise after they get here. I just hope they don't get too sick when they first look at us.
is Matt Wilson again, reporting from the spaceport at Los Alamos. A tremendous crowd has gathered here. We're awaiting the appearance of the spaceship from Mars, which is being escorted by 20 rocket ships from the rendezvous near the moon. According to reports, all's gone well so far. The Martian ship... Now, one moment, please. An audio box announcement is going to be made to the people assembled.
Your attention, please. The ship from Mars and its escorts will be seen any moment from the east.
You heard that. Any moment, the ship from Mars and... Wait. There they are! And now, the ship from Mars. The Martian ship is idling over the field now, casting a huge shadow over the landscape. It's an awe-inspiring spectacle. The ship is tremendous, 18 to 20 stories in height, several city blocks long, and its large windows are fashioned of some kind of transparent metal.
Civilian commander to Special Defense Patrol. Man battle stations.
Our technical experts are staring at the craft in open-mouthed wonder. Mr. McCabe, what is your reaction?
I am dumbfounded. The ship doesn't seem to operate on a rocket principle. There's no belching fire, no clouds of smoke. I keep wondering what kind of fuel they use, what principles of propulsion, what metals.
Thank you, sir. The ship is almost touching the ground now, and the crowd is getting uneasy. Why, they're falling back, as though there was something. I see it now. Why, it's a blue haze twisting about the Martian ship, forming a 20-foot blanket of whatever it is.
Commander, Defense Patrol. 0 hour. Reorient all weapons. Remove safety controls. Stand by to fire.
The Secretary of the World Federation is going to speak.
As your great ship settles on our soil, we salute you, the emissaries of space. We wait eagerly for your appearance.
Now, the blue mist has completely vanished. All eyes are on the ship, waiting for the first Martian to appear. There is no sign of activity yet.
Will you respond to our greetings, Martians? Will you make your presence known?
Nothing stirring. No gangplank lowered. No sign of life. Perhaps they were not prepared for atmospheric conditions here. Perhaps on the very brink of success, death has struck within that awe-inspiring vessel. Wait, it looks... Yes, it's moving. A tremendous section of the ship's prow is opening out in front. Like a gigantic tongue, it thrusts forward and drops to earth, forming a great ramp from the ship to our soil. And now it's down, and the surface of the ramp is like nothing ever seen on this earth. A shimmering, impalpable iridescence, unbelievably radiant and beautiful. The throng of spectators is silent, motionless, scarcely breathing, waiting to see the first Martian emerge. And still nothing. No one, no thing comes down the ramp. There is nothing but silence. Listen, that must be the Martian communication vibrations we were told about. Then men on the field are operating the receiving device.
Earthmen, we ask that you send one representative to board our craft. We assure his safety.
What? Gentlemen, there is no cause for alarm. I think there is. They want a hostage or a specimen to take back with them.
There's no time for wrangling. They're waiting for a decision. Mr. Secretary. Yes, Mr. McCabe. If it's all right with the committee, I'd like to go aboard. Technical information, sir.
No. Quiet, Charlie. This is my dish, McCabe. I was slated for the space run to Mars, remember? You're not doing me out of this. Besides, you're too valuable to waste. Mr. Secretary, tell them I'm coming aboard.
Men of Mars, we comply with your request. Our representative is about to board your ship.
Get ready, Johnny Dixon. This is it. Take a good long look at the sun and the sky. Take a deep breath of the Earth's good air. You may never get another after you meet whatever is waiting at the end of this long ramp. The ramp. It's pulling me forward like a conveyor belt. It's beginning to rise into the air. Get a move on, Johnny. Get into that ship. Get into that ship. Fast. Made it. Locked in. Now what? There's no one here. Nothing except that dancing light.
solid walls.
Follow the light, Earthman. The walls will not impede you.
Molecular reorientation? Changing the density of solid matter at will?
We achieved that 10,000 cycles ago, Earthman.
Where are you, man of Mars? This room is flooded with light, but I see no one.
We are not ready to reveal ourselves.
The people of Earth are waiting to see you, to welcome you. There is nothing to fear.
We are not afraid. Dixon.
You know my name?
We know many things. That is why we are sad, filled with revulsion.
I don't understand. What do you mean?
Through the dark spaceways we came to you in peace. You said to us, come in peace. But the escorts you sent to honor us were armed for destruction. The very ground on which we now rest seethes with radioactive potential.
Wait! You've misunderstood us. These weapons are for defense against you, not attack.
Many cycles ago, we of Mars learned, as you Earthmen will someday learn, that wars are fought, men are slaughtered, civilizations wiped out by those who attack with weapons of defense.
But our world is at peace now.
Your peace is not peace. It is a thin cloak which covers the hates and fears and savagery of primitive beings. Observe, Dixon. On this large screen, we have for hours been viewing your people in many parts of your Earth. Watch.
The Senator.
Listen.
I warned you it was a trap. We'll never again see Dixon alive. I told you not to trust foreigners. Just give me the word and I'll blast them all into Kingdom Come.
You must not be deceived. He's only one man. The rest of us are different.
Are you? Look at this. From another part of your civilized Earth.
You have been a traitor to our party. You've been guilty of bourgeois thinking. You have sold us out to the enemies of our people. You will pay the penalty. But first you will confess. Confess. Confess!
That's a backward part of our planet. It's not fair to judge by them.
Then we reveal a more civilized area. The country of your birth, Dixon.
The law be damned! I'm too good for him! Hang him, I say! Hang him! The rope! String him up in the highest tree in the square! Lynch him! Lynch him! Lynch him!
Now you know why we shall not reveal ourselves to you. If you are like this to these of your own kind, what will you think? What will you do when you see us, strange as we are?
Don't go. We know you may be different from us, but we can all meet in peace.
Earthman, peace must be achieved through toil and sacrifice of those few among you who understand its meaning. It may take many cycles, but in the end, the day will arrive. Then, and then only, we will return. Go back to your people, man of Earth, and give them the message from Mars.
Next week, another exciting drama on 2000 Plus, The Silent Noise. In the year 2000 plus 20, an important man is murdered. How will the police of the future track down a killer? And what new methods of assault will the criminals of tomorrow use? Listen next week, and you'll find out. 2000 Plus is produced by Sherman H. Dreyer and Robert Wynne Olson. In today's story, Ken Williams played Johnny, Louis Van Ruten played the voice of Mars, Lon Clark played McCabe, Frank Behrens was the Senator, Amzie Strickland was Terry, Sanford Bickert was Paul, and Gilbert Mack was Dr. Lee. The orchestra was conducted by Emerson Buckley, music composed by Elliot Jacoby. Script by Judith and David Bublik. Sound by Walt Shaver and Al April. Engineer Bob Albrecht, and your announcer Ken Marvin. This program was transcribed. This is the Mutual Broadcasting System.
I have received word of a strange invention. What it can do will amaze science and strike terror to the world.
2000 plus. Science fiction adventures from the world of tomorrow, the years beyond 2000 AD. 2000 plus presents The Insect.
Oh, it's wonderful news, darling. It means I'll probably get that research appointment at the university.
Oh, I can hardly believe it, George.
Oh, here's the telegram from the Dean of Science himself. I'll take the jet plane in about 2 hours and be there in plenty of time for my meeting this afternoon.
I know. I'll get a bottle of champagne and we'll celebrate at dinner tonight.
Well, that's nice, but I'm not sure I'll be home for dinner.
Oh?
The meeting may go on. Maybe I'll have to stay overnight, take the plane back in the morning.
Well, then we'll have champagne for breakfast.
Well, let's not hope too much. Hey, I've got to gather my papers and things while I'm going to get to the airport in time. You'd better help me.
In your laboratory?
Oh, now, look. The wife of a budding scientific genius shouldn't act like that.
But, George, I'm frightened when I go in there.
Nonsense. They won't hurt you.
No, I can't stand insects. That's why I stay out of your lab.
I've got to have help with these papers. What do you want me to do, cancel the meeting because my wife is afraid of the work I do?
Oh, I'm sorry, darling. It's just...
All right. I'll try to do it myself.
Don't be angry, George. If they were ordinary insects, tiny ones will... Maybe it would be different.
Even with what I've done to them, they're not so big. So I've taken a spider, a housefly, and a wasp, and by means of my growth ray, I've made them larger. The spider still isn't any bigger than my fist. The housefly is about as large as a pack of cigarettes. The wasp no bigger than a golf ball. They're not giants.
But they look so horrible when they're even that big.
Easier to observe and study. That's why the university is interested in my work. With a long-term appointment and a grant to amplify the growth ray, maybe I can really increase the size of the insects. Imagine a fly as big as a horse. That would be some horsefly. Hey, that's a joke.
All right, George. I'll help you.
It's only the papers we're packing. You won't have to go near the insect cages. Now, hand me those poisonous insects. That one there.
This is?
Right.
Do you have any poisonous ones in here? No?
Only Sam, the spider. He's in the glass cage by those books.
I don't want to look.
Maybe if you'd look, you wouldn't have such ridiculous ideas. Sam is a nice guy. He just squats and stares. Looks like a wise old man.
Oh, if I looked, I'd get sick. All those legs, those hairs, those...
Okay. Now the notebook, please. Hey, be careful.
Why? Well, what's the matter?
That machine is very delicate. You almost touched it.
Oh, the growth rate?
Mm-hmm. I don't want that running while I'm gone.
Oh, don't worry. I can't wait to get out of here.
Let's see now. Have I got everything? Yep. Well, that does it. Come on. After you, me terror-stricken beauty. You know, I hope when we get to the university, if I get the appointment, you'll keep your disgust of insects to yourself. A wife is supposed to build up her husband's work. Faculty wives do that all the time.
George, don't argue with me now. I just can't help the way I feel.
Sam should really be fed while I'm gone.
Stop it. I'm not going in there.
All right. What about Pete the housefly? He's not poisonous.
You feed your insects when you get home. Now, hurry up. George will be late.
Sure. Well, Goodbye.
Oh, George, I don't want you to leave when you're annoyed like that.
I'm sorry, darling. I really love you. But I love my insects, too.
Just a minute. Coming.
Hello, Mrs. Martin. Here are the groceries you ordered.
Oh, hello, Bill. Right in here.
Okay. On the table?
Please. Oh, I hope the oranges are better this time than they were last.
Oh, Mr. Ginkelheimer said to tell you that these oranges are swell.
Well, I'll know when I squeeze them for breakfast. Oh, thank you, Bill.
Was Mr. Martin home?
Mr. Martin? No, he isn't, Bill. Why?
Well, he was going to show me his bugs.
Oh, you don't want to look at them. But they're dreadful.
I find them very interesting. Mr. Martin said he'd take me into his lab today. That's why I delivered your order first. I was anxious to see them.
Oh, Mr. Martin was called away suddenly. He got a telegram and had to leave almost at once. But he'll be home tomorrow.
Gee, tomorrow I've got to work at the other store, the one on North Street.
Well, in a few days, then. The bugs will still be here, Bill.
Mrs. Martin, would it be too much trouble if you let me peek at them?
I never go into Mr. Martin's laboratory.
I won't hurt anything. Just peek. I was kind of looking forward to seeing them.
It's a horrid place, Bill, that laboratory. You wait till Mr. Martin gets home.
Sure, Mrs. Martin, if you say so.
Well, don't look so glum. What you men see in those revolting creatures, I'll never know.
They're scary. They're so big. I feel funny when I look at them. Then Mr. Martin explains about science and stuff, and it's really interesting.
Would you like to be a scientist, Bill?
I sure would.
Well, I suppose I ought to encourage it. I won't take you in, but you can peek. You know where the door is.
Oh, thanks, Mrs. Martin. Thanks very much.
But don't touch anything.
I won't.
I better put these groceries away.
Mrs. Martin! Help! Help! Help!
Bill, what's the matter? Oh, no. No.
I saw it before. It wasn't here the last time.
I don't know.
At least 6 feet high.
What is it?
Look at the eyes. Feelers out in front, waving.
Wings. It's got wings. It can fly at us. Kill us. Eat us. Get out of here. We must get out of here.
Yeah. Walk backwards. Keep your eyes on it.
It looks like a moth. A giant moth.
Watch it. If it flies, you...
Oh! You bumped into the door.
Open it! Quick, open it!
I can't. It's locked.
Where's the key?
In the other room. We can't get out. We can't get out.
Stop looking at it. Oh, don't cry, Mrs. Martin. It isn't doing anything. It's just sitting there, fanning its wings.
Oh, Bill, what should we do?
I don't know.
Let's move in the corner. By that chair. We can crouch down behind it. Now, we'll just sit here and watch it.
Now, Mr. Martin, I'm very interested in your growth ray. As Dean of Science, I want to be certain that this university encourages brilliant young scholars who are experimenting in new fields of research.
I understand,
At the same time, I must be satisfied that the research will be of fundamental value.
Yes, sir.
Now, suppose you talk for a while. Tell me about your work.
Well, I have always been interested in the effect of environment on organisms. I narrow the environmental factors to universal conditions applicable to all organisms. Mm-hmm. For example, sir, air, temperature, humidity, light, and so forth. And then I approached each of these conditions from the point of view of its specific effects on organisms. I discovered that the presence or absence of light gave me the widest variance of reaction.
Oh, excuse me. In what way the widest variance?
In the effect on physical growth, change, adaptation.
I see.
You see, sir, because light is a general term, I broke its definition down into all known rays, infrared, ultraviolet, so forth, and studied reactions of organisms to those rays in every conceivable combination. Mm-hmm. Now, after 2 years, I evolved the theory that if certain rays could be combined electronically and concentrated on living organisms for specified periods of time, their growth would be greatly stimulated.
And you have constructed such a machine?
Yes, I have. The electrodynaspectrum, the growth ray machine.
What have you accomplished with it so far?
I've multiplied the growth of certain insects many times. My present machine is small and homemade, and its power is not too great. But so far, I've increased the size of a fly to that of a pack of cigarettes. The size of a spider to that of my fist.
What kind of spider?
A tarantula.
It's a very dangerous and poisonous insect to work with.
Well, being a tropical spider, it might be more receptive to light. Its size has tripled.
Tell me, Mr. Martin, what is the optimum increase in size that you've so far obtained?
About 8 times with the fly. The size increase varies with the insects. There's a lot of research yet to be done.
Yes, so I can see. Your work certainly excites the imagination. Think of your having the kind of equipment that will permit a 20, 50, 100, or even 1,000-fold increase in an insect's size. Imagine an insect large enough to attack and devour a human being. Imagine this university needing lion cages to contain its giant insects.
Well, there's no limit to what new things we could learn about all manner of organisms with the growth ray. Not just insects.
Yes, that's right. Mr. Martin, I'd like you to stay on another few hours so that we can talk some more.
I'd be very happy to.
Perhaps you'd like to phone your wife, but you'll be a bit late.
Thank you, sir.
You can use the phone in the other office. And, Mr. Martin.
Yes?
When she asks you how everything's going, you tell her that it's going just fine.
It's still sitting there, looking at us. The most horrible thing I've ever seen. 6 feet high. Those giant wings. How does it get here, Mrs. Martin? Somehow the growth ray must have begun working. It gives off a slight glow. The moth must have seen it, flown toward it. It must have seen us. Those eyes, they're big as dinner plates. Maybe it's swimming. Then it will come toward us. It'll try to kill us. Don't, Bill. Don't say that. Crouch down, Lord. This chair protects us. We've got to get out of here. The door's locked, but isn't there some other way out? Only the window. Behind the moth. Yes, the window locked. I can't see. The shade is drawn. Yes, the window is locked. Gosh, if it would only fly to the other corner of the room. Then what would you do? Maybe I could run to the window, pull up the shade, unlock the window, get out and get help.
Just leave me alone with that horrible monstrous creature. Oh, no, Bill.
What do we do?
I don't know.
When will Mr. Martin come home?
This afternoon, tonight. Maybe not until tomorrow. Listen. The phone.
Maybe that's Mr. Martin calling.
Yes.
When you don't answer, maybe he'll come home.
No, he'll think I'm out shopping or visiting.
Mrs. Martin, look.
The moth. It stopped moving its wings.
It's looking right at us. At this corner. I'll bet it hears the telephone. It scares him.
Do you think he'll fly? That must be George calling home. Why doesn't he realize something has happened? Why doesn't he call the neighbors or the police? Why doesn't he come home?
Mrs. Martin, I think it's going to fly.
What do we do?
I don't know. It'll kill us.
If it heard the phone, it'll hear us. When it flies, crouch down, Bill. Get as much protection from the chair as possible. And scream. Yell. Anything to make noise.
Okay, Mrs. Martin.
all the way and just stare.
Maybe it won't fly. What? The phone has stopped ringing. Yes, Bill. Yes. Let's be quiet.
Like a nightmare being here. Oh, George, darling, you knew I hated these insects. Yet you built a laboratory in our home. Home. A place with a room of terror. Why am I here? Why did things happen to trap me here? Was it because I hated George's work? Was it because I refused to help him with these repulsive creatures? I see them all. His body's like a worm, quivering, rippling, gray, dirty. And those eyes staring, knowing I'm here. What's he going to do?
It's flying at us. Scream again. Make noise. It's flying wildly against the wall, the ceiling, the fireplace, the window. His wings hit the window shade. It rolled up.
The sunlight's coming in. He's flying blindly, crazily.
What's that?
Bill, the glass cage. The glass cage with the spider. The poisonous spider.
I see it scurrying across the floor. Over there by the sofa.
The giant moth is sitting on the bookshelf. And on the floor, like a fuzzy ball of death, the spider. The tarantula.
Well, Mr. Martin, I am delighted to see you. The dean phoned and said you were coming over. I think I am the last member of the faculty committee he wants you to see. Oh, sit down, won't you?
Thank you, Professor Buckley. Yes, I've been going all afternoon from one appointment to the other.
And all of us are happy to talk with you. The dean is quite excited about your research, you know.
Yes, I'm very pleased about that. Professor Buckley, I hope you won't think me rude at the beginning of our meeting, but I wonder if I might use your phone.
Of course, Mr. Martin. Is something wrong?
No, I don't think so, but I phoned my wife several times to tell her I was staying on all afternoon, and there's been no answer.
Oh, I'm sure there's nothing wrong. By all means, call. The phone is right there.
Thank you.
Number, please.
Lakeview 84572. And reverse the charges, please.
Thank you.
Still doesn't seem to be any answer.
Oh, well, let it ring a few more times.
Sorry, sir, there is no answer. Shall I keep trying?
Yes, operator. Please keep trying.
I'll call you, sir.
Thank you. I can't understand it. It's not like Betty to be away so long.
They're both still there, Mrs. Martin. Yes. Still there. I saw the spider last week. As big as Mr. Martin's fist. I looked into the glass cage. I could see the hair on its legs, like bristles. And Mr. Martin showed me its mouth, where it bites and kills with the poison.
Stop it, Bill. Stop. For heaven's sake, stop.
I'm sorry, Mrs. Martin. Well, I can't stop looking at them.
They don't like the sunlight. That's why they're on the sofa.
But the whole room is flooded with sunlight since the shade went up.
Hiding in this corner behind this chair doesn't give us the protection we need.
Why? The moth is too big to get at us here.
But the spider, it can scurry on the rug under the chair.
I'll take off my shoes. Something to hit it with if it comes. There. Now you take one of them.
Look. Its wings are fluttering again.
It's going to fly again.
But let's not scream, Bill. It might scare the spider.
Can they hear too?
I don't know.
Here he comes.
The picture on the wall. He's knocked it down.
The spider! The spider!
Where is he?
I don't know. Somewhere in this room.
The moth. It stopped flying. But the spider. Maybe it's near us. Oh, Bill. Bill, can't you see where it is?
There is still no answer, sir. Shall I keep trying?
I don't know. I'll call you back.
Ask for operator 34, sir. Thank you.
No answer yet?
No, sir. Of course, I did tell Betty that I might be late or even stay overnight. She may have gone to her mother's.
It's a real pleasure finding a young man who cares that much for his wife. I suppose Mrs. Martin feels the same way about you.
Oh, Betty's wonderful.
Yes, I'm sure she is. After all, not many women would approve of their husbands inventing machines that make insects larger. You've got a rare wife, Mr. Martin. One who doesn't object to giant insects in the house.
Keep the shoe tight in your hand, Bill. If you see the spider, hit it. Hit it hard.
Yes, ma'am. I will.
I can't stand it much longer. My hands are trembling. I'm cold all over.
Me too, Mrs. Martin. I think I'm getting sick.
Oh, you mustn't, Bill.
If I could have a drink of water.
The moth. It's acting strangely. See?
Yeah. Its feelers are kind of limp.
And its body. Oh, that disgusting worm-like body. Flabby all of a sudden. Droopy.
Its eyes. They look different, too. I don't know why, but somehow they...
Yes. Yes, you're right. Huh? What's the matter?
Spider! 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 Oh, no. No. It was only the hem of your skirt touching my leg. I thought it was the spider.
Oh, Bill. Bill, what's going to happen to us?
Gosh, Mrs. Martin, don't cry. Please don't cry. Well, Mr. Martin, are the terms satisfactory to you?
Oh, yes, sir. Very much so. Thank you, sir.
It's going to be a great pleasure having you at the university. And I know that you'll find your association with us a real incentive to carrying on your work with the growth rate.
I'm sure of that. I'll do my very best to be a credit to the university and to scientific research.
Well, my boy, it's time for you to leave if you want to catch the 6:10 and be home to tell your wife. You just get home and you'll find that there's an explanation for why she didn't answer the phone all day.
I'm sure you're right. Thank you again, Dean. Thank you very much.
Feel better now, Mrs. Martin?
I guess so, Bill. I'm all cried out. I haven't a tear left.
Look, Mrs. Martin, I'm going to try to reach the window.
The window?
The moth is back on the couch. I think I can make a run for the window once I push the chair aside a little.
But he might attack you. Or me.
Well, maybe he won't.
Oh, but he will, he will. The moth is so big. 6 feet high. Bill, what would happen to either of us if he did attack? I would be eaten alive.
Do they have teeth? Could it really kill us?
Well, moths eat all sorts of things. George would know exactly. I had a whole group of clothes ruined last year. They're so big, so terribly big. One bite and... Oh, Bill, I don't know what to say.
I'm going to try it. Now, crouch down. I'll push the chair out a little, squeeze by between the chair and the wall, and make a dash for the window. Now, there. Chair's pushed aside. Now, give me my shoes. glasses, Martin. Here I go. I'm here. I'll try to unlock the window.
Look out! The moth is flying at you!
Get away! Get away, you! Get away!
Bill! Bill! Bill!
It's attacking me! It's trying to kill me! Ah!
Bill! Bill! Are you all right? Bill, answer me! Answer me!
No one home? The lights are off. That's better. Where can Betty have gone? Betty! Betty, are you here?
George! George!
Betty, where are you?
In the laboratory!
Good Lord. Locked. It's locked. Where's the key? Here.
George! Oh, George!
Oh, Betty. Oh, my darling.
George! Oh, George, it was awful.
Who's that? Betty, for heaven's sake.
It's Bill. Bill, the grocery boy. He's killed. Killed by that.
Look at that moth. I can't believe it. It's dead. Bill. Bill. Bill.
What? Oh, Mr. Martin. Mr. Martin, you spider. The glass broke on the floor.
Let's get out of here fast. All right, sit down, Bill.
Oh.
For heaven's sake, what happened? Here, sit down, darling. I'll get you a drink. Here you are.
Thank you.
Now tell me.
The laboratory door snapped behind us. The giant moth was there. He knocked over the glass cage with the spider. We thought we'd die. And I thought Bill was dead.
I'll find the spider and kill it. But as for the moth, darling, despite its size, you had nothing to fear.
What?
Well, you see, darling, the adult moth doesn't eat. It has no mouth. Nothing to attack or kill with. Despite its size, Trichophaga tapicella, the clothes moth, is utterly harmless.
You mean it? You mean we could have just shooed it away and opened the window?
Of course, dear. The reason it's dead and why you could have waited without worrying is that a moth cannot live more than 6 hours in sunlight. You see, dear, all this horror was unnecessary.
Next week, a strange drama of a silver rocket and an unseen visitor from space. Be sure to listen to 2000 Plus, radio's different series. 2000 Plus is produced by Dreyer and Winolson Productions Incorporated. In today's cast, Joan Shea portrayed Betty, Larry Robinson was Bill, Ralph Bell was George, and Bill Griffiths was the Dean. Music composed and played by Milton Kay. Sound, Al April and George Cooney. Engineer, Bob Albrecht. This is Ken Marvin speaking. This program came from New York. In ancient times, they thought that the rising of the dog star Sirius was responsible for the sultry weather of midsummer. Serious or not, no one needs to be told that these are dog days, and every sportsman knows it's perfect weather for just plain fishing. So, for the latest tips and information on how to catch everything from minnows to muskies, listen to Mutual's Rod and Gun Club of the Air every Thursday. You'll hear moderator Milo Bolton with his panel of sports experts in an informal sports session you won't want to miss. Listen to Rod and Gun Club of the Air every Thursday. You'll enjoy it. This is the Mutual Broadcasting System.
This is Security Police Headquarters. We've just seen the photo print, and it's impossible. I said impossible. No matter what the evidence proves, no man can be two places at once.
2000 Plus. Science fiction adventures in the world of tomorrow. 2000 Plus presents The Other Man.
Mira. Hey, darling, you home? Hey, when I come home, I want my wife to be here. Mary Ann here. Hey, didn't you hear me?
Scotty! Oh, my darling. Oh, Scotty.
Mira, for heaven's sake, what's the matter?
When did you escape? How did you get away?
Escaped? Would you mind telling me?
Shh. Quiet. I thought I heard someone. Just a moment, darling. There now. We can talk. Oh, Scotty, I couldn't understand what had happened to you. I was so worried. I couldn't believe it.
Mira, I hate to stand here like an idiot. I just can't go on repeating your silly phrases after you. What are you talking about?
Then you didn't kill the man in the blue turban?
Where was I supposed to have killed him?
In Cairo.
Cairo? When?
This morning.
Look, darling, I know this is the year 2000 plus 120, but even in this age of super science, there's no jet plane fast enough to fly me from Cairo, Egypt to Metropolitan City, USA that fast.
Scotty, I'm telling you the truth. Look, I'll show you. It's all over the front pages of the facsimile newspaper. See? There's the whole story in headlines. And your picture, too. Read it. Read it.
The World Security Police, in a daring action in Cairo, Egypt, today captured Scott Douglas, chief of the Eastern Zone Security Police Section, as the chief criminal behind a worldwide black market operation running into millions of dollars annually. In the struggle preceding his arrest, Mr. Douglas shot and killed a mysterious stranger wearing a blue turban.
You see, darling, it is true. Not only in the papers, but all day on the Televox News. I've seen it, Scotty, with my own eyes. Being taken to the police, to the airport. It was you, Scotty.
I tell you, this is not true. It's not me. Look, call my office. Ask for the chief. Ask him what this is all about.
They know you've escaped. They'll come here. They'll capture you
They won't
again.
do any such thing because none of it's true. Look, if you're worried about it, don't tell him I'm here. If he asks you, deny it. But for heaven's sake, call him.
All right, Scotty. All right. Mr. Enright?
Hello, Mira. I was rather expecting you to call. You want to know about Scotty, don't you?
I can't understand it, Mr. Enright. I've seen it in the papers, on the Televox, but I can't believe
I'm
it.
afraid it's true, Mira.
But are you certain it's Scotty?
There's no doubt of it.
But how do you know?
By the obvious methods. It looks like Scotty. It talks like Scotty. It's wearing Scotty's clothes, carrying Scotty's wallet with your picture and his private papers in it. The small birthmark on the left arm, same blood type, same fillings in the teeth. And the fingerprints are exactly Scotty's. I had everything double-checked by audio from Egypt against Scotty's personal identification file here. And to top it all off, Mira, I talked to him by audiophone just a few minutes before the jet plane took off. I'm sorry.
I see. Thank you, Mr. Enright.
Oh, just one thing more, Mira.
Yes?
Scotty is due to land in about 3 hours. I'll send someone over in a little while to pick you up. I know you'll want to see him.
Thank you. Thank you.
It's unbelievable. It's fantastic. Mira, I
Who
can't...
are you? Who are you?
Who am I? I'm your husband. I'm Scott Douglas.
I'm going to call the police.
Oh, stop it. I am Scotty. Look at me, Mira. I am your husband. No one can fool you about that. Look at me.
Good Lord, Mira, look. Look, here's my wallet. The one he talked about, see? It is mine. You know it. Look. Touch it. Thumb through it. There's your picture. There's the stitching where I had it repaired last October. Remember, Mira, when I didn't want to throw it away for sentimental reasons because we bought it that night last summer at the little bazaar? Who would know that, Mira, except your husband? Who would remember that except me? Here, look at this. Pull my sleeve up. The birthmark on my left arm. Nobody could fake that ugly thing. You know that mark, every twist of it. Fingerprints. I'll give you all you want. Have them checked any way you want. I am Scott Douglas. I am your husband.
Then who is the other man? That's the police, Scotty. They're here to pick me up.
And take you to the airport to meet your husband.
Oh, Scotty, I'm frightened.
You must never let anyone know that. It's the only way I'll ever be able to figure this thing out.
I'll try, darling. Just a moment, I'm coming. Oh, darling.
Now, remember, this whole thing may be a trick. I don't know why or for what reason, but there's always the possibility that this was a deliberate deception.
But they can't fool me.
They did fool you, Mira. You believed all the publicity, all the newspaper reports, everything you saw on the televox. That's what I can't understand. This whole thing's being carried out so openly, so boldly. They act as if they're so sure of themselves.
I've got to go now. They'll be suspicious.
Yes. Now, remember our plan. Yes. After you leave, I'll get out of here. I don't know where I'll go, but I'll get in touch with you from time to time. You'll always know it's me and not the other man because I'll use the code word bizarre.
I know, darling. You don't have to tell me again.
All right, and act toward this other man as if he really were me. At least do that for a while. It's obviously what they expect of you.
Yes, Scotty. You've told me 12 times. I know what to do. Goodbye, darling.
Yes, what is it?
Plane from Cairo with Douglas aboard coming in, sir.
Okay. Over here, Mira. We can see the plane land from this window. It'll be landing over there by that ramp.
Who are those men?
Security police. I'm sorry, Mira, but we can't take any chance of Scotty escaping. We've taken great care ever since his arrest. The plane's coming in now. Taxiing.
I wonder what he'll look like.
A little tired, perhaps, but it's Scotty. I told you that. The plane stopped. You'll see him in a moment, Mira. Now, look, when he comes in here, don't break down. He's going to need all the courage and help you can give him.
There, look. It does look like Scotty.
Well, yes?
Prisoner's coming up, sir.
Bring him in the moment he arrives.
Yes, sir.
Would you like a drink, Mira?
No, thanks.
Cigarette?
Nothing, please.
Oh, here they are. All right, men, outside. Leave Douglas with me.
Okay, sir.
Hello, Scotty. Hello, Chief. Hello, Mira.
Hello?
I think I'll, look, I'll leave you two alone for a while.
Thanks, Chief. I'm glad you're here, Mira. I was wondering if you would be.
Were you?
Mira, what's the matter? You're so cold, so distant. Darling, I don't understand. Don't you want to talk to me, Mira?
I don't know. I don't know.
It's all been a terrible shock to you, hasn't it? What did you learn? Did the chief call you?
No. I first learned through the newspaper, then the televox.
You mean it's been published, broadcast? Good Lord, everybody knows then.
That's right.
Oh, darling, I'm sorry. I hardly know what happened myself. The last few days are a blur, a blank. All I remember is a room in a hotel in Cairo, a man with a blue turban, the police. I became panic-stricken. There was a fight, a shot, and then the arrest. And the talk about the black market. I don't know what that means. Mary, you look so strange. For heaven's sake, what's the matter?
Don't touch me.
Don't touch you.
I'm your husband.
Oh, you're not my
Oh,
husband.
darling.
I can't pretend. You're not, Scotty. You're not.
I'm not Scotty. Amira, stop this hysteria at once. What do you mean I'm not Scotty?
It's a trick. It's a cruel hoax.
I think you're serious.
Call them in. Tell them I know.
Mira, what have they done to you? Said to you?
I could ask you those questions. And I could also ask you, who are you?
Who am... This is crazy.
Let me see your birthmark.
What? All right, look. It's me, Dolly. You know that's real.
But I... Let me see the wallet.
You mean this? There it is. Your picture. Even the stitching I had done when I wouldn't throw it away. You remember, darling?
It is the wallet. It looks just like it.
What did you expect?
Well, they could fake it. They have ways. A wallet could be faked.
Look, Mira, I don't understand all this. But I am your husband. I am Scotty. Let me prove it to you. Ask me anything about us, anything.
Oh, where did we go last summer?
To Paris for 2 weeks. We stayed at the Hotel George V.
What did we do when we first got there?
We opened the window and sang a silly song about Paris. We made it up as we went along, and then I kissed you.
We were alone. No one could have seen.
We went out, had a drink. You ordered champagne in the afternoon. The way to try to talk you out of it.
Stop it! Stop it! I don't know how you know these things. You seem to be Scotty, and yes...
Oh, darling,
it can't
darling.
be. I saw you only a few hours ago at home.
But I was on the plane. You saw that.
You were home.
All right, darling, if you say so. Take it easy, honey. Don't cry. Don't. There, now, if you say Scotty was at home, then that's where I was. Home.
I've got the reports from Cairo, Chief.
Complete?
As complete as they'll ever be. They just came in via high-frequency telebox, and we had photoprints made. Here they are.
Never mind. Just give me the highlights.
Well, the man in the blue turban was Mustafa Cornelius. He made his living in art, sold pictures and things.
What was he doing in Scotty's room?
Oh, probably picking up some stuff. You know, the place was filled with pictures.
Yeah, and Scotty said he doesn't know how they got there. He said that even when we showed him Egyptian police reports that he and Mustafa had been followed for 2 days. And on several occasions, Scotty was carrying pictures himself.
So he was lying.
No, he wasn't. We gave him a lie detector test, and he came through 100%.
I didn't know that.
But it's true. And why was Scotty in Cairo anyway? He had no orders to go there.
How do you explain that?
He didn't. He said he couldn't remember.
Well, this is one for the books. Sounds like 2 other guys.
That's not so funny.
What do you mean that's not so funny?
When Scotty got off the plane and came in here, I turned on the intercom and left him and Mira together. I listened to their conversation from the outer office.
Learn anything?
I don't know. Except that Mira seemed to doubt it was Scotty.
Now, wait a minute. It was Scotty.
I know it was Scotty, and you know it was Scotty. But why wouldn't Scotty's own wife know it was Scotty?
I don't know.
I don't either. 2 other guys, huh? Well, we know that the Scotty who got off the plane is safely locked up in this building. You and I are going to see his wife and try to figure this puzzle out. Come on. Hello, Mira.
Mr. Enright.
I want to talk to you. Close the door, Paul.
Right.
You shouldn't have come here.
Why not? I have some questions to ask you.
I'm expecting someone. Please go.
It'll only take a few minutes, Mira. I want to help Scotty, but I can't do it alone.
I'll come to your office.
But the chief wants some answers now, Mrs. Douglas.
Oh, then come in here.
Thanks.
When my visitor comes, I must ask you to stay in here.
Of course. I'm sorry to have disturbed you like this, but there are some very strange things about this matter.
Strange? What do you mean, strange?
Why didn't you believe that was Scotty in my office?
Then he told you that he isn't Scotty.
He told me nothing. I listened in. And it was Scotty. It's the Scotty I know. Now, why don't you believe that? That's one of the things that puzzles me, one of the strange things.
Where's Scotty now?
That's your doorbell. Person you're expecting.
Where's Scotty
He's
now?
at the detention house in a cell. Why aren't you answering the door?
You stay here. Please, stay here until I get back.
Chief, she's as nervous as a radar scope.
Shh, quiet. Put your ear to the door and listen.
Hello, darling.
Hello, Scott.
It's a man.
Can't make out what they're saying.
Something vaguely familiar. Oh, no, it can't be.
What do you mean, Chief?
Take your gun. All right, now, just don't move.
Hello, Chief. Mary was just telling me you were here.
Scotty, I don't know how you did it, but escaping from detention is a very serious...
I didn't escape. I've never been there. I've never been to Cairo. I don't know what's going on, Enright, but I'm glad you're here so this whole mess can be cleared up.
Just don't move, Scotty. Get on the audio phone, Paul.
Yes, sir.
Call headquarters, have them check on Scotty.
Right.
Scotty, you and I have been friends for 10 years. Now, what kind of a game are you playing?
I don't think friends hold a gun.
But what do you want me to do, let you get away again?
Mr. Enright, I told
Mira,
you...
you're as mixed up as I am. Admit it. You see, Scotty, I overheard the conversation you and Mira had at headquarters.
But I wasn't
Let's
there.
not argue about it. We'll know in a moment.
Hey, Chief.
Yes, what is it?
I told to headquarters, Chief.
Well?
Scotty is still there in his cell.
What?
Still there?
Now, wait a minute.
That's what they said.
Get them to put Scotty on the phone.
Yes, sir.
We'll get to the bottom of this pretty quickly now. Let's go into the other room. Come on.
Yeah, Chief wants to talk. Yeah, that's right. Yeah, all right. Hold the line. Chief wants to talk to you. Here he is.
Keep them covered. Hello?
Yes, Chief.
That you, Scotty?
Yes, sir?
I just wanted to be sure.
Chief, what on earth is going on? You don't have to talk to me to be sure, not when you've got me locked in a cell that dynamite couldn't blow open.
Okay, Scotty.
Scotty, who are you talking to?
To Scott Douglas, who got off the plane from Cairo this morning.
But I'm Scott Douglas.
Chief, have you seen Mira? I want to talk to her again.
Just hang on a moment. Now, just repeat after me. I am Scott Douglas of the World Security Police.
Now, look, you... Oh, all right. I am Scott Douglas of the World Security Police.
Okay, let's hear you say that.
Chief, are you crazy?
Say what I tell you.
I am Scott Douglas of the World Security Police.
They sound exactly alike.
Now what do I do, sing Mother McCree?
What you do is what you've been doing all day. You wait for me in your cell. And you're coming along with me.
What are you going to do?
Mrs. Douglas, I'm going to take you and your husband to meet your husband.
He's out here, Chief.
Bring him in. Mira, Scotty, you stand over there.
All right, Chief. Now, once and for all, tell... Mira. Oh, darling, I'm glad... Good Lord.
Mr. Enright, I can't believe it.
It's absolutely incredible. He looks just like me. What is this, Chief? What is...
Have either of you two ever seen each other before?
Every morning in the mirror. What kind of a gag is
Now
this?
be quiet, both of you.
Yes, Chief.
Have you got those reports?
About 2 minutes.
Let me know. Now, one of you two is an imposter. I will say this. The resemblance is fantastic. You, the one we had in the cell. We got your fingerprints, teeth identifications, birthmark, and so on when you were arrested. They all verified that you are the real Scott Douglas.
I told you that all along. I'm Scott Douglas. Chief, whatever is going
We'll
on
know who
here...
you are in a few minutes. We'll have the results of the fingerprint and identification check we had you take before I brought Scotty up from downstairs. Yes?
I've got the report, Chief.
Well?
Everything checks, sir.
Now, come on, talk sense, will you? What do you mean everything checks?
Fingerprints, teeth identification, birthmarks, everything checks, sir. They're both Scott Douglas.
All right. Now, remember, don't interrupt me. The only way I can tell you two apart is by the clothes you wear. You're wearing a tropical suit, the one you had on when we picked you up in Cairo.
Yes, sir.
Well, I'm going to call you Tropical. And you with the tweed, that's your name, Tweed. Is that clear?
Right, Chief.
The last 2 hours of questioning has revealed that the memory of your lives is exactly the same up to 4 days ago. Whatever questions you were asked separately, you both answered the same. Intimate questions, family questions, every kind. But as of 4 days ago, the police interrogators report that you, Tropical, you are hazy, almost blank, until the arrest and murder in Cairo.
That's right, sir.
On the other hand, you, Tweed, you have a clear memory except for a few hours 3 days ago. Now, here, let me read it. Pursuant to File 198, I was ordered to visit a Mr. David Eitner, suspected of dealing in black market paintings at 223 West 18th Street, and to pose as a buyer of rare paintings. Mr. Eitner conducted himself in a reasonable and normal manner and exhibited several paintings allegedly genuine old masters. During our conversation, I heard a faint oscillating sound in the room and inquired whether it was the air conditioning unit. And then I blacked out. Now, at this point, your two memories separate. You both remember everything up to the moment Scott Douglas blacked out. But after that, Tweed's memory does not pick up until 2 hours has passed. Then he reports, "The next thing I knew, I awoke lying on the floor. I thought I had been slugged, but subsequent examination by police medical authority showed no injury of any sort. The assumption was that I had fainted, but no reason for this possibility was advanced. The paintings, together with Mr. Eitner, were nowhere to be found when I regained consciousness. Subsequent police investigation failed to reveal any trace of Mr. Eitner or his paintings." So, there it is. And you, Tropical, you remember nothing for the next several days until we picked you up in Cairo.
I remember that report very well. I wrote it. But he couldn't have known about the first part of that report. I went alone, no one else. I was there. That was my report.
Stop it, you two. It's bad enough seeing double without you two talking double and remembering double. 2 hours. 2 hours. What happened in those 2 hours?
Chief, I've got an idea.
What is it?
Probably nothing to it after 3 days, but why don't we visit 223 West 18th Street again? Let's see whether Mr. Eitner possibly left something behind when he fled with the paintings.
This is the place.
Looks pretty empty now.
This is where he had several old paintings hanging on the wall. This is where I was standing when I blacked out. That's right, Chief. I walked over there from here, and then it happened.
What's that? That sound?
Came from over there, that closet.
Come on. Come out of there. Come on, or I'll shoot.
Do not shoot, Sahib. No, do not kill me.
Who are you?
Do not kill me, Sahib.
What are you doing here in this room? Talk. Talk.
Do not kill me, Sahib. I beg
If you don't talk, I make no promises.
I have children. I have a wife.
And I've got a gun. Well?
If I talk, you let me live.
Talk.
I come to destroy the instrument.
What instrument?
It is in here, Sahib. The instrument of Mustafa Cornelius.
The man in the blue turban.
I swear to come back and destroy it if he ever died. It is built into this closet behind this secret panel. It make Mustafa and me very rich.
Let's see that instrument. Open the panel.
Looks like a control board. What does it do?
I do not know the words to describe it. Only Mustafa knew because he was very wise and very scientific.
Do you know how to operate this?
Oh, yes, Sahib. Mustafa showed me what to do, and I work long hours doing that for our both becoming very rich.
Show us what it does. And remember, if any danger results, this man has a gun. You'll be the first to die.
I understand, Sahib. Give me something for the instrument.
What do you mean, give you something?
I tried to explain. Give me something, a picture, perhaps.
There are no pictures here.
Then a ring, perhaps a watch, or a shoe, a dog, anything.
Does this make any sense?
Play along with him, Chief. Here's a ring and a watch.
Thank you, Sahib. I place them in here and close the small door. I turn on the instrument.
That's the sound. The sound I heard. He's right, Chief. The sound before I blacked out.
Now, what do you do?
A moment until the bell sound. It is finished. Now, you see. There are now 2 watches, 2 rings.
Let me see them. Great dynamos of Niagara. They're exactly alike. Even to the scratches, the dirt marks, everything.
Let me see them. You're right. Identical. Perfect copies.
No, Sahib. They are not copies. All are original.
But that can't be. The ones I gave you were the originals. The others are the copies.
That's right.
Just a minute, Chief. Look at this marking. Molecular duplicator. What did you say? Molecular duplicator? That's right. That means that somehow... Well, it's possible theoretically, but it means that the molecules and atoms of the originals are perfectly duplicated. And we know that if somehow the atoms and molecules could be exactly arranged, you'd actually have two originals, where only one existed before.
Yes, Sahib. That is what Mustafa say. Those are the words that I do not know how to use.
All right, now listen to me, you desert rat. Does this machine work on anything other than inanimate objects?
I do not understand, Sahib.
Does it work on living things, dogs, birds? Human beings?
It has worked on a dog, Sahib. Mustafa, he had a dog he liked so much. He make himself another dog like it with this instrument.
Then it would work on human beings, too.
But the dog, one of them, I do not know which one of them. The dog, he died very horribly, Sahib.
What do you mean, died horribly?
One day, about a month after the first dog become two dogs, one day, the dog bark and whine. It is in agony, Sahib. And before my eyes, I do not know how to say. It is disappear slowly, as if it fall apart. And in a little while, there is nothing left. Nothing.
Molecular disintegration. On living flesh, the effect of the machine lasts only a limited time. Chief, which one of us? Him or me? Which one of us is Scott Douglas?
Next week, 2000 Plus presents another exciting melodrama from the world of tomorrow. For thrillers that are different, join us again next week and every week. 2000 Plus is produced by Dreyer and Van Olsen Productions, Incorporated. In today's cast, Ralph Bell portrayed Scotty, Joan Shea was Mira, Nat Polan was the Chief, and Gilbert Mack was the Arab. The orchestra was conducted by Emerson Buckley, music composed by Elliot Jacoby. Sound, Walt Shaver and Adrian Penner. Engineer, Ed Formica. This is Ken Marvin speaking.
Plus is a regular presentation of the United States Armed Forces Radio Service.
about Joe is, he really is a smart guy. It takes a smart guy to be that stupid.
2000 plus. Science fiction adventures from the world of tomorrow, the years beyond 2000 A.D. 2000 plus presents The Brooklyn Brain.
Joe, I want to thank you for a very nice evening.
The pleasure was all mine, Clarice.
I'd have you come up, only it's after 12 and Pa's asleep.
That's all right.
Well, good night, Joe.
Clarice,
Yeah, Joe.
you had a good time, huh? I mean, really?
Good night, Joe.
Oh, well, wait a minute, Clarice. I got something to ask you.
No.
No what?
No kiss. I gave you one in the helicopter bus. I am not distributing my favors with largesse.
Boy, you certainly know big words.
It's because I try to give myself culture. Every day in the facsimile newspapers, I do the crossword puzzles.
Well, sure, Clarice. I think that's fine, only I got something to ask you.
I told
That isn't what I mean.
Something else?
Clarice, will you marry me? I mean, that is... Will you?
This is so sudden.
Gee, I've known you 3 years. That ain't so sudden.
Well, a girl likes to get proposals, but matrimony, that's a very important thing. It should not be entered into lightly.
I got a good job, a good future.
It isn't that, Joe.
What isn't that?
I mean, like they say in psychology.
I don't know what you're talking about, Clarice.
That's what I mean, Joe. You don't understand things like psychology. I always read the Handy Hints for Mental Health column. It's written by a psychologist. From such pursuits, I have learned that culture is what counts in life or marriage. The partners have to have a mental affinity for each other.
Mental?
Take Sam Witzenberg. He knows about music. Or Fred Daniels. He knows about art. Or take Harry Lester. He knows economics.
He knows economics. I had to loan him $5.
What has money got to do with it? Huh? Joe, leave us not quarrel.
Yeah, but I was...
You have paid me a very high honor by asking me to be your wife. But I can't say yes.
Oh, you mean...
On the other hand, I didn't say no. I can't pretend I don't like you, Joe. You're basically a nice boy. Only if you'd only get some culture, learn about things so we could have something to discuss, to talk about.
Art, music, economics?
Or similar high-class subjects. Joe, see what you can do.
Okay, Clarice. I'll try.
And then I'll let you know.
Sure.
And, Joe.
Yeah?
In light of the circumstances, I rescind my previous refusal.
What does that mean?
It means you can have a good night kiss.
Are you ready, Carl?
Yes, Professor.
Now, remember, after I throw the switch, it will take several seconds for the accumulator to build up. When the red light on the control panel flashes, you throw your contact lever.
I understand.
Oh, all right. All right. 1, 2, 3. It's working, Professor. It's working. Good. Excellent. Try it again. Wonderful. All right, Carl. Turn it off. Now, I've checked every dial, every meter as the machine was running, and they all coordinated precisely.
Then it will work on a human being.
Are you sure enough to let me try it on you?
It isn't that, Professor. It's just that you kind of need me to help you run the machine.
Oh, yes. Yes, I understand, Carl. And since I am the inventor, it would also be foolish for me to volunteer to be the first human guinea pig.
Well, obviously, we need someone else to try it on.
That's right, Professor.
Imagine. 11 years' work. Here is a machine that takes a tape recording of a human voice reading facts, figures, anything, and transforms it from sound waves into electrical waves. Then, through electrodes attached to a human head, charging that brain with the waves so that automatically the person getting the electrical shock has information charged into his memory.
It will be a boon to education. People won't have to go to school anymore. Your brainwave machine will just charge their brains with anything they want to know.
Thank you. Well, there's a lot of experimenting we have yet to do, but so far as we can know up to this moment, the machine should work. I hope.
Now, whom are you going to try it on?
Oh, yes, whom? Well, we'll run an ad. We'll try to find someone, not too bright, but someone we can try to transform into a mental giant.
Hello? Yes, sir, this here's Joe. We sent him 6 dozen boxes like he ordered. 10-day billing. Yes, Charlotte, 10 to it right away. Flora, take the letter. The boss ain't got a check from St. Louis and he's mad.
It doesn't pay to be mad. It's not good for customer relations. To whom is the letter going?
Dear sir,
Dear sir, who? Aren't you feeling well?
Gosh, I don't know, Flora. I guess my mind ain't on my work.
Where is it?
I'm going to Clarice's Thursday night for dinner.
She's your girl. It should make you happy. Be happy.
But she's having Sam Witzenberg for dinner, too, and he's got culture.
You got a job.
Flora, you're a smart girl. You know how to find things in the files. Tell me, how do I learn about things? How do I get culture?
Study.
How much time have I got? Thursday is 3 days from now. What can I learn in that time?
Not culture.
That's what I mean. I'm licked before I start.
I have a teacher.
That's expensive.
So stay a bachelor.
But I don't want to.
Oh, look. Look, here's a newspaper. I'll turn to the educational section. Let me see. Here it is. Here it is. French. Well, learn French.
What would I do with French?
What do you do with culture after you get married?
Look,
I'm only trying to be helpful.
Go on, Flora. What else is there?
How to hypnotize in 9 easy lessons.
Hey, that's interesting.
If you learn how to hypnotize, I don't work for you anymore. Oh, let's see, what's this? Be a mechanic. Learn the soul of a machine. Soul of a machine? Crazy. Oh, here's another ad.
Well, what does it say?
Let me see. If you would like to learn any subject in the world without effort and are willing to volunteer for a scientific experiment, write to Box 1934, the Facsimile Times.
Hey, I don't like that volunteer for scientific experiment part.
But it also says, if you would like to learn any subject in the world without effort.
Do you think I should write them?
All you lose is a stamp. Use a company stamp, you lose nothing.
Okay. So since I'll never get culture just wishing for it, take a letter. Dear sir.
We starting that again? Dear sir, who?
Dear sir, Box 1934, the Facsimile Times. In response to your advertisement, permit me to say that I would very much like...
Carl, have you read these letters from people who want to volunteer for our machine?
All 6 of them.
Do you think it's wise to take people of such mentality?
Well, it would be a good test for the machine.
Yes, but almost any change would be an improvement for them, judging from the letters.
Whatever else may be said, Professor, the people who wrote those letters are human beings.
Yes, I suppose so.
And we need a human being to test with. After all, so far, the only living thing we have used was a dog.
Ah, but the dog lived. It proves the machine's electrical charge in the head does not kill.
The charge doesn't kill, but does it force knowledge into the brain? We beamed a recording of the Einstein theory into the dog. But the dog can't talk. What good is it to him?
But, Carl, doesn't it give you satisfaction to know that because of our invention, there is one dog in this city who actually knows the Einstein theory? Did any dog know the theory before our invention?
No.
All right. So we have reason to believe the machine will work. That is why we are looking for a human being, just to be sure.
But, which one of these which one of these people shall we take?
Well, whichever one has the greatest need for knowledge.
They all need it.
Yes, but I mean, whichever one believes he needs it most. That person will have an incentive to cooperate with us.
I see. Well, in that case, this one.
Flora, look! I got a letter. They selected me.
Congratulations.
It says here, please choose your subjects. Art, music, economics. That's for me.
You should also add another subject. How to get St. Louis to pay its bill.
That ain't culture.
Who says the ladies' garment business is culture?
Gosh, Flora, you know what I mean. Like Clarice says, there's more to living than just having a job.
You ever try living without a job?
Art, music, economics. I'll show Sam Witzenberg he's not the only one who knows those things. I'll show Clarice, too.
Should I call the number on this letter and make an appointment for you?
Would you, Flora? Gee, thanks a lot.
Okay. Hello? I'm calling for Mr. Joe Martin. You sent him a letter about... Yeah, that's it. Yeah, he'd like an appointment. Today? Oh, Joe, is today all right?
The sooner the better.
Mr. Martin is in conference now, but I believe it could be arranged. Yes. Art, music, economics. No, you pick one for today. To him, it makes no difference. Yeah. Thank you.
Well?
Here's the address. After 12 o'clock today, you'll have culture.
Now, Mr. Martin, if you'll just lie down here on this surgical table.
Surgical table? I didn't come for an operation. I came for an education.
Oh, and you shall get one, my boy. You shall get one. After today, you'll be an expert on art. You know, painting and sculpture and all that sort of thing. Lie down, please.
What are you going to do?
Well, you see, Mr. Martin, you have brain waves.
I have?
Everybody has.
You see, the brain gives off power, that's why. Now, what we do, to describe it simply, is play a recording of some subject you want to learn. Now, the sound waves are transformed into electrical waves and are charged into your brain. The result is you have the knowledge impressed into your mind. Isn't that wonderful?
I just remembered I got another appointment.
Oh, no.
Mr. Martin, in your letter you said you wanted to show your girl that you could learn things, be smart, get culture.
Where did I put my head? Here or there?
Your head up here, your feet down there. Splendid. Now, Carl, attach the electrodes to his head, will you?
Yes, Professor.
Will it hurt?
You will never know what hit you. I mean, not at all. Just relax, Mr. Martin.
Everything is ready, Professor.
All right, Carl. 1, 2, 3. Now, it's just warming up, Mr. Martin. Don't be so nervous.
No, sir.
Shall I start the recording now?
In 1 moment. You see, Mr. Martin, Carl will start the recording that he dictated this morning, and then I'll charge the knowledge into your brain. You see? Begin the recording.
Yes, Professor.
Among the new school of paintings which have excited modern critics and which are likely to have a profound effect upon future interpretive forms, the new circular school of impressionistic painting is outstanding.
Now, for the charge.
Employing vibrant...
How is he, Professor? Is he all right?
Oh, he's a little glassy-eyed.
Maybe we better stop the experiment.
No. We'll try it once more. Only speed up the recording so we can charge his brain more quickly.
All right, if you say so. Here goes.
Coordinate relationships which stimulate the senses and excite the imagination. The circular school manages to get around traditional obstacles of comprehensibility. Among the leading exponents of the circular school of impressionistic painting, Daguerre and Martinelli are...
Now, the charge.
Another school which has managed to repeat...
That's enough, Carl. Shut up the equipment.
He is alive, isn't he?
I think so. Mr. Martin. Mr. Martin. Wake up, Mr. Martin. He's coming to.
What? Oh, what happened? Oh, is it over?
Yes, that's all for today.
And I got culture?
So far as we know, everything seemed to work.
I got a headache, too.
Would you like a glass of water?
No, I think I better go now. I gotta get back to work. So long, fellas. Professor, should we have let him go like that?
Let's look out of the window. Ah, there he is. Just came out of the door onto the street.
He's a little wobbly. Maybe a cop will think he's drunk.
Frankly, I'm a little worried about him. I wonder if the experiment really worked.
I'm worried about him, too. Because even if the experiment did work, we speeded the record up so fast. Good heavens, Professor, what if he ends up talking like Donald Duck?
Oh, Sam, you play the piano so beautifully.
Sam Witzenberg is not known as the Beethoven of Brooklyn for nothing.
I know exactly what you mean. When Myrtle Baker said you looked like a bum, you never got a haircut, I said it's because you're artistic. Not getting a haircut, I mean. Oh, excuse me, there's the doorbell.
More company?
It's probably Joe.
That peasant.
Now, Sam, don't you and Joe start anything.
Hello, Clarice.
Come in, Joe.
Nice party.
I hope you like it, Joe.
Clarice, have you made up your mind yet?
Made up my mind?
You know, Clarice, about us.
Joe, this is not the place to pursue that question.
Well, I just thought that maybe if you...
I don't know yet, Joe. Come into the party.
Sure, Clarice.
Well, if it isn't Joe. How are you, Joe?
Hello, Sam.
Sam was playing the piano.
Yeah, I heard.
Read any good books lately, Joe?
Well, we're taking inventory at the store, and I've been kind of busy.
Yeah, Joe works very hard.
A hard head? You gotta work hard, eh, Joe?
The only reason you got a soft head is you got so much hair on it, it's like a mattress.
But, Clarice says it's artistic.
Clarice says... Did you say that?
Well, Joe, I meant he looks like an artist. Artists wear long hair.
And, speaking of artists, Joe, what do you think of the new circular school of impressionistic painting?
Well,
do you think the dynamism of the blues is more effective than the interpretive qualities of the vibrant yellows?
Well, the real...
Sure, Joe. You're absolutely right. By the way, Clarice, how about you and I go to the Arts Institute tomorrow afternoon?
Oh, that's very nice, Sam, but... Joe, what's the matter?
Sure, go with him to the Art Institute. Maybe he'll get a job. They'll use him as a hair mop to dust the paintings with.
Joe!
You want to know what I think about the new circular school of impressionistic paintings? I'll tell you. I think the brushwork of Daguerre is infinitely superior to the technique of Martinelli, but that the interpretive approach of both of them is immature.
Joe.
You're so smart, Sam Witzenberg. Let me ask you a few questions. Why does Gregory Thompson, the British impressionist, conceive all legendary characters in his paintings as cubistic? Why?
Well, because why, Sam? I don't know.
Sam, you don't know? You don't know they're cubistic because Thompson is a cubist and not a circular school at all? You didn't know that, huh?
But
You're a blockhead. So you, of all people, should know a cubist. Now, let me tell you something else. The important news in art circles is the recrudescence of 19th century painting with particular emphasis on the portraiture of that period. In fact, I think I will go myself tomorrow to the Art Institute and just look at that 19th century stuff. Would you like to come, Clarice?
Joe.
Okay. Now, we can't go tomorrow. It's Friday. I gotta finish inventory.
Oh, that's all right, Joe. We'll go Saturday. Anytime you say, Joe.
Okay. But you only go with me to the Art Institute, you understand?
Oh, yes, Joe.
So, what are you gonna do tomorrow, Sam?
I think I'll get a haircut.
All ready for a morning's work. Where's that file from St. Louis?
You feeling all right, Mr. Martin?
Great. Like $1 million.
All from culture?
Flora, you should have been there. I was so smart, the words were so big, even I couldn't understand what I was saying.
That's some education you got.
Science is wonderful. Imagine those professors doing what they did to me. They shoot me full of brainwaves. 1 minute I'm a dope, and the next minute I'm an expert on
art? Music? Economics? Which one is it?
I don't remember.
That's not good.
Let me think. Sam was there. Art. It must have been about art because tomorrow I'm taking Clarice to the Art Institute.
If you're going there, you really must have said something.
I know, but I can't remember what it was. Flora, ask me some questions. Maybe it'll come back to me.
Why do you like pictures?
I don't know.
Yesterday I saw a picture in a magazine. Looked like 4 soap boxes in the junkyard. It was called Sunset in Hawaii. Magazine said it was a cubist picture. Does that make sense to you?
No.
Couldn't you explain it even if you couldn't understand what you were saying?
No.
You need another shot in the head.
Yeah, that's right. Flora, call the professors and make me another appointment. I gotta take Clarice to the Art Institute tomorrow. And I can't remember anything at all.
Now, Mr. Martin, please don't be so nervous. Just answer my questions.
But she's my girl. I'm finally making progress, and this has to happen.
Yes, Carl, put on the recording again. Let Mr. Martin hear it.
Yes, sir.
No obstacles of comprehensibility. Among the leading exponents of the circular school of impressionistic painting, Daguerre and Martinelli are perhaps best known. Another school which has managed to retain some influence on contemporary trends despite the vigorous onslaught of the Impressionists is that group best exemplified by the work of Gregory Thompson, who was an impressionist.
There, now, you remember that, don't you?
I don't remember it, and I don't understand it.
But we charged your brain with that information.
You charged it, you try to collect it. I don't know where it is.
Carl, I'd like to talk to you alone for a moment. Excuse us, Mr. Martin.
Yeah, sure.
You're sure the machine worked properly when we experimented on him?
When I dismantled the machine this morning, everything was perfect.
But what could have happened?
Apparently, it makes only a brief impression on the brain, about 24 to 36 hours.
Oh, that's terrible.
What's terrible about it? At least we're on the right track. In a year or two, we'll perfect it so people can remember all the time.
People can learn things even if we don't perfect the machine. But what I most regret is there's no longer a dog in the whole world who knows the Einstein theory.
Well?
I'm sorry, Mr. Martin, but obviously the experiment wasn't as successful as we had hoped it would be.
Well, then give it to me again. Professor, I just got to know about art. I'm taking Clarice to the Institute tomorrow.
Couldn't you take her to a movie instead?
But I'm not afraid anymore. Put those things on my head again. Give me 1,000,000 volts. I like it.
Well, I'm afraid that's impossible. You see, we dismantled the machine.
Huh?
We're moving it to a laboratory upstate. It will take at least a month until we put it together again.
A month? But tomorrow...
I'm sorry, Mr. Martin.
Clarice won't marry me now.
Hello, Joe. You're right on time for our trip to the Institute. Oh, I'm so excited. Come in, Joe.
Hello, Clarice.
We'll see all the pictures and you'll explain them to me, won't you, Joe?
Clarice, there's something I want to tell you.
Yes, Joe.
It's about my culture. About what I said about art the other day.
Oh, Joe, you were wonderful. I thought Sam Witzenberg had dropped dead. You know what? After you left, he said you knew more about art than anybody he ever knew.
He said that?
And you were so masterful when you told him you were taking me to the Institute.
I was?
Oh, Joe, I got something to tell you.
You have?
I made up my mind. Joe, don't you understand? I made up my mind. I accept your proposal.
You mean you'll marry me?
That's right, Joe. You got culture. We'll have a mental affinity.
Clarice, listen. Let's get married right away, today. Let's not even go to the Art Institute.
Oh, but Joe...
I'll take a leave of absence. We'll go away on a honeymoon for a month.
A month?
A whole month. And then when we get back, then we got time for culture. I promise you, after 1 month, I will absolutely be charged with culture.
Oh, Joe, this is so sudden and so romantic. Oh, but I don't have a trousseau. I need clothes.
Look, I work in the ladies' garment business. I'll go to the store. I'll get you all those you need. Only let's get married and not go to the Art Institute.
Oh, Joe, you're so smart. You think of everything.
I do?
I'll bet you even know the Einstein theory.
Next week, 2000 Plus presents a thrilling melodrama of adventure and terror. Be sure to listen. 2000 Plus is produced by Dreyer and Winolson Productions, Incorporated. In today's cast, Bryna Rayburn portrayed Clarice and Flora, Gilbert Mack was Joe, William Keene was Sam, and Mercer McLeod was the professor. The orchestra was conducted by Emerson Buckley, music composed by Elliot Jacoby. Sound, Walt Shaver and Adrian Penner. Engineer, Ed Formica. This is Ken Marvin speaking. This program came from New York.
Story of a soldier and a war beyond the moon. A GI in the years beyond 2000 plus.
2000 plus. Science fiction adventures from the world of tomorrow. The years beyond 2000 AD. 2000 plus presents A Veteran Comes Home.
I want to see
Rocket ship Luna arriving from moon at rocket cradle 4, East section.
Mommy, is that it? Is that the one with Daddy on it?
Billy, I told you before Daddy's spaceship arrived here several hours ago. The spaceship from Mars has been here since 11 o'clock.
Then where is he? Why don't I see my daddy?
Because, darling, all the soldiers have to go through quarantine and army regulations and all sorts of things.
Boy, my daddy's a space soldier. I'll bet he had all sorts of adventures. I'll bet he had...
Attention, please.
Quiet, Billy. Listen.
All relatives of military personnel of rocket ship Militant Flight 82 from Mars, holding blue cards, report to Gate 5.
Oh, Billy, that's us. The soldiers are going to come out in a few minutes. Come on, darling, come on.
Will he know me, Mama? Will Dad know me? Will I know him?
Watch where you're walking, Billy. Of course he'll know you, dear. He'll see me first, and then he'll see you.
All I ever saw was his picture.
Stand by that rope, Billy. We can see Gate 5 from here.
Boy, he'll tell me all about the war on Mars.
Oh, Billy, it's so good to have him back. 5 years. 5 long years.
Can I see the spaceship later, huh, Mom? Later, maybe?
Relatives of military personnel of spaceship Militant, please do not cross the white line.
They're starting to come out now.
Oh, look! That man there in the white uniform. He's an atomic gunner. My picture book tells all about them.
11 weeks on a spaceship getting to Mars. 11 weeks coming back to Earth. And more than 4 years fighting on Mars. 5 years. Billy, stand back. Don't cross the white line.
Flight 7, rocket ship freighter from Earth to Moon, will blast off in 8 minutes from rocket cradle 9, west section. Clear area. Clear area.
Over there, look, Mommy, a band. They're going to play music.
They're welcoming the soldiers home, Billy. The first soldiers home from the war on Mars.
More soldiers are coming out, Mommy.
Oh, Billy, I'm so excited.
Do you see him yet? Hey, Mom, that's a rocketeer with the green uniform. Oh, boy, he shoots rocket guns.
I don't see him. I don't see him yet. So many men, so many.
Can I have a drink of water, Mama? I'm thirsty.
I don't see him yet. I still don't see him.
I want a drink.
Billy, not now. Oh, look, I think that's Daddy. No. No, it's not. Oh, Michael, where are you?
I'm going to show my daddy my toy gun. We'll play space soldier together. We'll have fun.
Billy, I see him. I see your daddy.
Where? Which one is he?
Wave to him, Billy. He's looking around to see if we're here. In the yellow uniform, over there. Michael, darling, here we are, Michael.
He sees us, Mommy. He's running to us. He's pushing the other people away.
Oh, he looks so wonderful. So tired. Michael!
Mommy, why are you crying?
Because he's come home, dear. Michael's come home.
Hey, Dad, here we are. Yoo-hoo! Hey, Daddy!
Here he comes. Oh, Michael!
Mary, darling. Darling.
Oh, so long since I've held you. But, Michael, you've got to meet your son.
Hello, son.
Hello? Well, is that all you've got to say to your daddy?
Oh, he doesn't have to say anything. Just let me look at him.
Oh, you've got forever to do that now, darling. Because you're home. Our soldier has come home.
3 o'clock in the afternoon, Mom. Why is Daddy asleep?
He was tired, Billy. He wanted to rest.
He didn't talk much when we came home, did he?
No, but he will. You and he will have a lot to talk about.
Hey, I think I heard him getting up.
Well, we'll open the door carefully and peek in. Now be quiet in case he's still asleep.
It's all right. I'm awake.
Oh, well, you slept 2 hours.
Oh, I haven't been asleep. I'm just lying here.
Is something wrong, Michael? Do you feel all right?
Oh, sure. Just can't get used to being home.
I'll make a snack for you. Billy, now you can talk to your father.
Come here, son. Sit on the bed.
Okay, Dad.
I'll call you when everything's ready.
What do you want to tell me, Billy?
I don't know.
But your mother said...
Well, do you like me?
Well, of course I like you.
Will you play with me?
Well, I'm a little tired, son, but I guess it can be arranged. What do you want to play?
Soldiers, space soldiers. You're a soldier and
Play
all
something else.
You don't like me.
Just play something else, that's all.
All the kids think it's swell my dad's a space soldier. Nobody else in my gang has a dad who's gone to Mars. I told him when my dad came home, he showed me how to play real soldier and
Stop talking about it.
Yes, sir.
Don't say yes, sir, to me. I don't ever want to hear you say that. Well, stop crying. Men aren't supposed to cry. Space soldier. For 200 years, the world hasn't had a war. For 200 years, the human race finally got peace. Federated world in the years after 2000. Science flourishes. Civilization grows. Then we learn how to travel in outer space. First the moon for scientific observations. Then we go on to other planets. Mars. The one planet we know is capable of sustaining human life. And all the 200 years of peace gets rotted away because the Earth wants to explore Mars and the Martians object. New worlds to conquer. We're the Columbuses of 2000 plus. And the interplanetary war begins. We have to fight for every canal, every inch on Mars. Well, I don't want any son of mine thinking it's so great. I hate it. Hate it.
I was gonna play space soldier with...
Space soldier? What do they do? Full of the romance of Mars, the mysteries of the unknown? How can you or anybody on this particular world know what it's like in that unhuman place called Mars? Play, space soldier, play. I remember the patrol. Patrol into the red grass. Blades sharp as swords and covered with that sickening ooze of the Martian vegetation. We went on patrol, 14 of us. I was the patrol leader. All right, let's stop a minute. Halt! 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 You see anything?
Just the red grass. Wait, about 1.5 miles over there, a sand belt.
Give me your glasses. Yeah, that's right.
Wherever the grass meets the sand belt, we gotta be careful. Those sand spiders, more dangerous than a cobra. One bite and you're dead in half a minute.
Men are all wearing shin boots.
We'd better put on our masks and gloves, too. Sometimes a spider crawls up the clothing.
Okay. Masks and gloves, protective gear.
Protective gear?
Oh, no. It's too quiet. I've always got the feeling the Martians are around when it's this quiet.
Yeah, I know what you mean.
We'll go on now. Leo, you take 4 men and cover the left. Use electric rifles.
Yes, sir.
Have Mulroney take 4 men and cover the right. Torpedo pistols.
Yes, sir.
Ted and I'll take the other men and move straight on. Ted, we'll use atomic shell clips in our guns. If we meet opposition and have to blast them, Leo's and Mulroney's groups can cover us as we move around the area we've radiated. Better keep our belt Geiger counters handy.
Okay, Captain.
Let's move.
This slime from the grass sticks to everything.
Careful. Careful of those sharp rocks.
There certainly aren't any Martians on that sand belt, or we'd see them. If they're around here at all, they're between us and the sand belt, hiding in this red grass.
Look out, huh? Step away. You almost stepped on it.
Good Lord, I didn't see it. A tooth flower.
Those flowers are hard as ivory. It's a carnivorous plant. If you walk too close to it, it'll bite your leg in half.
Mars. The nightmare planet.
And we'll keep moving. And keep your eyes peeled for killer vegetation and enemy Martians.
It's getting hot.
Always gets like an oven about this time of day.
Leo's group is moving ahead. Apparently they found nothing dangerous yet.
Hello! Hello! They're waving. Everything's okay.
Don't be too sure. Look over there.
Sandstorm. Whipping across the sand belt. They come up in seconds, blast by at hundreds of miles an hour. Everybody down! Hit the track! Hit the grass! Mighty grass. Who's all over us? Those grass blades like an Indian taker lying down in a bed of knives.
Hug the dirt. Here comes the sandstorm.
Wait a few seconds. All right. Let's get up. Good.
7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12. 12. 2 men missing.
Here comes Leo.
Captain, 2 men, Davis and Martin.
What happened?
They're dead, sir. The wind tore Davis' jacket. A sand spider bit him. Wind carried a swarm of them into the grass.
What about Martin?
Don't know what caused it, but he's dead all right.
Come on. Let's take a look.
There he is, sir. His skin is natural, not blue the way it turns when a sand spider kills you.
Let me see. Good Lord.
What's the matter?
The Martians.
Martians?
I got him during the sandstorm. He must be around somewhere. Look at his back where I opened the jacket.
Hit by a sonic beam.
Right. Super sound wave gadget of theirs. Turns your guts to jelly. The Martians are here, all right. Now warn the men. Lie down. Give me your pocket magnet speaker, quick.
Here you are, sir.
Right. Leo, crawl on your belly over to the boys. Keep low.
Okay.
Let me know when you get there. Meanwhile, I'll talk on the magnet speaker.
Yes, sir.
The Martians will hear me. So here's some lingo they won't understand.
Now, get this. We got company fatigue. Be trigger happy and remember the Alamo.
Is Leo there yet?
Can't see him. Wait. He's coming on the UHF talkie. Snap on your earphones. Okay, Leo.
No sign of the enemy. We're fanning out. We're covered by the red grass. We passed word, shoot first.
Good.
That's an electric rifle.
Enemy sighted. The Jelly got one. They're east 200 yards.
Let's move in. Give them everything.
Yes, sir.
Come on, Ted.
Right with you.
Where they're trying to crawl through this grass.
Torpedo pistols. Our own group has made contact.
Leo. Leo?
Yeah?
Whoever reaches 100 yards, throw atomic grenade.
Right.
The Martians haven't returned any fire yet.
They're probably waiting till we get closer. And they'll fan the area with that sonic beam of theirs.
Shedlow's at 100 yards. He's throwing the cookies any second. Plug your ears.
Check.
That should have cleaned them out.
Well, we've got to be careful. We can't go in to see. We don't have any anti-radiation gear.
No sound from the Martians. Nothing.
Leo. Leo, any report from you?
I think we got him. Absolutely no sign of life.
Move south a few hundred yards, then east. Probe their positions.
Right.
Captain, I'm pretty sure it's all clear.
Yeah, you're probably right. I just feel conservative right now.
I'll be glad when they verify the Martians are cleaned out. This heat, this stinking grass. What a planet.
Well, at least the moon is dead. Why weren't we satisfied when we got to the moon? No, we had to go on to this forsaken... Listen.
The sonic beam. The Martians are attacking.
They must have had a group to the south.
someone. We're shattering them down. Let's get over there.
We can't help him. Just hug the dirt.
Look at all those men.
Don't you think I know that? What are two of us against a Martian patrol?
Try to reach Leo.
Leo. Come in, Leo. No response.
I gotta get over there.
You're staying here. We've got to stay here and try to get out later.
But Leo's my brother. My brother.
Well, here's your snack, darling. I hope you like... Where's Billy? I thought he was in here with you.
He went up.
To play?
I don't know.
Oh, he has been so looking forward to having his daddy back. All the kids in the neighborhood are waiting to meet you. He's been boasting about you for months, ever since we got word that you were coming home.
Yeah, I know.
Michael, is something wrong? Did you and Billy have a quarrel?
He's a stranger to me, Mary.
A stranger? Your own son?
He was just a baby when I left. I can't get used to him.
Oh, but you will. You can't help loving him.
I can't get to know him until he stops this terrible business of reminding me all the time. Reminding me of what I want to forget.
But he's proud of you, of what you've done, of what
You know, I told him what it was really like up there. He ran out of here crying.
Michael!
Well, what do you want me to do? Throw out my chest and brag about being a hero? Pretend that a planet called Mars, that Satan himself, with the aid of a few million devils, must have created, pretend that Mars is heaven? That fighting a war so far away it takes months to get there is fun for the kiddies? I'm sorry, Mary. Just leave me alone.
Michael, this isn't like you.
How do you know what I'm like after all these years? I hardly know myself at this moment. 5 years away from people. Away even from the one world in the universe that contains human beings.
But there were other men with you all the time, hundreds, thousands of them. What do you mean you were alone?
You don't understand.
Michael, darling, I'm worried about you.
A spaceship, 1/2 mile long, 11 weeks in flight, confined quarters, the same blank faces of men torn from their planet, catapulted into infinity, a fleck of controlled cosmic dust, and being alone. And on Mars, the base dug underground, living in plastic shells for barracks, never being able to move except on patrols. All of us men in a nightmare. And being alone, in our souls alone. Give me some coffee.
All right, Michael. Here you are.
Thanks.
Michael, you're home now, and you're not alone anymore.
Good coffee.
Tomorrow afternoon and evening, that is.
Yes?
I'm giving a party for you. At first, I was going to have it a surprise for you, but I think you should know.
I don't want a party.
We've our families here, and all your old friends. They want to see you, Michael. Everyone's so happy you're home.
Call it off.
But,
I don't want to see them. Can't you understand? I don't want to see them. Their smug hellos, their glad you're back chatter, their what's it like on another world and how's Mars, old man questions. They wouldn't understand the answers if I could somehow force myself to talk about it.
But it won't be like that. They love you. They're happy that
For the
you're
last
back.
time, no.
Darling, you can't go on like this. Fighting the Martians in your memories and fighting the human beings who love you. For your sake, Michael, I am not going to call off the party. Everyone is coming just as I planned. And you've got to meet them and see for yourself. You've got to understand for yourself that you're home again, on Earth. And that you have a life to live once more.
Do you mean that, Mary?
I do, Michael, darling, I do. Because I love you.
Well, I'm really a stranger in this house. Not really the head of it. Still alone. A barracks filled with chintz curtains of honor. Coffee. All right, Mary. Have your party. Without the guest of honor.
Michael! Michael!
It's good to get out of the house. Walk, I'll walk forever. Sun shining, beautiful and peaceful. Trees, tall trees, green and yellow leaves. No red grass anywhere. The birds, what wonderful sounds they make. 5 years, never heard a bird. The only creatures that ever made a sound up there were the Martian contorlies. Fat, greasy lizards that screamed like tortured souls. Look at those flowers. Blue, green, burnt orange, clean white. It's a sweet, glorious smell. Peaceful. So peaceful in which to be alone. The grass was short, soft carpet like blades. A carpet of green, cool and gentle. I'll just sit on the grass. Lie on the grass and rest. Rest and think. Think. I remember when Ted and I got back to command post. The Martian sky was dark. Clouds up there never looked like these clouds. We hadn't spoken to each other for a long while. How we got away alive from the ambush, I'll never know. And now we were coming to the base, and the commander.
And that's the full report, Captain?
Yes, Commander?
That's right, sir. The fourth successful ambush by the Martians in as many days. We're going to have to do something drastic to stop it. Air observation doesn't help. Endless miles of grass and sand. The Martians are small. Hide in this stuff. Take on its coloring like chameleons.
If it weren't for their sonic beam, those killing sound waves, they could probably handle them.
I know.
Can't the Earth Science Council work out a defense, sir?
Yes, they're trying to. But even if they do, till we get it up here, we'll all be decimated. I'm thinking of an old weapon. Poison gas.
That's an outlawed weapon, isn't it, Commander?
Outlawed on Earth, yes. But we're not fighting on Earth, Captain. Sometimes I wish they'd never invented spaceships. Well, let's not worry about it now. You may need some rest. Report to the hospital barracks. Take 5 days there.
Yes, sir.
Oh, one more thing. Lieutenant, of the 12 men on the patrol who were lost, one was your brother. Am I right?
Yes, sir.
I'm sorry.
Thank you, sir.
Now get to the barracks and get some rest. We've got a lot to do in 5 days. That's all, gentlemen.
The commander is sorry. Now get to the barracks.
Don't take it so hard, Ted.
Oh, why shouldn't I? It isn't just because Leo was my brother, but because he was someone special. Up here on this rotten apple called Mars, we're all people out of touch with the decent things of our world.
Oh, look, kid,
every man who lives up here, he's in his own vacuum. Can't believe what's happened to him. Finding himself in a place where things that are unreal to the human mind are everyday realities. But I had something. I had the one thing that made me a human being up here. I had someone who loved me, and whom I loved. And now he's dead. And I've got no one. I'm like everyone else up here now. I've got no one.
Mary? Mary? Mary!
Mommy isn't here.
Where is she, Billy?
She was crying. She went next door to the neighbors. Why'd you make my mommy cry? You're not nice. I don't like you.
I'm sorry, son. I guess I haven't been very nice at that. Come here, Billy. Son, I brought back a lot of bitterness from the other side of the universe. But a little while ago, I thought back to what another man told me on Mars. And I realized something that I didn't understand at the time. I'll be all right from now on, Billy. You and I are going to be real friends, real pals.
Can we play soldier?
How would you like to play baseball or build model jet planes together? Or go on a hike in the woods?
Gee, that'd be swell. I'd like that.
You didn't care what you did with your dad, just so you did something with him, huh?
Mm-hmm.
And all you could think of was soldier, because that's what I did. Just proves how right Ted was. To be together and to love someone. That's what makes us human beings.
Michael.
Hello, Mary.
Daddy and I are going to play baseball and have a hike and everything. Oh, Michael. Michael.
It's all right now, darling. It's all right. Your soldiers come home.
Next week, another exciting and unusual story from the world of tomorrow, from the years beyond 2000 A.D. Be sure to listen. 2000 Plus is produced by Dreyer and Winolson Productions Incorporated. In today's cast, Bill Griffith portrayed Mike, Joan Shea was Mary, Alan Shea was Billy, Charles Smith was Ted, and Lon Clark was the commander. The orchestra was conducted by Emerson Buckley, music composed by Elliot Jacoby, sound Walt Shaver and Adrian Penner, engineer Bob Albright. This is Ken Marvin speaking. This program came from New York.
And now, a tale well calculated to keep you in suspense. In a moment, Act One of Doom Machine, starring Leon Janney as Dr. Ferris, and written especially for suspense by Edgar Marvin. It's 8 o'clock in the morning, in the year 2500. On the outskirts of the great city is a large one-story house. In one wing of this house is the laboratory of Dr. Atlee Ferris, who is seated behind an enormous horseshoe-shaped desk, studded with levers and small blinking instrument panels. Morning, Dr. Ferris.
Good morning, Jack.
I tried to work out those calculations you left as best I could. I hope I have them figured right, sir.
Never mind, I won't be able to use them anyway. I lost the train of thought on that wide pattern we were following.
Oh, it's too bad, Dr. Ferris. You were so far advanced on it.
Well, I'm only human, Jack. I'm not a machine. In fact, my humanity practically conspires against me. The level of concentration I need is fantastic, Jack. But I'm not pure brain. There are disturbances, distractions, emotional upheaval.
That's what life is, Dr. Ferris. We can't avoid that.
But if there were pure brain, Jack, a mind that would hold pure thought and nothing else, that would carry out the logical sequence of thoughts into action without any deviation from its purpose, regardless of any distraction or human consideration.
There's no such thing, Dr. Ferris. It would be monstrous.
Perhaps. But it would succeed in its work. Whereas we, because we're human, too often are distracted and fail.
I'd rather fail than be just a brain.
Yes, because you're human. And you won't admit that creatures with a pure brain would be superior to you. Well, back to your work, Jack. I'm just talking to myself anyway. He doesn't understand how limited the human mind is. Yes. Yes, that's it. That's what I need. A brain that isn't human. Third audio box entry, July 7th. The first parts for my new project arrived today, and I immediately began assembly. The job was going to be bigger than I expected. My original plans didn't call for motive power, but now I see that everything will be impossible unless there is force of action. Sixth audio box entry, July 20th. Sally is bursting with curiosity. She knows enough now not to come near my workroom. Perhaps I should prepare her for the fact that we are going to have a guest in the house. 13th audio box entry, August 27th. This is probably the last report I shall make. There is complete mobility, and the concentration chamber has been sealed. Not even I could get it to change a thought once the decision trap is shut. Communicative power is slow, but there is no faltering of expression. The last thing is the will. I shall test that tomorrow. The final test.
I hear something. Is that it, Dr. Ferris?
I ordered it to report to me here in the laboratory at 10 o'clock. What time is it now, Jack?
It's just 10, Dr. Ferris. Is it safe?
We'll know in a moment.
I am here, Master. It's enormous. The most enormous robot I've ever seen.
This isn't just a robot. Inside that enormous metal body is the most advanced electronic brain ever devised. Pure brain. Maximum electronic mentality. That's what we'll call him. Max.
I could think of other names.
The real thing, Jack, is his power of concentration. His will is tied directly to action. He does whatever he decides. Nothing can stop him. Nothing can distract him. His will is as strong as the titanium he's made of. He's perfect, Jack. Perfect.
Yes, he's perfect, Dr. Ferris. You've got what you wanted, a brain that isn't human. A thing completely without emotions.
Isn't it immense?
You can see and hear everything from this control room.
Is that the robot, Mr. Ferris?
Yes, that's Max. Well, what do you think of him?
He's amazing.
He operates himself, Philip. He's not just a robot. He's a thinking machine. He's figuring out the solar energy formula right now. Jack does the manual work.
You mean the man takes orders from the robot?
Jack's not in Max's class when it comes to pure thought.
Oh, Daddy, it's humiliating to take orders from a machine.
And what's your opinion, you brilliant young physicist, Philip?
Well, as a scientist, Dr. Ferris, I have to admit admiration for your robot, Max. But speaking as a human being, I think I'd resent taking orders from it, too. I mean, having it on a pedestal.
Well, that's where Max belongs. He can do the mental job, and Jack can't. Therefore, Max leads and Jack follows. I'm not interested in your so-called human values. I have no more feelings about them than Max has. The superior always lead the inferior. That's the way it is, and that's the way it has to be.
Dr. Ferris, I can't stand it anymore. I'm not working for you. I'm working for a machine, an iron monster.
Oh, now, don't be...
He knows it, too. I can feel it. He's cocky, Dr. Ferris. He gloats over us.
Well, that's how you feel, Jack. Max has no emotions. He's just doing a job.
I don't want to be a part of it.
But he's going to succeed, Jack. Max is going to accomplish in a month what you and I have been working on for 3 years. I'm going to fly to the capital tomorrow to report on our progress. You can't quit now. I'm depending on you.
How long will you be away?
A few days, maybe a week. And the final test of the formula may come while I'm gone. You have to be here.
Well, if we're that close to the end, I suppose I can stick it out.
Fine. Now, if the test should come while I'm gone, I want you to record all the steps on the AudioVox tape recorder.
I'll remember.
Oh, Jack, there may be some danger. You're going to be trapping the energy of the sun right in the laboratory. Radiation will be intense. Now, be sure you set the thermal drums in back of the solar tube so you can graph the heat measurement. The main thing, of course, is to be positive the formula's correct before you throw the switch.
What's the chance I'll have to figure that? Max makes all the decisions.
Well, that's the one reason I'm not worried about the danger, Jack. You can trust Max. Whatever you think of him, you know that.
I suppose so.
Well, it's important that you believe in him. His mind, Jack, his pure electronic brain will do more for humanity than generations of emotional beings like us.
Home 23. Home 23.
Omega 1-5.
Omega 1-5.
Thermodyne 2-4.
Thermodyne 2-4.
Set rheostat control.
Set rheostat. Max, that's it. That's the test for solar energy, the final test.
Set rheostat control.
You sure we're ready for it, Max? Let me look over the formula.
Formula is right.
Well, at least let me see it.
Do now.
Now? Is there any reason why we must finish it this afternoon? We've been working all day. I want to look over the formula tonight, tomorrow.
Must finish. Must finish.
All right. Nothing stops you. Let me turn on the AudioVox tape recorder so we can record the steps. Not a chance to get anywhere arguing with a machine. Never tired, no emotions, no feelings. After this test, I'm through. Dr. Ferris will know I'm working out.
Set rheostat control.
Just a minute. There. Now I'll check the thermal drums. The graphing.
Set thermal panel.
Check.
Increase. Raise. Thermal 8. Radio plus.
Hot. We must be tapping the sun. Look at that control panel spin.
Thermal 10. Radio plus 8. Thermal 12. Radio plus 9.
Max, it's getting too hot. I don't think we can get any more increase.
Thermal 14. Radio plus 10.
No, Max, it won't work. I see it now. We're absorbing too much heat in the tube. We're not channeling out.
Thermal 16.
I'm afraid, Max. I'm afraid. Max is shooting heat rays. Max!
Jack gone. Heat over maximum. Need new formula. Wonderful, Max. Wonderful. It's running on solar energy. With this machine alone, this laboratory model, we could power 100 batteries. Heat too high. Yes, I checked the thermal drums. The heat is too high, but we can fix that. Take a little work, but we can do it. You have no idea where Jack is? Jack gone. Yes, you told me that, but where? Well, I suppose he skipped out. He's been threatening that for a long while. Fine time to do it, though. That's human loyalty for you, and he used to say you couldn't be trusted because you had no feelings. Nothing would stop you from finishing a job. No petty human considerations. Check audio box. Yes, good idea, Max. I want to hear the steps in this experiment. Get anywhere arguing with the machine. Yeah, that's Jack. Never tired, no emotions, no feelings. After this test I'm through, Dr. Ferris, to know I'm walking out. Yeah, just as I thought. Good riddance. That rheostat control. Just a minute. Yeah. I don't want to hear any more of this. Don't worry, Max. I'll get you another assistant. Nobody worthy of you, I'm afraid. Just another human being like Jack. But you'll be able to use his arms anyway, won't you, Max? Yes, Master.
Look, Sally, I appreciate the chance to work with your father, but I just couldn't take orders from Max.
Philip, I think you're wrong. I really do think that this time you're wrong.
Listen, why do you think Jack quit? Besides, your father never liked me, and this is his opportunity to make a fool of me.
But Daddy was very disappointed in Jack. This is your chance to make good in his eyes, patch everything up.
Oh, I don't know.
Besides, the work is so important. You keep telling me yourself how brilliant Daddy is.
Sure. But...
When this work is completed, Philip, it will mean all sorts of honors.
Will you
for
listen
him.
for a minute?
It can be the making of you as a scientist. Oh, for my sake, take the job.
You make it very hard to refuse.
Then don't refuse, Philip. I can call Daddy back.
All right, darling. For your sake, call him back.
Now, Philip, the one problem we had was the excess of heat vibration in the thermal tube itself. I checked over Max's new formula to decrease that, and I think he's got it. I've given him instructions based on that new formula. I want you to follow Max's orders completely. I'm jetting out to the Capitol again with a member of the National Thermal Committee, and I'm sure you can handle the words in my absence.
Well, I don't see why not. The way it looks, I'd only be an extra pair of hands for Max.
Just so. A very apt bit of phrasing, Philip.
Well, Max and I might as well get to work.
Fine. Max will show you how to regulate these thermal drums. Good luck.
I'm afraid we've been keeping you from concluding your experiments, Dr. Ferris, having you report to the Capitol so often.
On the contrary, Dr. Larkin, I'm in the fortunate position of being able to place my work in even more capable hands than mine.
Oh?
I don't suppose you've heard of Max. Max?
Primary field 23.
Primary field 23.
Secondary field 19. Coil 64.
Secondary field 19, coil 64.
Circumference 20 degrees.
Circumference 20 degrees. You can't be serious. Rain like that is a monstrosity. It's inhuman.
Of course it's inhuman. That's the grandeur of it. No feelings, no emotions, nothing to distract it. Just pure scientific thought at the service of humanity.
But a thing like that cannot serve humanity, Dr. Ferris. It's wrong somehow.
We've always used mechanical servants, Dr. Larkin. Right. This very jet
Oh,
ship.
no. Not to make decisions for us. It's a mistake to grant free will to any mind untempered by feelings and emotions. There's something immoral about it.
Oh, but that's just the beauty of it, Dr. Larkin. Precisely because he has no feelings, Max can never make mistakes.
Sorry, I don't believe it. No machine in the world operates to perfection.
But Max isn't a machine. Max is pure brain, self-corrected, undistracted. Here, let me show you. Just look at the perfection of his latest formula. Home 22.
Home 22.
Omega 1-4.
Omega 1-4.
See? So he bases his new rheostat setting on Ohm 22, Omega 1-4.
Omega? By Omega, Dr. Ferris. Isn't that a similar ratio?
Good Lord. Good Lord.
What's the matter?
Oh, no. Martian. Max has repeated the same mistake. It's as high a ratio as the other. It'll build heat rather than dissipate it. If Philip goes near the thermal control with that formula, he'll be cremated, burned to an ash.
Oh, Dr. Ferris, are you sure?
Fortunately, I'm very sure. That's what happened to Jack. He was... Oh, no. Larkin, I've got to go back. I've got to get back in time. If we don't get there in time, I'll be a murderer, Larkin. You hear? A murderer.
Rheostat control. Rheostat control.
Thermal panel.
Set thermal panel. Well, Max, this is the big one, isn't it? We're all set to drag in the blazing sun. You know, you're not half bad to work with after a fellow becomes used to your infernal arrogance.
Set thermal panel.
And your infernal driving. There. All right, Max, old boy. Fire away. We're on to glory.
Increase raise. Thermal 8. Radial flux 6.
Thermal 8. Radial flux 6. Wow. This certainly builds up heat fast.
Thermal 12. Radial flux 9.
Thermal 12. Radial... Oh.
Thermal 14. Radial flux 10.
Thermal 14. Machine's awfully hot, Max. There. Max, listen. I don't know about this. It's getting awfully hot.
Get away from that machine.
Dr. Ferris, what's wrong?
He's shooting thermal rays. You'll be cremated, burned to an ash. Into the control room, quick.
Hey, easy.
Now, stay there. The info glass walls will shield you. Thermal 16. Radio flux 12. Max is going to the thermal panel. I'm going to stop him. Oh, please, Dr. Ferris. You'll be killed yourself. Now stay in there. Don't come out. Now, Max, listen to me. Your new formula was wrong. Wrong. Don't touch the thermal panel. You'll be destroyed. Stop, Max. Do you hear me? Stop. Until finished. But not if you've made a mistake. Now stop, Max. Stop. Dr. Ferris, he can't stop. Nothing will stop him. That's the way you built him. He's only a machine. He has no understanding. No, he's not just a machine. He's pure brain. He must understand. Now, Max, listen. Your formula is wrong. You'll destroy yourself. Everything you've accomplished will be destroyed with you. Stop.
Good Lord. He's found the switch.
Dr. Ferris, come in here, quickly! Oh, the idiot monster! Dr. Larkin was right. It is something immoral, an inflexible electronic brain. No emotions, no soul, no reason. It's my fault, mine. Dr. Ferris! Look up! He's throwing the switch, Dr. Ferris! No, Max, no!
Suspense. You've been listening to Doom Machine, starring Leon Janney as Dr. Ferris and written especially for suspense by Edgar Marvin. Suspense is produced and directed by Bruno Zerato Jr., music supervision by Ethel Huber. Featured in tonight's story were Cliff Carpenter, Elaine Roth, Bernard Grant, and Eugene Francis. Listen again next week when we return with Heads You Lose, written by Robert Arthur. Another tale well calculated to keep you in suspense. I am a voice that no man on earth has ever heard before. I am not of this world, but no man hearing my voice knows whether I truly live or whether I am a thing of the imagination, a thing of dreams. You will hear my story in a moment on 2000 Plus. Listen.
Adventures in the world of tomorrow. Dramatic stories of science fiction from the years beyond 2000 AD. Today, the story of a horrible nightmare that wouldn't stop, even when the dreamer woke up. A story called The Green Thing. It is the year 2000 plus 175. It is late evening, and all is peaceful and quiet in Dr. Harvey Glendon's sanitarium. Outside, on the vast estate that stretches away from the main building, there are only the soft country noises, the wind sighing in the trees, the shrill chirpings of innumerable crickets. In the well-furnished rooms, the patients sleep, stretched out on comfortable mattresses and clean white sheets, the country breezes straying over their forms. In room 32B, Mr. Summers sleeps peacefully with his head on a fluffy pillow. He sleeps and he dreams.
Help me! Help me! Please!
So, in the light of the growing psychological problems facing our nation, the government has sent me to you, Dr. Glendon, to enlist your aid, since you're the country's outstanding psychiatrist.
Well, I'm honored indeed, Mr. Carley. But I don't know that there's much I can tell you about the advancement of psychiatric research that isn't being published in the medical journals.
Well, Dr. Glendon, isn't there anything that you're working on now, something definite? I know you're a cautious scholar, but...
Look, Mr. Carling, it isn't possible to announce sweeping new generalizations in our kind of science. Our work is painstaking, complex, highly subjective. You take the case of one of the patients here in the sanitarium. Oh, Betty, will you bring our records of Mr. Summers?
Oh, yes, Dr. Glendon, just one moment.
Summers is about 40, 41. He was admitted 5 months ago, suffering from a melancholia.
Here are the records, Doctor.
Oh, thanks, Betty. Now, as you can see from these notations, he's been feeling much better the past few weeks.
Mm-hmm. Yes, I see.
Until last night, when he suddenly woke up screaming in his bed. He was being attacked, he shouted, by some sort of green devil. We had the hardest job getting him under control. Now, in the past, Summers had spoken quite often of a green hat that he lost as a child. His father, he remembered, had punished him severely for losing it. In later life...
Dr. Glendon, this is all very interesting, but you can hardly call this dream analysis anything new.
Yes, it has been known for centuries.
Well, then I don't understand...
Mr. Carling, I know why you came to see me. Apparently, I haven't been able to keep my achievement as secret as I'd hoped.
That's right, sir. We've heard rumors.
All right, Mr. Carling. I've said that Mr. Summers' dream is very unusual. Now, would you like to see it?
You mean see his dream?
Exactly. I'm going to show you a motion picture of Mr. Summers' dream. Photographed from the subconscious mind, exactly as he dreamed it. I attach special nerve electrodes, and these electrodes pick up the current impulses of the brain. Then these impulses are transmuted back into pictures on the film of the machine. Really very similar to the method of wireless photography.
Here's Mr. Summers' dream reel, Doctor.
Oh, fine. Thank you, Eddie. The projector tube is ready, so I just place the dream reel in it. And there. Hold on to your hat, Mr. Carling. You're going to see an actual dream.
Yes, very well, Mr. Klauber. 3 slices of lemon drops will do. He thinks I don't see him putting the pennies in his pocket when he knows they belong to me.
3 slices of lemon drops it is, little boy.
I'm not a little boy, Klauber, and you know it. I'm all grown up, and I don't come to your store anymore. I don't even live here anymore, and you steal pennies.
All right. Get out now, little boy. Take your lemon drops and get out. Get out.
Music. I didn't know Klauber had music in his store. I don't like his music. I'll slam his door. I'll go out in the street. Now there won't be any more penny-stealing music. Oh, what's that? It won't go away. It won't go away.
Summers, I am calling you.
What's that? It's not Klauber. It's green. It's a monster with great pink eyes on long stalks. It's standing in front of me. It has claws.
You're not the little boy anymore, Summers.
Oh, no, don't touch me with your claws.
Come with me now, Summers. You are mine. You belong to me.
No. You're touching me. Don't. Help me. Help me, please.
Betty got to him at that moment, and the dream machine shut off.
Phew, some dream. What effect will the discovery of this dream machine have on psychiatric research, Dr. Glendon?
Well, I've only just perfected it about 4 or 5 months ago. We've got perhaps 40 or 50 photographed dreams in our files.
40 or 50?
Yeah. However, as far as developing new techniques and treatment, maybe years before I can get them analyzed and correlated so that overall theories can be drawn from them.
As long as that?
So now you understand, Mr. Carling, why it's a little difficult for me to answer your questions.
That dream was fascinating. I've never seen anything like it. Doctor, I know I'm presuming on your time, but I'd like to see just one more. I'll have to report on these at the government bureau.
Well, only one more, though. I'm sorry, but I'm quite busy.
What about this one here? The purple tag. What's that for?
I haven't seen that one myself yet. Purple tag means it's from the violent ward. Mr. Rolfe. Sick man. Well, we'll try it. All set?
3 white mice. How'd you do, Mrs. Kemp? For I'm climbing a wall, and there's only 2 of us. Now 1. Me, I'm all alone. Don't take that balloon.
Can't make much sense of that.
Gibberish, I'm afraid. Rolfe's a difficult case. Homicidal tendencies. Comes from a good family. Was a very successful businessman.
Shame. Can you do anything for him?
Oh, I think so. There are times when he can be reached, lucid moments, and some of his dreams provide clues. Here, see?
Now 74. That'll show him. 74. You're not frightening me. I don't believe you. You can't scare me. Oh, no. Don't touch me. Your claws. Your green claws. Oh, your green claws.
Doctor, look. On the screen. Look, there it is again. That green thing.
No. It can't be. It's impossible. Two people can't possibly have the same dream. I don't understand it, Betty. I can't understand it. I've been through all the records of both of them, Summers and Rolfe. There's nothing in their background that would cause them to have the same dream. Are you sure they haven't been together at some time?
I'm positive, Doctor, they haven't even met. Mr. Rolfe came here only a month ago, and he was placed in the violent ward immediately. He's never been out of it.
It's possible for people to have similar dreams, yes, but never to dream of the same unusual, horrible, specific subject as that green thing. Every detail was the same. The pink eyes, the claws. Makes me shudder myself. Betty, I want our dream reels, all those I haven't seen.
Oh, now, you're not going to view them all. It would take you...
I don't care how long it takes. I want to see them all. I've got a funny feeling inside, and I won't be at ease until I know, until I'm sure.
Sure of what, Dr. Glendon?
Sure that none of the other patients have had that dream. That same horrible dream of that green thing.
Dream 9, Mrs. Dorban. Shall I put the sound on?
Oh, no, not necessary. We can see it if it appears. No, nothing here.
Dream 10, Miss Farnham.
No, nothing.
I don't think we'll find anything, Doctor. It must have been a freak, a coincidence.
Keep going, keep going.
Dream 11, Mr. Craig.
Dream 21.
Nothing there either.
Dream 22. Huh. Maybe you're right, Betty. I'm beginning to think myself...
Dr. Glendon! Dr. Glendon, look! There it is!
A green thing.
Dream 42, Mr. Bradley.
Turn off the sound. Turn it off. That's it again. A green thing. Four of them, Carling. 4 dreams of that monstrous green thing.
Each one from a different patient?
And each one during the past week. Carling, there's something there. Something to make even a psychiatrist feel frightened. Carling, the patients weren't having a dream. They couldn't be. They had nothing in common but the fact that they're in this sanitarium. Why, even the nature of their illnesses are different.
Doctor, aren't you getting a little mixed up yourself?
Huh?
You saw those dreams. I saw them. And Betty saw them. I know it's incredible.
Listen, to have a dream means that you create that dream. You and nobody else.
You mean you think the patients didn't create those dreams? They're not their dreams?
There is such a thing as thought projection.
Mental telepathy?
Yeah.
Well, why should anyone want
Someone
to...
may have found out about the dream machine. Maybe jealousy or grudge or a hatred of psychiatry in general. There are many reasons. Well, what we've got to do is to find out where it's coming from. The patients must be protected.
How?
First, we've got to find out whether this telepathy is coming from inside or outside the sanitarium. Then we've got to track it down. I tell you, Carling, whoever's trying this terror by mental telepathy isn't going to get away with it. I'm not going to stand by while a lifetime's work is destroyed by a campaign of terror against my patients. I'm going to institute protective measures at once.
Anything yet, Doctor?
Oh, I still have the Garda screen beamed on the area directly around the main building. I don't expect to find anything so close, but I want to search every inch of the grounds.
You still feel whoever it is on the grounds?
Can't be sure of anything, except that I'm convinced that the staff is loyal, and I have a hunch that whoever is transmitting these thought waves will want to be close enough to judge the results.
Shall I bring the patients down now, Dr. Glendon?
Oh, yes, Betty. Go get them, will you, please? It's just possible that they may be able to help us. They may have felt currents emanating from a certain direction.
I think the Garda screen has reached its range limit, Doctor. It's repeating itself.
All right, I'll give it wider focus. I'm going into the grounds now.
Wait, there's something. A figure on the screen.
Yeah, I see him.
He's carrying a club, a stick or something. Who is it, Doctor? Can you tell?
I don't want to alarm him. I'll signal the patrol corps.
Let me. It's that red button on the wall, isn't it?
Oh, no calling. Never mind. That is one of the patrol corps. I can see his armband.
Too bad.
Well, I'll switch the machine to the north fringe.
There's another figure. Is that...
It isn't... We seem to be well guarded. Another member of the patrol corps. Well, let's hope the patients will be able to...
Here's Betty.
Doctor. Doctor.
She's alone.
Betty, where are the patients?
They're gone, Doctor. What? They've disappeared. And a fifth patient has just begun screaming in his room, the green thing, the green thing. 64, all accounted for, Doctor. The 4 that are missing would make 68. That's how many patients we have.
I checked the nurses, 8 besides Betty. And they're all here.
And the patrol corps have checked the rest of the staff. And no one has left the grounds except the 4 patients.
Unless somebody got in and carried them off.
No. No jetmobiles and no jet ships have been in the vicinity between the time the patients were last reported and now. The patrol corps will vouch for that.
There's the village.
Linfield? Oh, it's the only village for 100 miles. But it's a backwoods country village, a quaint place, never kept up to the times. No, I doubt that they have any jetmobiles in Linfield, much less jet ships.
But you can arrange for transportation there, can't you?
The inn? Why, that's where they'd go. Why didn't I think of that before? It's the center of the village, the gossip spot. If the patients entered town at all, news of them would spread to the inn. Betty, you take charge here. Carling and I are going to Linfield.
How long will you be gone, Doctor?
Until we find them. Or learn they're no longer alive.
Sorry I can't help you none, Doctor. I ain't seen no strangers, spoke to no strangers, or heard of no strangers.
Well, how about transportation, jetmobiles or jet ships?
Ain't put in any calls for jetmobile service nigh on to 2 months. Not since Miss Jennings busted her leg, and we had to send her to the hospital in the city.
Oh.
Jet ships? Why, last time one of them flaming monsters landed here, we nearly had a riot in Linfield. Darn fools all thought 'twas an invasion from Mars.
Just around a wild goose chase, Doctor. Yeah, so it seems. Well, thanks anyhow, Mr. Barker. You've been very helpful.
Haunts, he says. The blasted idiot believes in haunts. I do. Everyone knows there's ghosts everywhere. Idiot! There's no such thing as ghosts. There are ghosts. There are ghosts in every village and town.
Quiet down, you boys. You'll be getting my inn a bad reputation now.
Hey, there's the doctor. Dr. Glendon talking to Mr. Barker. I put it up to him now. What'd you say, Doc? There's no such thing as haunts, ghosts, are there now? Hey, you tell my ignorant friend.
I wasn't listening very carefully. But if it's ghosts you're talking about, well, there's never been any scientific evidence that they exist.
Haunts don't exist. That's what you're trying to say, ain't it, Doc?
That's right. Oh, come on, Carling. Let's get out of here.
Hey, ain't no ghost. This Doc's an educated man. He knows. Yeah? Then suppose you tell me what that green thing was floating around down near the caves. And we ain't the only one who's seen it. Right, boys?
A green thing? Where? What are these caves?
Right down the river. Why, Doc? You ain't going there. It's nighttime now.
Carling, will you risk it?
I've got my ray gun.
Doc, you're crazy. I'm telling you, there's a haunt. Why, there ain't a man in this whole village go with you tonight.
Well, if it's only a ghost, you needn't worry. But if we're not out of those caves by dawn, you better come for us. It won't be a ghost that's holding us. This must be the right cave, Carling. It's the only one with a brush trampled down in front of it.
Eerie as a tomb in here.
Shh, quiet. I just don't want to be taken by surprise. Have to be as quiet as possible. All right, come on. Hey, what's that? Carling, where are you? Carling, are you all right?
Oh, it's coming for me. The green thing, it's gone. It's terrible.
No, there's nothing there. You're on the floor of the cave, but there's no one near you. Nothing. Why, he's asleep. He's having the dream. That same dream.
That green thing.
Come on, Carling. Come on, snap out of it, Carling. It's only a dream. Only a dream.
Coming.
I feel dizzy, tired. What's the matter with me? I'm falling asleep. No, I won't hurt myself. Dr. Glendon. Dr. Glendon, I am calling you. You must come with me. No, I won't. I'll fight you. Come with me, Dr. Glendon. I control you now. No, the claws! No, it's just a dream. I know it's a dream. I'm going to wake up.
I did it. I'm awake. I conquered the green thing.
Did you conquer me, Dr. Glendon?
Huh? I can't be. Standing over me. The pink eyes and long stalks. Her claws. The green thing.
Right in here, Dr. Glendon. Into this rock chamber. And you, Mr. Carling, don't worry. You won't fall. My will is controlling you.
My patients. Over there in the corner. Rolfe, Bradley, Summers, Garden. Now, what have you done to them? Summers, are you all right? Bradley, this is Dr. Glendon, your doctor. What's the matter with him? Gardner, Bradley.
Nothing is the matter with them. They just don't understand you anymore. They are attuned only to Venusian thought wave.
Venusians? You're from the planet Venus?
That is right. For a long time, we have been observing your Earth, your resources, and your remarkable technology. But we did not know how to conquer you, for we of Venus have no strength or physical dexterity, only mental power.
You shouldn't have told me that. I'm going to beat that horrible body of yours to a pulpy green mess.
You hit only air, didn't you? I'm growing tired of this game. Stop. I will that your arms obey me and not you.
I can't move them. Carling, help me!
Do not be foolish again, and I will return their motion.
You hypnotized my patients the same way, didn't you? Those dreams.
A little more complicated than what you earthlings call hypnosis. But it is mind control. I have come to Earth to prove to my planet that this is the way to conquer your Earth. We will control the minds of its inhabitants and thereby control their strength, their physical dexterity. I began on your patients first because their minds are more easily controlled.
What do you want of them?
Their bodies. They can perform physical acts that I cannot. With their bodies, we Venusians can continue our investigation of your planet at close range. And we can also study the structure of the Earthling when I bring them back with me.
Bring them back? To Venus?
Do not worry, my dear doctor. I shall not separate them from you. I will also take you and your companion with me to Venus as rare prizes. Earthling, bind these two men.
No. No, don't do it, man. I'm your friend, your doctor. No, let me go. Let me go. Carlin, you shot him. You shot the monster.
Forgot about me. Maybe he didn't know the Earthlings had weapons, too, like ray guns.
Well, why doesn't he fall? He's still standing.
Did you really think you could hurt me with that? Your death rays have no effect on my body. Drop your weapon. Bind them, men.
I'll shoot them. I'll kill you, slave.
You cannot. But if you could, I would not care. There are millions more to choose from. You can kill yourselves, too. You are replaceable, except to yourselves. You are trapped. Your only escape is death.
Walls, they're crumbling. The explosion of your ray gun, Carlin. You've loosened the rocks. It's a cave-in. We'll be buried alive. The corridor, quick. To the corridor. Grab the patients before the green thing controls us again. Make them follow us. It's our only chance.
There's the mouth of the cave. Hurry, Doctor.
It's blocked. The rocks have fallen here, too.
There's one big one just at the mouth. If we can move that one, I think we can make it.
All right, help me, Doctor. I'll get the patients, too. All right, come on, then. Here. Pull. Pull. That's right. That's it. Pull. It's moving. All right, one more.
Now we can squeeze through now. You go first, Doctor. Pull the patients after you.
All right. All right, I'm out. Now, Rolf, come on. That's it. All right, Bradley, you next. Come on. That's the way. All right, you, Summers.
Hurry, Doctor.
Quick, now, come on. All right, Gardner, quick. You, all right. It's all right there. All right, now you, Carlin.
I can make it.
Help.
Good.
Help me. Earthlings. I cannot escape.
You can't squeeze through. He has no physical strength.
Earthlings. Earthlings. Come to me.
Patience. They're going to him. He still has power over them. Come on, Carlin, quick. Before they release him, help me shove this rock over the opening. Come on, quick. That's it.
No.
There it goes. Thank goodness. Hey, what's that? Look out, step back! It collapsed. The entire cave fell in.
We were just in time.
Yes, Carling. In time to save Earth from the horror of green things.
Next week, an incredible story about a man of science who dared tamper with the secret of human life. Be sure to listen to That Which Lived in a Head of Steel. 2000 Plus is produced by Dreyer and Wilolson Productions Incorporated. In today's cast, Lon Clark played Glendon, Joseph Julian was Carling, Hester Sondergaard was Miss Connors, Gilbert Mack was Rolfe, John Griggs was Summers, and Henry Norrell was the Green Thing. The script was written by Edgar Marvin. The music was composed by Elliot Jacoby, the orchestra conducted by Emerson Buckley. Sound, Walt Shaver and Adrian Penner. Engineer, Bob Albrecht. This is Ken Martin.
It was like a terrible nightmare. Even now, I sometimes wake from a dream and find myself shaking from the memory of it. I'll never forget when I first saw him. A man so monstrous, so unhuman, that I refused to think it could ever happen again to anyone else. But who can be sure? Others have had the same idea. Oh, yes, the law forbids it, but laws are broken every day. Will it happen again to someone else? Someday, in the future? Perhaps. Perhaps it will happen to many. I don't want to see it.
To hear the story of this strange monster, listen in a moment to 2000 Plus. Adventures in the world of tomorrow. Dramatic stories of science fiction from the years beyond 2000 AD. Today, an amazing story of science uncontrolled. The giant walks.
You are monsters. That's it. Fight to fill your slimy stomachs. Feed the rats, the doctor says. Always feed the rats. As if you weren't big enough already. If I had my way, I'd kill all you rats. That's what I'd do.
I wouldn't go close to them, Hawkins. A rat 4 feet long can be quite a nasty little thing.
Oh, yes, Dr. Ellsworth.
Is everything ready, Weston?
Yes, Dr. Ellsworth.
Barstow?
Yes, sir.
Then open the cage.
Look at it go. I've never seen a rat run a maze so rapidly.
Check that gold gradient, Weston.
Yes, Doctor. The rat's in the food box now. Let me see. 11.8.
There. You see, Weston? Not an unusual intelligence, just high. Well above that of the average rat. Look at them. The power in those legs. Barstow. Just imagine what they could do with their teeth if they had the chance.
It's frightening to think what would happen if all rats were giant rats. If they got loose.
It's evolution, Barstow. Merely the scientific elimination of growth barriers.
Now that your experiment's a success, we can tell the world. Your theories will be accepted. You'll regain your rightful place in science.
Not yet, Barstow. Not yet. I'm already at work on what I consider will be an ultimate experiment. It's only a matter of calculating, checking, and verifying data on the rats so we can build a larger pituitary revitalizer.
Well, what animal do you have in mind for this new experiment, Dr. Ellsworth?
What animal? Well, there's only one that I could possibly be interested in now. It's the next logical step.
Surely you can't mean...
Yes, Barstow. A man.
You wanted to see me, Dr. Ellsworth?
Yes, Weston. I want to talk to you about the experiment on human beings.
I want you to help me with the experiment.
Well, I hope you're not thinking of me, Dr. Ellsworth. I really don't think
that.
What's the
matter, Weston? Don't you think it would be valuable to give yourself to science?
Well, it would seem that there are so many to choose from.
So many, Weston? Who, for example? I'm sure that old Hawkins won't do. And we really can't kidnap anyone.
But, Dr. Ellsworth, I'd
say it would be a great honor to be the first real Superman on Earth.
Well, how about Barstow?
Exactly, Weston. Just what I was leading up to. You seem relieved. Yes. In Barstow, we have a real physical specimen. And he seems to have quite a boundless enthusiasm for the future of mankind. An attitude you apparently don't share.
Well, how could we get him to agree to it?
Psychology, Weston. It's merely a matter of appealing in the proper manner to his scientific judgment and sense of fair play. Now, here is what I want you to do when he gets back. Well, glad to see you back, Barstow.
Dr. Ellsworth, Weston tells me you're ready to begin the final experiments on man.
Yes, Barstow, I soon hope to be the first of a new race. A race that will make the man of today look like a pygmy, puny and insignificant. If the experiment succeeds, my physical size will double or even triple. I'll be able to live at least 300 years instead of the 100 or so odd years a man can expect today. The brain cells will probably also expand, giving me an intelligence that will make you and Weston look like products of the Stone Age.
Well, I don't think it's fair for you to sacrifice yourself. It's not fair to humanity. If you die, there'll be nobody to carry on.
You know these experiments are illegal. We could never find another subject. It would have to be one of us three or nobody.
Well, I'd be willing to take the chance, Dr. Ellsworth. And so would I. You can't go through with this, Dr. Ellsworth. You're needed to direct the experiment.
Gentlemen, I see you have the true scientific spirit. Well, since I am unwilling to give up my right to be the subject, and you're unwilling to let me be the subject, then there's only one way out.
What's that?
We'll draw lots. If you agree, leave the decision up to fate.
That sounds like a good idea. Don't you think so, Barstow? Why, sure, I guess so.
Well, it's the only way out, my boy. One of us must be the guinea pig. Now, I'll tear 3 strips of paper. Now, the lots are arranged in my hand. Whoever gets the short one will submit to the experiment, and there'll be no further objection from any of us. Agreed?
Agreed. Right.
Choose, gentlemen. Weston? Barstow? Myself.
I've drawn the short one.
Yes.
I'd like some time to see Barbara, Dr. Ellsworth, before the experiment.
I'll give you 3 weeks to straighten out your affairs, Barstow. Then I'll expect you back at the laboratory.
Contacts are wide open.
Cut the circuit, Weston. That's enough. Well, Barstow, are you ready?
Quite ready, Dr. Ellsworth.
As you know, it may be painful at first, but after the primary series, I don't think you'll notice much.
I'm not worried, Dr. Ellsworth.
No, of course not. Well, good luck, my boy.
Thank you, sir.
Contacts open, Weston?
Yes, Doctor.
Then pipe the circuit. Now, that's fine. Now, keep it steady at 3,000. Prepare for the first injection. We'll give him 5 electronic unit charges. Valve open. How are you feeling, Barstow?
Pain. My whole body is numb. You've got to stop the experiment, Dr. Ellsworth.
He's out again. Dr. Ellsworth, you think we're doing the right thing? His heartbeat has slowed down so much, I'm afraid.
What, Weston? You're not losing a nerve, are you?
Oh, no. It's only that I thought...
Don't do any thinking, Weston. I'll do that part of it. You just check the regenerator charts.
Very well, Dr. Ellsworth.
Nothing is going to keep me from completing this experiment. And I warn you not to try to interfere, Weston. I'll close the circuit. We'll inject again. 100 cc's. Valve open.
Believe it, Dr. Ellsworth. Look at him. 12 feet tall, and he weighs 750 pounds.
Of course, Weston. As I told you, there's very little difference, really, between a rat and a man. We're all animals.
But, Doctor, he hasn't given much sign of life during the past few days. You think his body can stand the strain of all this growth?
Certainly. In fact, I think we'll give him the final super injection today. About 500 cc should do it.
500? But that's 5 times what we've been giving him.
Yes, Weston. We're building a new skeletal structure. New flesh, cartilage, and bones.
Contacts open.
Keep it steady at 6,000. We've got to provide the final shock for a system.
The valve's completely open, Dr. Ellsworth.
All right. Now. Look, Weston. We've done it. He's 30 feet tall if there's an inch. Barstow, can you hear me? Can you understand what I'm saying? You must talk slowly, Barstow. Slowly. You're not an ordinary human being anymore.
Look, he's getting up.
Hey, what's happening to me? Why is everything so small?
Our experiment is a success, Barstow. You're a Superman. I've made you a Superman.
But I can't move. My head is touching the skylight.
Stoop down, Barstow. There's a rolling door in the side of the laboratory. I think you can crawl through that. Easy, Barstow. Very slowly. That's it. Well, how does the world look now that you have some elbow room?
Small. The world is very small.
30 feet of muscle and bone. It's my creation. My creation. Weston, let's have the report on our testing so far.
Well, as best I can figure, Doctor, the subject can lift almost 20 times as much weight as an ordinary man. Can run approximately 60 miles an hour without difficulty. Oddly enough, though, he appears to get along fine on 4 or 5 hours sleep a night. But he's consuming food at a rate that's all out of proportion.
Well, that's understandable. It's still making an adjustment. Go on.
Mentally, very superior. He appears to be able to solve the most complicated problems right in his head.
It's all just as I predicted.
But this morning, though, after I just finished giving him the work test, he pulled up a tree by the roots and waved it at me. It was frightening. I ran, and he began laughing. It sounded more like thunder.
Weston, you're letting your imagination run away with you. It's quite obvious what's the matter. He's not getting enough exercise. We've got to give him more physical work to do. Come on.
There he is. Just sitting on that hill and staring.
Barstow!
Yes, Dr. Ellsworth.
I want you to take this special shovel we've made for you and dig a trench. Weston will mark it out for you and check your working speed.
All right, Dr. Ellsworth. Whatever you say.
See? It's quite simple. You've just got to keep him occupied.
Dr. Ellsworth, I'd like to ask you a question.
Yes?
What are we going to do with Barstow? I mean, when are we going to tell the world about it? We can't go on continually this way.
Of course we can. And once we're sure of ourselves, we'll get other men. We'll make giants of them. We're building a race, Weston. A race of supermen with which we can rule the world. We've only to learn how to control Barstow so he'll respond to our every command. And then we'll build an army.
Doctor, that's not right.
You know, Weston, you're a good assistant. It's only when you think that you get into trouble.
Barstow, are you awake?
What do you want?
I must talk to you. Dr. Ellsworth wants to use me for the next experiment.
Oh? What's that to me?
I don't think you understand. He's working on a method to control you electronically as a giant. It's what he's been waiting for. And when he can finally control you, he'll begin to make more giants. He wants to build an army of giants so he can take over the world.
That isn't true. Dr. Ellsworth is interested only in science. You just don't want to be a freak as I am. Cut off from everything. Just because I was unlucky at drawing lots.
No. Not unlucky, Barstow. Framed. Dr. Ellsworth and I agreed to volunteer just to get you to volunteer. We arranged the lot so that you would be chosen. Now, please, Barstow. That's why I let you know. I wanted you to do something about it before it's too late. Here, what are you going to do? Where are you going?
Dr. Ellsworth.
Barstow, what are you doing at my window?
I've come to tell you I can't go on with these experiments. I'm through, Dr. Ellsworth.
You're raving, Barstow. Go back to your quarters in the barn and we'll talk about it in the morning.
I can't go back to the barn.
Why not?
I'm tired of living in the barn. I knocked it down.
Calm down, Barstow. Calm down before you do any more damage.
Yes, Dr. Ellsworth, that's just what you'd like, isn't it? For me to calm down, to become nothing but a giant tool in your hands, a tool for conquest and revenge. Isn't that so, Dr. Ellsworth?
I don't know what you're talking about.
You know, all right. And what's more important, I know, Dr. Ellsworth. I know that you tricked me into volunteering for this experiment.
What if I did? You were the best physical specimen.
You'd stop at nothing to carry out your hideous experiments. Future of mankind. That's a good one. You're not interested in mankind at all. You're only interested in building a super race for your own ends. You want an army of giants so you can take over the world.
You're mad, Barstow. You are my subject, and you have no right to behave this way. If I had the control of finish... You knocked out that wall.
Yes, Dr. Ellsworth. And that's just what I ought to do to you. You have no more right to live than I. How much strength does it take for a 30-foot man to kill an ordinary man with his fist, Dr. Ellsworth? Figure that out.
What are you going to do?
I'm not going to do anything to you. I'm going to let the World Science Council know about your experiments. They'll know what to do about you.
But you can't leave. You're a monstrosity. The world won't understand you, Barstow. Besides, you have an obligation. You must sacrifice yourself for science.
He's gone?
Yes, all my plans ruined.
Yes.
Weston, you did this to me. You told him about my plans.
Yes, Dr. Ellsworth, I did.
You've ruined the experiment, Weston. You betrayed science. You have no right to live.
Who are you to decide these things?
Come inside, Weston, now.
A gun?
Right. Come along now, Weston. There's one last experiment I want to perform. I'm
curious to see how a man can stand up against a giant rat. No, please, Ellsworth. I'll do anything you want. I don't want to die. I'll be the subject of a new experiment. Too late, Weston. Should have thought of those things before. Stand still. There. Right by the cage. No. Don't push me in. No. Take your hands off me. No.
Sure glad the old man let me have the jet try tonight.
Oh, it's a lovely night to go riding with you, Bob.
Say, Helen, you hear something?
The motor, you mean?
No, listen.
I hear it now, too.
I can't imagine it. Oh, well, I guess...
Oh, Bob, over there!
It looks like a man,
So
but
big! Oh, Bob!
it's a giant standing in the road in front of us there.
Turn the car around, quick!
He's lifting us with his hand.
Why are you afraid of me? I just want to talk to you. I won't hurt you.
Put us down, you monster.
I'm not a monster. I'm not.
Oh, we're back on the road. He didn't hurt us.
What are you going to do?
I'm going to the police. They've got to know about this giant.
Calling all rockets, ground and space patrol. Converge on sector 47 immediately. Strange creature molesting jet travelers on Highway 9. Reported human interference. 30 to 40 feet high. May be dangerous. Repeat, may be dangerous.
Reverse rockets, Jim. This is our meet. Just our luck. Probably an invader from Mars.
To all rockets, check destroyer guns before moving into danger area. Repeat, check all weapons.
See anything yet, Jim? Nothing, sir. Hold on. There's something moving in field 7. Well, I'll be. It's a man. But what a man. Rocket 117 to control tower. Located creature moving rapidly in the direction of McKenna City. We're closing in.
Very good, 117. Keep on it. We'll have all available rocket cars join you.
Okay, Tim, we're near enough now. Safety off destroyer guns. We'll fire a couple of warning shots to slow him down. Safety off. Fire. He's stopping. He's waving his hands. We'll circle him. Keep circling.
17 to Central Control.
Come in, 117. Come in.
Circling giant. Prepare to move in for a closer look. Guns ready. Orders. Repeat. Ordered. He's swinging. Reverse entrance. Reverse entrance.
Central Control calling 117. Central Control calling 117. They don't answer, Commissioner.
Confound it. Why can't we get a video screen fixed?
I'm working on it, sir.
Give me that microphone. All police jets and air rockets. All jets and air rockets. Attention. Attention. Rocket 117 has been attacked by the giant. Contact has been lost. Take battle formation blue. Prepare for attack. Prepare for attack. Good luck. We'll blast that creature out of existence.
What could it be, sir? A man from another planet?
It's possible. If we could only get that video fixed.
Oh, I'm getting it, Commissioner. Look, there he is. Good heavens, what an enormous creature.
Yes, I see it. Calling all rockets. Take elevation 3,000 and prepare to dive on target. I've got to see the police commissioner.
You can't. It's a battle emergency. Who let you in the control room?
It's about the giant. We've got to stop your attack. Are you crazy? That creature's a menace. He's knocked down one of our rockets, and now we're going to get him. But you don't understand, sir.
Squadrons at all, elevation 3,000. Targets in view. Look, Commissioner, on the video screen. We're ready to open up on them, sir. Just give the order.
No. You've got to call off the attack.
Commissioner, look to the right of the giant, near that small hill. Those two men are from Rocket 117. They're walking unmolested toward Junction 9.
Thank God they're all right. There, you see, he's not dangerous. Stop the attack.
That creature's been running berserk.
Transmit the command for all ships to hold their positions until I give the order, unless the giant attacks them.
Yes, sir. Orders to all
Now, look here, sir. What do you know about that creature? Is he from another planet? It's an Earthman. How do you know? He escaped from a government antibiotics laboratory. He was the subject of an illegal experiment. I'm Dr. Weston. I work in that laboratory. Well, Earthman or not, he's a madman. We've got to do something about him. You don't have to do a thing. It'll all be over in a few minutes.
Something's happened. I don't see the giant anymore.
What do you mean, all over, Dr. Weston?
Look at the video screen. There. That's what I mean.
Good heavens, it's amazing.
Squadron Leader 20 to Control Tower. Something's happened here, sir. I don't see the giant has disappeared. What are our orders?
All police jets and rockets. Attack canceled. Repeat, attack canceled.
So you see, Barbara, I had to thank Weston after all. He's a disagreeable character, but if he hadn't acted so promptly as soon as he found out, those rockets would have finished me.
Ellsworth tried to kill Weston, didn't he, after you broke away?
Yes, with the rats. Weston managed to get outside the cage, and they killed Dr. Ellsworth instead. Then shortly after that, the rats fell into a coma, and Weston examined one by X-ray, and he discovered that the new bone structure was in the process of dissolving into cartilage, and that cartilage into flesh, which would soon melt away. And he realized their size had only been maintained by the injections, and they'd soon be back to their original skeletal structure. That's why he went to the police.
Yes, but how did he know you'd shrink, too?
Because they stopped giving me the injections.
Oh, seeing you here like this, I can't believe all those stories in the paper about you. A horrible picture.
I can hardly believe it myself, Barbara. It's like a bad dream. Oh, yes. Here's what I came back for. Dr. Ellsworth's safe.
Oh, what's in it?
Here they are. And here they go.
You're burning them.
Years of scientific research up in flames. Huh. But I don't want another man ever to go through what I did. Cut off from humanity to be just a specimen in some scientist's zoo. I found out one thing, Barbara. Bigness isn't a matter of size. A man can be 30 feet tall or he can be 6 feet tall. It's what he has in his heart that counts. This world doesn't need bigger, more powerful physical specimens. It needs men with bigness of soul, who can love, respect their fellow men.
Next week, another exciting story on 2000 Plus. The strange adventure of a man who found nothing and was terrified. Be sure to listen next week to Alone. 2000 Plus is produced by Dreyer and Winolson Productions Incorporated. In today's cast, Joseph Julian was Barstow, Henry Norrell was Ellsworth, Lon Clark was Weston, Bryna Rayburn was Barbara, Morton Lawrence was the police commissioner, and Bruce Evans was Hawkins. The script was written by Julian Snyder. The music was composed by Elliot Jacoby, the orchestra conducted by Emerson Buckley. Sound, Walt Shaver and Adrian Penner. Engineer, Bob Albrecht. This is Ken Marvin speaking. This program came from New York. This program came from New York. This program came from New York. This program came from...
Program transcribed earlier for release to our West Coast audience at this more convenient listening time.
Central Operational Headquarters, Commander Deister speaking. This morning at 400 hours, our electronic scanners picked up on oscillator frequency an unidentified spacecraft in Sector K beyond the gravitational field of the planet Mars. Our calculations indicate that this craft will arrive in Space Sector G within the next 24 hours. Emergency directions to all defense units. Coordinate high-voltage destroyers to cover Area G. All units on alert for assault action.
To learn what happened when a strange craft from outer space came into Sector G, listen in a moment to 2000 Plus.
world of tomorrow. Dramatic stories of science fiction from the years beyond 2000 AD. Today, the strange adventure of men who dared the unknown through interplanetary space. Worlds apart.
And one thing more, Johnson. Your new alloyed spacesuit has been tested, and it's everything you claimed it to be. Light, pliable, fireproof, a splendid product. We'll want 50 of them in time for the next space flight 3 weeks from now. Can you make it? Excellent. Good luck, Johnson. Yes?
Your son is here, Mr. Grange. He wants to see you.
Jim here? Well, tell him I can. Oh, all right, send him in.
Yes, sir.
And Miss Ames, tell Robert he can start punching tape for the mechanical pilot on Flight 17.
Yes, Mr. Granger.
Hello, Dad. How are you, Jim? Dad, I've come to ask a favor of you. A big favor. Well, talk fast, son. I'm very busy. What is it you want? I want to be assigned to Flight 17. What? Flight 17? To Neptune? Oh, are you crazy? No, Dad. I've been thinking about this for months. Well, you can stop thinking about it right now. There's no opening for you, son. I happen to know there is, Dad. Goldie's down with a bad case of acceleration bends. They'll need a new rocket engineer. But you're too young, too green. I've done 42 experimentals and 3 moons. I'm ready. Ready? Well, this is an uncharted trip, Jim. A trailblazer. You know what happened to the first flight to the moon, don't you? Yes, sir. Crashed on the lip of a giant crater. Yes, and the first ship that tried to reach Mars went haywire and shot off into deep space. And still you want to make this first flight to Neptune? Yes, sir. Well, you have courage, son. I'll say that. But you're not going. Why not? Jim, it's not up to me. Captain Roberts chooses his own rocket engineer. You know, all I do is okay the man he selects. And I guess I'll be making the flight. You see, I persuaded Captain Roberts to select me. Captain Roberts on Spaceship Phoenix on flight to Neptune, calling Marshal Granger, Control Station 2. Roberts calling Granger. Are we still in contact? Roberts calling Granger. You read Granger, Control Station 2. We read you, Roberts. We're still in contact. Go ahead, Roberts. Ready to report, sir. Proceed. At the end of 120 hours of flight, conditions are entirely normal. Crew and passengers have passed safely through 5 accelerations. We are cruising now at a speed of 12 galactic miles per second. Excellent, Roberts. Continue. Astrogation reading. Take it, Sandy.
Astrogator Lawson reporting. Our position in space-time unit, 17 hours, 4 minutes to the Mars-Jupiter axis, sector G. 23 degrees off the plane of the ecliptic.
Exactly on course, Lawson. Well done. Rocket control. Take it, Jim. Rocket engineer Granger reporting. Average rocket discharge rate, 12.7. Consumption level, 19%. Available supply, 300 hours with B2 safety factor. Good work, son. Congratulations, all of you. Keep it up. Thank you, sir. Signing off. Hi. Everything okay back in the lounge, Jim? Oh, quiet a few minutes ago when I passed through. How about that chess game? Those 2 physicists still at it? They're in no hurry. 50,000 miles to a moon. Real thriller. And the music lovers wearing a groove in Beethoven's fifth. You know, I don't see how anybody... Yes.
Watch your controls, pal. We've been swinging off course.
Off course? Well, you're nuts, lad. I haven't taken my eye off the chart for a second. We've been right on the line.
I'm telling you, we're off course, Dick. 6 points. Better bring her back.
You sure, Sandy?
Am I sure?
Oh, sorry, Sandy. Stupid question. Stand by for directional correction. Standing by. Lateral deviation, 6.2. Speed 12. Magnetic index, gamma 5. Photon auxiliary rocket, 5, 7, 13, 15. Ready to discharge. Discharge. Well, that's that.
I still don't understand.
Wait a minute, Dick. Something wrong.
Huh? Wrong? What do you mean?
We're off again.
What are you talking about?
We swung into line for a second, then we pulled right out again.
Oh, but that's impossible, Sandy. There isn't any wind drift or current out here in space. Anything in motion moves in a straight line until it comes within the magnetic field of some body.
That's what I'm afraid of, Dick. I think we're caught in the toe of some tremendous mass.
What mass, Sandy? The sun, Mars, Jupiter, everything's where it belongs, isn't it? There aren't any unknown bodies floating about.
Maybe there are.
Maybe the... Like what, Sandy?
A comet.
A comet?
Yeah, a comet. That's what it must be. A wild, uncharted comet from outer space.
Look, Dick. The atmosphere gauge is way up. We're not flying through a vacuum. There's something else out there now, some sort of atmosphere.
Gas. Hot gas is forming the tail of the comet.
You're right, Sandy.
Listen. Hot gas is another thing, too.
Sounds like fluids of some kind. No.
They're fragments. You're right. All trailing behind the comet. It's hot, Dick. Hot right in the middle of it.
The ship sizzling its men.
Will be dragged clean out of the solar system, perhaps out of the galaxy.
Oh, maybe not, Sandy. There's one chance. Maybe we can blast ourselves free. Alert. Alert. All personnel to emergency acceleration couches. Prepare to discharge all port-side rockets. You know what you're doing? 127 rockets going off at one rate. You'll blow us up this. Our only chance, Jim. Here goes. 5 seconds. Discharge. Ranger, control tower, calling Spaceship Phoenix. Ranger calling Phoenix. Come in, Phoenix. Ranger to Space Patrol, special alert. Spaceship Phoenix bound for Neptune, missing 12 hours. May be lost or out of control. All units stand by to intercept signals, if any. Frequency 40,000. Relay any information to Marshal Ranger, Control Tower 2. That is all. Where are you, son? Where are you? What happened? Oh, my head. I gotta get up. I gotta see. Sandy, get up. Come on, man. I'll give... Oh. Sandy. Dead. Dick, you're all right. Good. Yes, Jim, I'm all right. But Sandy... I know. Head cracked against the control panel. 3 passengers are dead, but we're out of it, Dick. Something threw us clear of the comet, some centrifugal force. Help me up, Jim, quick. Get me to the control panel. Take it easy, Dick. All right. Here we go. Oh, my head. Jim, how's the power plant? Half the rocket engines are out, and the boosters seem to be okay. Good. We got enough to operate on. Maybe. What do you mean? The nuclear overdrive is shot. Shot? Smack by a meteorite. Jim, we got to find out where we are. We can't afford to waste a unit of power. Do you know anything about astrogation? Not a thing. Beyond the moon, I'm lost. Oh, that's great. A crippled ship lost somewhere in space and a dead astrogator to show us the way. I'll have to make a wild stab at our position. What's your guess, Dick? Well, how can I guess? We may be near Neptune or way out near some far-off galaxy. Let's take a crack at that radio relay. Maybe I've been trying all along. Can't raise a thing. Well, keep trying. It's our only chance. I'll take a look through the port, see if I can make out anything. Spaceship Phoenix calling Earth stations Mars, Jupiter, Earth. Spaceship Phoenix. Are we coming through? Can't recognize a star, a planet, an astro body. Jim, Spaceship Phoenix. Can you hear us? Can you hear us? How long is it since we blanked out? Can't say, Dick. All our instruments went haywire. Spaceship Phoenix, Flight 17 for Neptune in distress. Are we coming through? Answer us. We may have... Dick, listen. Spaceship Phoenix, you're coming through. We hear you. We got him. They heard us. No, it can't be. Give me that mic. Hello? This is Space Flight 17. We're off our course and badly damaged. Our position unknown.
We have located your position, Spaceship Phoenix. Stand by, please.
Jim, that's Earth. We're blown or sucked the world right back toward Earth.
Hello, Phoenix.
Are we still coming through?
Like music, sir.
Very well. We're going to bring you in on a beam if you're within range. Does the signal reach you? Please acknowledge.
Got you. Got you perfectly.
Good. Set your degravitators and disengage all engines.
We're in free flight, sir.
Instruct all personnel to get into acceleration compensators. We'll land at our spaceport in approximately 4 hours.
100 feet. Test landing. Ranger to engine room. Landing jet fore and aft. Discharge. 70 feet. Release airlock. Switch on landing light. 10 feet. Prepare to land. Contact. Cut forward. We've landed, Jim. We made it. Don't I know it? Come on, Todd. Out you go. Oh, take your time. We're in no rush now. You may not be, but I am. You know, right to get down, it's good old terra firma. Oh, boy, does this air smell good. What a spaceport, Jim. I didn't know we had anything anywhere that looked like this. I don't care what it looks like. All I know is that... Here comes someone. Hello. Hello there. I'm Captain Roberts of the Phoenix. Are we glad to see you? That's where you are. Hey, what's the idea? Well, you don't understand. I said I'm...
Don't move. Captain Roberts, you and your crew and your passengers are all under arrest. Elton Smith, take over the ship and seal all the exits. No one is to leave. Captain Roberts, you and your companion come this way, please.
By what authority are we being held prisoners? I want to know. I have the right to demand to know.
Captain Roberts, you're hardly in a position to demand anything.
Well, what is my position, sir?
The title is Commander. Commander Dexter.
Commander? Commander, you know that you will be held responsible for any harm to my passengers or ship.
There's no cause for alarm, Captain.
Or threat.
Simply holding you here at Green Valley for a short while till we check your credentials.
You've inspected our ship. You know we carry no contraband. Since when does an American have to have his credentials checked in his own country?
I've already explained to you that this entire area, all 500 square miles of it, is government property, devoted exclusively to secret research projects. Now, is it perfectly obvious why we can't allow you and your passengers to walk about freely?
Maybe, but it isn't obvious why we're not allowed to use the visiphone. Why we can't call our base, report our safe landing.
Perhaps not, Captain Roberts. But then, government regulations often are obscure.
Commander Dexter, we were met with guns and suspicion. Now, you say that was because secret research is going on. Yet when you contacted us above the Earth's atmosphere, you offered to bring us in here. Why did you make that offer if you didn't want us here?
Would you rather be back in space, floundering about in your crippled craft? That can be arranged.
You haven't answered my question.
We brought you in for 2 reasons. First, to save your lives, if you turned out to be harmless. Second, because it is our policy to apprehend all craft entering our space sector. We have enemies.
The high-handed method you use, I can see why.
Not high-handed, Captain Roberts. During your detainment here, you and your company will be accorded full courtesy.
We appreciate your courtesy, but we demand the right to contact Chicago here, now, and on that visiphone.
I'm sorry, that is impossible. Donna.
Yes, Commander Dexter?
Arrange for suitable accommodations for Captain Roberts and his crew. The interview is closed.
Commander Dexter,
That is all, Captain. Send out a special bulletin to the Science Institute, to all chiefs of the following departments: astrogation, navigation, anthropology, astronomy. Is there anywhere in this solar system or in adjoining constellations a body known as Planet Earth or America? Is there any community, area,
or experimental station known as Chicago. I won't do it, Dick. I won't take this lying down. No? What are you going to do about it? Think of something. I'm certainly not going to sit around twiddling my thumbs while the great Dystra checks our credentials. I don't like the looks of this place any better than you do. Sacred project, he says. For all we know, it may be the headquarters of some gangster out there. There are a lot of things about this Green Valley setup that bother me. Nothing definite. I just get a feeling that everything's a little lopsided. As if I were looking at it through a Coney Island mirror. Oh, easy now, Jim. You'll be going bad for you. Dick, I've got it. Got what? That visiphone. If we can get into Dystra's office some way, we can phone home. Oh, no. You're way off, Jim. There isn't a chance in a million. Why not? This room's not locked. They finished work for the day. We saw everybody leave. All right. We'll try it. But, Jim, watch your step with you. I feel sort of responsible for you. Here's the office. So far, so good. Try the door. Open. Inside fast. Right. It's very dark in here. Now, where was that visiphone? Oh, it's right here. Put the call in, but don't light the scanning cone. I'll use this pocket flash. You listen for anyone approaching. Here goes. Your call, please. Get me Marshal Granger in Chicago. Chicago? Where is that? Chicago, Illinois, USA. Come on, operator. USA? What place is that near? Didn't you hear me? I said USA. I will check it, sir. If you... Come in, Jim. Drop it quick. We'd better get out. There's two ladies in the car to stand back here in the corner. Hello? Hello? Someone is here. Please come forward. I know you are here. I can hear your heartbeats. There are two of you there in the back. Please come forward. Oh, this is very childish. Now, that is better. We can put on the light. Good evening, Commander Dystra. Captain Roberts. Congratulations, sir. A very impressive trick. Hearing a heartbeat across a 40-foot room. Trick? Not at all, sir. It seems strange to you. Your hearing must be impaired. You know why we're here, I suppose. It's obvious. You're trying to use the visiphone against orders. You gentlemen have abused your privileges as guests. From now on, you will be held prisoners under lock and key.
I've brought you your food, gentlemen.
It's about time. Wow, this is a fancy touch. A woman jailer.
My name is Donna, Captain Roberts. I'm Commander Dystra's assistant. We just remembered you hadn't had any food tonight.
That's very touching. Thank you very much. Take it easy, Jim. She's just carrying out orders. Donna, it was very kind of you to bring us this food, but there's something we need even more.
Well, what is it?
We need some information. We're going mad.
Well, if there's anything I can tell you.
Anything. You can start talking now and continue all night. First, where is this place? Where are we?
You're in Green Valley, Captain.
Green Valley. Where is Green Valley? What continent is it on? What is it bounded by?
I'm sorry, I can't answer that.
You're wasting your breath, Dick. She won't talk. Then, tell me this. How long have you been here?
All my life. I was born here 57 years ago.
You look like 20. How old is Dyson?
92.
And he can hear a heartbeat at 40 paces?
My hearing's even better. Listen. Do you hear the dogs barking in the distance?
Nuts. These people are a terrific hoax, or we've wandered into some weird, out-of-this-world madhouse. Good night, Donna.
Good night, gentlemen. I wouldn't try anything foolish.
Shangri-La. Yes, that's where we must be. The place someone wrote about back in the 20th century. They asked me. It's probably the place. Dick. Huh? Granger. Roberts. The window. There's someone below. Hello there. Who is it? It's me, Reynolds. Reynolds, the chess-playing physicist. Reynolds, how'd you get out? What are you doing down there? I escaped while the others distracted the guard. I'm making the dash for it. Dash for what, Reynolds? There's a small plane at the far end of the field. I spotted it this afternoon. Will you come with me? It's pitch black out there. You'll never find it. I'll find it if I have to feel my way. You're mad, Reynolds. We've got to get away, Roberts. Don't you understand? This place, it's unnatural. I've seen things that have made my hair stand on. Now, Reynolds, listen to me. Don't go now. Perhaps tomorrow everything will be all right. No, not tomorrow, now. Are you coming, Roberts? Ranger? Very well. When I come back with help, I hope you're still alive. Now, wait, Reynolds, come back. God. Oh, I hope he knows what he's doing.
Dr. Reynolds, you are out of bounds.
That's Dexter.
Come back, Dr. Reynolds. We cannot permit you to go any further. Last warning, Dr. Reynolds. Do not go near that place.
There isn't a light on anywhere. How do they know where Reynolds is?
Stay here. Stop that.
I think you're foolish to refuse the food we've been sending you. You haven't eaten all day.
Please put it down, Dawn, and go away.
Commander Deister wishes me to express his regrets. The injury to Dr. Reynolds was most unfortunate.
Tell Commander Deister he'll pay for this. Tell him I said...
The electronic beam merely paralyzes temporarily. It leaves no permanent mark. Dr. Reynolds will recover.
How did they manage to hit him in the dark?
Oh, I don't understand. We see very well in the dark. Well, good night, gentlemen. Please eat your food. Commander Deister will be offended if you don't.
Mustn't offend Deister, must we? Well, here goes this tray out of him way. It's foolish, really. We'll only get weak if we don't eat. Too weak to help ourselves if an opportunity comes along. Yeah, I guess you're right. Feel a little lightheaded already. Give me that jug of milk. Oh, yeah. Pour one to me, too. 3 days we've been here, and he could have checked our credentials a dozen times. There. Happy landing. I'm well done. Jim, look out. Hey, what is it, Dick? Why'd you knock the glass out of my hand? See the color of that milk? Green. Green? Green milk? Poison, that's all I can think of. Of course. Please eat your food, she kept saying. Come on, let's open that window and get rid of this tray. Here goes. Compliment to Jim Gresham. Well, what? When is it going to land? I didn't hear a sound. Did you see it as it went down? That heavy metal tray, that big jug, the glasses, they didn't fall, Jim. They sort of floated down. Is it as if somebody had messed around to the force of gravity? They reduced the pull of the Earth here at Green Valley, Dick. Maybe that's one of their secret projects. An anti-gravitational force. Dick, I'm going to find out. What are you climbing over that windowsill for? Dad, if it works for a tray full of dishes, why won't it work for me? I'm going to jump out, Dick. There's only one way to find out. Take a big jump. Just walking around doesn't give the answer. It's 3 stories. You'll land smack on those rocks below. Well, if I make it, you follow. And if I don't, don't do it. Wait, don't jump. Hold on, Dick. I'll be seen. Jim, you there? Yeah, I am, Dick. Hey, we made it, all right. I can't believe it. You hurt? Just a bruise. It was like a jolt at the end of a parachute jump. I think I'm going out of my mind, Jim. All those fantastic things that have happened since we landed here. The viviphone operator who never heard of Chicago or the USA. And Dexter, your heartbeat across the room. See in the dark. Donna, 57 years old, looking like a chorus girl. Green milk and a reduced gravitational pull. I don't like it. I want to get out. And there's our ship out in the middle of the spaceport, prepared and ready to go. Hey, maybe we could... Dick, I just noticed something. Yeah? Last night it was pitch dark, but now there's a full moon. What's so strange about that? Take another look at that sky. There. Over the rim of the horizon. Another moon. A second moon. What fools we've been. Don't you see what this means? We're not on the Earth at all. We've landed on some alien planet. We must get to Dystra at once. Yes, that is it. That explains the things that puzzled us. Your reference to Chicago, to the Earth. The small, strange differences between us.
It's not the differences that bother me now, Dystra. It's the uncanny, incredible similarity between your planet and ours.
Is it so incredible, Captain Roberts? We've shown you our astronomical charts. Our planet Vesta is exactly opposite the Earth, on the other side of the sun.
That's why we never discovered each other.
We are 90 million miles distant from the sun. You are
93 million miles. Well, no doubt both planets split off from the sun at the same time. Vesta is a little smaller than the Earth, and that fact, plus its nearer distance to the sun, gives us less gravity, but otherwise our development has paralleled yours completely.
Even in appearance and culture and language. You've reached precisely the same stage of development we have.
Which simply proves, Granger, that similar conditions may produce the same results.
One thing still bothers me.
Yes?
How do you stay so young? So vigorous?
That, it is simple. We live in peace and harmony. Our only concern is interplanetary threats. That's why you were so rough on us. Precisely.
Well, now that we understand each other, may I use your visiphone?
You want to call Chicago?
No. I want to call our crew and passengers and tell them to get ready for the journey home.
Next week, an incredible adventure from the world of tomorrow, when a scientist crosses the border of what is known into the strange mysteries of the unknown.
I was alone in a room 100,000 miles from Earth. My body lay dead before me, and yet I spoke and felt and lived. Behind me lay a tortured world. Before me, the moon and destiny. Again, I felt the surge of power, and had I been able to, I would have smiled. My mission was accomplished. No one knew, no one understood. If they had, they would not believe. This was a project 3,000 years old, yet no one had guessed. No one.
Listen now to 2000 Plus. Adventures into the world of tomorrow. Science fiction stories from the years beyond 2000 A.D. Today, a story entitled The Flying Saucers. It is the year 2000 plus 12. A blazing New Mexico sun shines down upon a great military installation, upon a vast, noisy field, and upon a silvery shape which seems to strain forward, ready to leap up into space. In an executive office, a man sits in his chair, his eyes on the great rocket. Behind him, a girl waits for him to speak.
Better close that window, Eileen. The noise won't let a man think.
Yes, sir.
Ah, that's better.
I'm ready, Dr. Bronson.
Get this on tape as well as in shorthand. It's for the permanent files in Washington. It's got to go out in the next jet. I'll give you a signed sheet of stationery. Send it off to make the 5 o'clock connection. You got that?
Yes, sir. Recorder on. The letter to be transcribed over your signature and sent off on the 5 o'clock connecting plane.
Right. Heading, top secret. 2, National Scientific Council. Copies to Joint Chiefs of Staff, Secretary of Defense, the President. From Andrew Bronson. Forget the usual string of titles, Eileen. Chief Department of Extraterrestrial Research, White Sands, New Mexico. Regarding defense measures against aerial visitors listed in file AA-286 as flying saucers. 1. For the past 3 months, this secret experimental installation has been visited by flying saucers. First appearance coincided with the launching of our secret flying missile, Zeus. Details in report CB-286, A, B, and C. 2. Although the flying saucers have never landed, the frequency of their visits has tripled since the launching. As reported in the files cited, Zeus has not yet returned. 3. In view of the importance to national security of this secret installation and its experiments, the reports already mentioned were reviewed by JCS and the National Scientific Council. It was decided that the flying saucers were a potential menace and that countermeasures be undertaken. 4. Zeus 2, an improved model of our secret flying missile, has been completed and armed. It is equipped with mass attraction and proximity fuse devices. Warhead contains 5,000 pounds hexenite. Firing control automatic. See file CB-344. 5. The station has been placed in condition alert. Next visit from the flying saucers is expected momentarily. In view of the foregoing, we are in complete readiness. We will attack. Repeat. We will attack. Where's my pen?
Andrew.
This one doesn't work.
I'll get it. I saw your pen in your vest.
Don't touch that vest. I'll get it myself.
Did I do something wrong?
No. There, well, you might have been hurt.
Hurt?
No, never mind. There you are, my signature. Now, on your way.
Andrew, why can't I stay?
You know the orders, Eileen. We're going to test Zeus, too. You know anything can happen. Maybe the flying saucers will come back. If they do, we'll be ready for them. Besides, if the rudder should go wrong or the hexenite detonate... No. On your way now. The jet car's waiting downstairs.
Oh, very well. But you will be careful, won't you?
Of course. Eileen.
Yes?
I've never told you...
Yes?
Never mind. Au revoir, my dear. Au revoir, my darling. Dr. Bronson to security. Come in, security.
Security, aye.
Has Miss Harkness phoned in yet?
No, sir.
Well, that's funny. I expected her to after sending off the latest reports. She should be home now. Are you sure?
Yes, sir.
Well, something must have happened to her. Send a security officer to check. What about the setup for the new test?
All ready, sir.
Oh, that's good. I hope nothing happens. Any report of flying saucers?
No, sir, not yet. But, sir, there's something funny about that. Every time we get ready for a test, even one of the minor missiles, one of the saucers appears. That's too much of a coincidence for comfort, sir.
Yes, I thought of that, too. You think there's a leak somewhere?
Yes, we've checked and rechecked. Nothing. But there's no doubt that someone's passing out information.
I see.
Of course, we'll keep on checking. Whoever's responsible...
Dr. Bronson. Radar control to Dr. Bronson.
Bronson here. What is it?
Flying saucer detected and registered. Computation center fed data. Data follows. Distance, 486 miles. Height, 50.2 miles. Speed, 5 miles per second. Estimated time of arrival at contact point, 1 minute, 58 seconds from now. Over.
1:58. Right. Alert fire control.
Fire control alerted, sir. When may we expect you?
In 30 seconds. Over and off. Are you still on security?
Aye, sir.
Clear the field.
Field already cleared. I've just sent emergency red signal. We're waiting in control, sir.
Very well. I'm coming down right now. Over and off. Let me have my headset and hand mic, Scotty.
Yes, sir.
Thank you. Bronson to fire control.
Fire control to Bronson. Everything ready here, Chief. Dolly's cleared from Zeus 2. Warhead armed.
Well done. Bronson to computation.
Computation.
Your figures checked through cybernetics?
Yes, sir. As reported, Zeus 2 should destroy flying saucers 6 seconds after blastoff. Firing time, 2200, 33 hours, 36 seconds.
Time check, everyone. Time is now 32 seconds to blast off. Condition red. I shall operate fire control remote. Strap in for firing. Security.
Security, aye.
Report.
Field cleared, guards alerted and shielded, anti-radiation up, warhead armed, Zeus 2 ready. Any further?
10 seconds.
9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, fire. Get a bearing on that trajectory computation.
Trajectory established and being fed EMAC. Trajectory correct, sir. Parabolic sound reflectors receiving. Contact 2233-42 right on the nose.
Good work, everyone. Security.
Security, aye.
Condition green. Well, boys, now to wait till someone phones in where the pieces fell. And then maybe we'll be finally knowing what the flying saucers are. Yes, Scotty. Has security located Eileen Harkness?
No, sir, not yet. Captain McDonald is here, sir. He has a man with him, says you should see him immediately.
Well, all right, bring him in. Yes. What is it?
McDonald thought you'd like to hear this, sir. This is Al Waters, a rancher from upstate. He flew down from his ranch this morning and reported to the state police. They sent him to us.
The saucer?
Yes, sir.
Where is it, Mr. Waters, the wreck?
Wreck? I didn't see no wreck, Doc.
What did you see?
I seen a flying saucer come down about half a mile from my ranch house. Saw it this morning when I was going after a lost calf.
He swears the saucer's undamaged, Dr. Bronson.
Huh. Well, it may not be the one You flew down, Mr. Waters?
Yep, got my own jet plane.
Well, can you take me up with you to your ranch, I mean?
Sure can. Glad to.
All right, we'll leave immediately. Scotty, you round up the crew, everyone. Have them load everything we need on the transport, the big job. When can I expect you?
Oh, give us 2 hours, sir.
All right. Now, Mr. Waters, let's get to your ranch.
There's the flying saucer, Doc.
Where?
You see them 2 peaks? That plateau between them, you see it? There, now the sun's hit it.
It is undamaged.
I'm putting her down.
Did you see any signs of life? Anything moving?
No, sir. Of course, I didn't get too close. I was might leery of the thing.
I understand. It's just as well you didn't.
Hey, wait till she stops rolling, Doc. Sure are excited, ain't you?
I'm afraid so. Even scientists get excited sometimes.
Sure is big, ain't she?
Yes, must be over 300 feet in diameter. Now, there's an airlock.
Hey, you ain't going in.
Was that round door open when you first saw this?
I don't know. I don't remember. If you're going in, Doc, I'm going with you.
Well, thank you.
It'll be safer. There's 2 of us. You got a gun?
No.
I'm glad I got mine then. Never can tell what you'll bump into. Don't you think you ought to wait for the rest of your gang?
I can't. I've got to see what's in there.
Okay.
Watch your head.
Right.
Inner door is still closed. Let's hope it'll open. That will.
Look at that. Sure looks complicated, don't it?
This must be the control room. I can't wait to inspect
Ain't that another door over there?
Yes. You'd better stay here. Don't touch anything. I'll see if there's anyone still aboard.
Okay, Doc. Keep your eyes open.
A larger room. This must be the crew's quarters. There's no one here. Let's... What's that? I felt giddy for a second. Well, I'll take a look through it. Eileen. Eileen, wake up. Wake up. Unconscious. Eileen. Still unconscious. How did she get here? I've got to get a doctor. Waters. What are you doing at that control board?
If you look through the porthole, Dr. Bronson, you'll notice that we're miles up. We're still accelerating. We would have been higher if I hadn't to take such care with my takeoff.
Waters, are you crazy? Who are you? Where are you taking me? Us.
You were right when you guessed that this is not the saucer you destroyed. It isn't. You were wrong when you said there was no crew on board. There is. You see, I am the crew. You should consider yourself very fortunate, Dr. Bronson. It's not everyone who can view the Earth from a distance of 100,000 miles.
You can put that gun away. Let me take care of Miss Harkness.
I've already assured you there's nothing wrong with her. Merely an advanced soporific. She'll recover quickly. In fact, here she is now.
Andrew.
Eileen, stay where you are. He has a gun.
Where are we? How did I get here?
I think you'd better sit down, Miss Harkness.
Who's he?
I don't know. He calls himself Waters.
Where are we? I looked out of a porthole.
Don't be frightened, Eileen. We're on a flying saucer.
A flying saucer?
Yes. How did you get here?
I don't know. I sent off the report, got into the car, and woke up here.
One of my operatives. I shall now engage the automatic controls, and the ship will fly itself until we get to the moon.
The moon?
Yes, that is our first stop. You see, fast as this saucer is, it would take us centuries to get to our ultimate destination. So we must transfer to a matter converter at our base on the moon, and we shall be in core almost instantly.
Core? What are you talking about?
Perhaps a little explanation is due you. We core are the inhabitants of the solar system you know as Rigel.
But that's 500 light years away.
Exactly. Although the speed of what you Earthmen have been pleased to call our flying saucers is approximately that of light, even that speed would entail a round trip of 1,000 years. True, the core are almost immortal, but for efficiency's sake, we set up a matter converter to flash us, or rather, I should say, our operatives, through space, instantaneously. Our base is on the dark side of the moon. From there, we transshift to the saucers.
But why? Why are you so interested in Earth? Why haven't you let us know? Sent representatives to the World Council?
One thing at a time, Dr. Bronson. I see you partake of your pulp writer's suspicions that we intend to take over the Earth. The truth is just the opposite. We want Earth left strictly alone for our research.
How can we believe that?
The truth is self-explanatory. We've been visiting the Earth for over 3,000 years.
3,000 years?
Yes, Miss Harkness.
But why? For what reason?
A very simple reason. Our interests differ from yours. Without research, we become bored. To spend eternity in boredom, well, we are primarily psychologists, social psychologists, while you are engrossed in a mechanical civilization. Of course, we fostered that development.
I still don't understand it.
I didn't expect you to. However, in every society, there are certain problems, shall I say, which can only be solved experimentally. We have used you humans in our experiments. It's been extremely interesting.
You mean you've been using us as guinea pigs, as experimental animals?
You may put it that way if you wish.
I still don't see how.
Through our operatives.
That's the third time you've mentioned operatives. What do you mean?
We, Core, possess no body, as you know it. We are constructed of energy. In order for us to visit Earth, it was necessary for us to construct human bodies and to inhabit them. We thereupon had an operative who could go to work on Earth.
You couldn't have gotten away with it. Someone must have suspected
you. Exactly. There were a few suspicions. So we took the memory of life on Core away from our operatives and landed them on Earth, complete with an Earth history. You may remember Alexander the Great. He was one of our operatives. And François Villon. His task was to satirize his time and to lead the unrest which brought on the French Revolution. There we had another, Marat.
Villon, Marat. It's incredible.
Not at all. As one of your Earthmen, Emerson, said, an institution is the lengthened shadow of one man. We saw to it that the key men in each age were ours, our operatives. The problems they set Earth gave our scientists much material to work with. Enough for another few thousand years.
Then our inventions, our scientific advances were pushed on by you?
Yes, like giving an ape a stick to see what he will do with it.
Then our wars, our revolutions?
Naturally, wars and revolutions are part of the research. They're all part of the master plan. But don't forget, we fostered genius, too.
Why are you telling us all this?
Surely that must be clear even to you. You are perhaps the leading scientist in America. Certainly the leading figure in the use of atomic power for extraterrestrial research, a key man. But doesn't that suggest something to you?
No. I can't believe it.
Certainly, my dear Bronson. You are one of our operatives. You've done your work. But your experiments have endangered our base on the moon. So it's time to transport you back to Core. The signal. We are approaching our base. It will be a comfort to leave this unpleasant body and to resume my right. Bronson, put down that hand.
Here, put this handkerchief over your nose, Eileen. The gas will clear away in a moment. I think it's all right now. The full force was directed at this core.
Oh, what was it?
I had a gas pen in my vest, an idea which was originated after some of our scientists were kidnapped by the Eastern Alliance. I never thought I'd have to use it on something like this.
Is he dead?
No, he's merely unconscious for a few minutes. The gas is harmless. See if you can find something to put around his hands and feet while I see if I can operate the controls. We've got to get back to Earth.
All right, Andrew.
They won't believe our story, but they'll have to believe the ship.
I can't find anything to use.
You'd better hurry.
All right. Andrew.
What is it? We haven't much time.
I thought you said the gas was harmless.
Of course it is.
But this man isn't unconscious. He's dead.
Dead?
There's no pulse, no breathing, no heartbeat. Oh, Andrew.
Now get hold of yourself. I don't know how to... If it was his life or ours, Eileen...
I neglected to inform you that a core of the upper grades can leave his body as he pleases. I see that I underestimated you, Dr. Bronson. You saw immediately that my weakest point was the human body of which I complained. Very clever.
I can't move.
I need no futile arms and hands in this form. A core carries power, for a core is power.
I take it you will rid us of our bodies, too.
Precisely.
Isn't there anything... If we promise to forget, you can make us forget.
Unfortunately, the matter is out of my hands. My orders were to recall 2 operatives.
2?
Yes. Miss Harkness was a psychometrist in her previous, shall I call it, incarnation. An excellent one, too, Draga. Or Eileen, as you're now called.
But this is inhuman.
Precisely. I am not human.
Let Eileen go. I'll go with you gladly, but Eileen...
No, Andrew. Take me instead.
The answer is the same for both of you. No.
What kind of fiends are you? Isn't there one of you with pity? Just one who knows what we feel, who's felt the agony of the millions you've made your guinea pigs?
You're speaking of sympathy? No. Yes, I stand corrected. There was one of Corps who felt that strange emotion. Carter. An odd being, as I recall.
And I suppose you killed him?
No. A core being energy cannot be destroyed. We captured Carter and exiled him to your planet. An enormous task. He was one of our greatest scientists. That makes it all the more strange, you see. He wished to stop our experiment. Well, we lost track of him, but no matter. The unfit must go. That is the paramount law of nature. Enough of these digressions. It is time...
At least let me say goodbye.
A little time must elapse before I can build up the energy to free you of your body. You may have the time. Besides, it is a new experience to me. Most interesting.
Eileen, darling, it's too late now, but I want you to know I love you. I've loved you ever since you walked into my office 3 years ago.
And I love you, Andrew. I always have. I always will.
Very touching.
Don't be afraid. My darling.
This touching of lip to lip. Very interesting. Energy is undoubtedly transmitted. Very well, Dr. Bronson. It is time.
No, take me first. Let him go. Andrew.
Your emotion is senseless. I'm merely returning the two of you to your true being.
Oh, Andrew. My darling. My darling.
So, this is your odd emotion called love? This should make an interesting report. A minor report, it is true. But...
You have done your work, O Loka. You have done your work too well.
You are not the operative I was sent for?
No. I am Carter, at last. But now with 2 centuries of power I learned on Earth. There is no core who can withstand me now. Sympathy is the ability to feel what others feel. How do you feel now, Loka?
I don't understand. Unscientific.
No. Say mercy. Say it.
Unscientific. Mercy.
There shall be changes on Core. We must leave Earth alone to work out its destiny in its own way. Now, go to the converter and await me there. Draga. My Eileen.
Andrew,
Don't be afraid. The transition is painless. There is so much for us to do on Core, so much to teach them.
Andrew, I can't. I'm so frightened.
Don't be. Your power will soon be with me. For you, too, are Core. What those fools didn't know, that emotion, too, is power. With your love and mine, we can right the wrongs Core has done to Earth. There is eternity for both of us to spend together. Eileen. Draga.
I'm ready. My darling. Now.
And forever.
Next week on 2000 Plus, another dramatic story of unbelievable adventure. The story of a world of the past locked in the world of tomorrow. Time out of hand. Be sure to listen. 2000 Plus is produced and directed by Dreyer and Olson Productions Incorporated. In today's production, Ralph Bell portrayed Dr. Bronson, Louis Van Ruten was Waters, Bryna Rayburn was Eileen, Ken Williams was Scotty. The script was written by Pierre Gerson. The orchestra was conducted by Emerson Buckley, music composed by Elliot Jacoby, sound Walt Shaver and Adrian Penner, engineer Martin Enghauser. This is Ken Marvin speaking.
All the time that I was alone, I thought of what I would do, if only I dared. And then I saw the robot.
2000 Plus. Science fiction adventures in the world of tomorrow. The years beyond 2000 AD. 2000 Plus presents The Robot Killer.
Mr. Samuel Donaldson.
Yes, sir. Happy Sam, they call me.
Yes, I know. I have friends who think your television program is very funny. I do not.
That's a living, Professor Strager. Now, may I see the mechanical man I'm giving away as the jackpot prize on my show next week?
It is not a mechanical man, Mr. Donaldson. The correct word is robot. R-O-B-O-T.
I know.
This robot is a supreme achievement of our electronics division. We worked on it for 6 years. Will do whatever it is instructed to do. I simply do not understand how the management of this corporation can think of giving it away to this public, to this magnificent mechanism.
Oh, look, Professor, this corporation sponsors my TV show. We're on 1,246 stations. We're telecast in three-dimensional color, and the Happy Sam show is the number 2 favorite in the country. The sponsor thinks it would be a good advertising gimmick to offer a super jackpot prize, a mechanical man, a robot. And I never argue with a sponsor. Now, please, may I see what I've come to see?
All right, young man, I have no choice. Come along. There it is. Experimental robot 23.
Rather. He's really something, Professor. 6 feet tall. Shiny metal. Flexible fingers. Say, how does he work?
Very simply. His electronic controls respond to ultra-high frequency waves which emanate from this microphone box. Speak into the microphone. The robot will do whatever you order him to.
Anything?
Virtually. Robot 23 has an electronic brain. Try for yourself, here.
Okay. Sing Sweet Adeline.
Really, Mr. Donaldson, what a ridiculous request. You think the best scientific brains in the country work for 6 years for a robot? Heavens.
Will you be mine?
It really tried to sing.
He's very clever, Professor. Hey, watch this. Pick up that broom in the corner and sweep the floor. Oh, boy, the housewives who watch my program will love this. What? I'll be darned. Look at there. He's doing it. He's doing it. Okay, stop sweeping. What a gadget. What a giveaway. Now, let's see, something for the kiddies, and I'll
Hey, what is that?
That kitten is the pet of Dr. Broderick of the physics laboratory, and I assure you, you cannot give that away.
I don't want to give the kitten away. I just want a little heartthrob on the show for the youngsters. Here, Kitty. Come here, Kitty. Kitty, kitty, kitty. Come here, Kitty. Now, Kitty. Now, down on the floor you go. Now, down on the floor. Go ahead. And we'll show how gentle and friendly our jackpot prize robot is with pets. Now, give me the mic.
Mr. Donaldson, what are you going to do now?
Okay, Robot 23. Go over to the kitten. Pick it up. And pet the kitty. Nice kitty. Look at that. Isn't that sweet? Boy, what a camera shot on the air. Hey, what's he doing?
Robot 23, drop the kitten. Drop the kitten.
Drop kitten.
Oh, poor Tabby.
Why, he killed a kitten. Broke its neck.
He tried to pet it, and he killed it. Well, you see what comes when fools play with science. No good will come of giving this robot away to the public. I warn you, no good will come of it.
Hello, ladies and gentlemen. Hello, this is Happy Sam the Happy Man, welcoming you to another half hour of mirth and melody. Boys, how about a fanfare? Thank you very much. Now, you know that every week for the past 4 weeks, our grand super jackpot has been growing and growing. At this moment, these are the sensational prizes in that jackpot. A free rocket plane trip for two to Paris, flying in the new 150-passenger luxury rocket cruiser at 60,000 feet, only 3 hours and 10 minutes from New York to Paris. A Caddy atomic-powered sports roadster, the automobile that never needs gas or oil. It runs almost forever. A Krylon man suit tailored to your measure. Krylon is the wonder fabric guaranteed to last 100 years. And with this suit, a special set of 14 different Krylon chemical colors. Dip that suit in the color you prefer. Wear it, then change the color with another rinse. The suit is always pressed, always perfect. 14 suits in one. A complete wardrobe on your back. And the one thing money cannot buy, more money. Yes, $10,000 cash. Now, those are our jackpot prizes. And now, tonight, we add one more prize. A prize so fantastic and wonderful, nothing like it has ever been offered to a lucky winner before. This prize is a supreme achievement of modern science. It is an entire retinue of servants in one amazing machine. It is a slave to your every command. And here it is, Michael, the Mechanical Man. A wonderful robot. Thank you very much. Thank you. And now to determine who wins this giant jackpot and who wins this mechanical marvel, Michael, the Mechanical Man, 1,000 slaves in one amazing machine. Now, as you know, ladies and gentlemen, each and every one of you millions of people watching this program on your visit screens are receiving this program via microwave. And now our computators are in action. They are channeling every microwave reception on this program. When the spinner disc stops, if your television set is on, if you're the lucky person, you win the jackpot. Wait. The computator has finished. The engineer signals that the spinner disc is slowing down. And we have a winner tonight. We picked up a set who had us tuned in. Our pretty model is walking across the stage with a name. Thank you, honey. And now, here it is, the name you've all been waiting to hear. 423 North Glencoe Boulevard in Martin Hills, New York. Apartment 5B. Mr. John Hanold. Mr. John Hanold.
Sit down, Mr. Hanold. My practiced medical eye, judging from the smile on your face, tells me that you're pretty happy that Mrs. Hanold is being released from the hospital today.
No, it's not only that, Doctor. Don't tell me you haven't heard of my other good piece of luck.
Everyone in town's been calling me for hours before I left for the hospital.
Another good piece of luck. No, I haven't heard.
Why, I won some fabulous prizes on the giveaway show, including $10,000.
Oh?
That means your bill's going to be paid. And I also got a trip to Paris and a mechanical man and Lord knows what.
That's wonderful. I congratulate you. However, I think I will forget that trip to Paris for a while.
What?
In fact, wait a few hours before telling Mrs. Hanold about your good fortune.
Oh, but why, Doctor?
Mr. Hanold, after your wife's illness, she suffered a nervous breakdown. She became mentally unstable, but she's pretty good now, thanks to what the hospital has done. However, when you take her home, she must feel she's returning to her normal life. And winning $10,000 prizes isn't very normal.
Oh, I see.
The main thing we want to avoid is a relapse. She should have a few neighbors who can drop in and see her now and then.
Well, there's Miss Barton, Virginia Barton. She lives in the apartment next to us on our floor.
Oh, yes, your wife mentioned her occasionally. Do they get along all right?
I think so. Why?
Nothing, I just wondered. Well, Mrs. Hanold's waiting for you. I know you're very anxious to get her home. Nurse, have Mrs. Hanold come in, please. I think in another month or so she'll be fine. Oh, here she is now. Hello, Mrs. Hanold.
Mary, darling, am I glad to see you?
Hello, John. Hello, Doctor.
Yeah, what did I tell you? Doesn't she look fine?
Oh, she certainly does.
John, how good it is to be going home. I'm as excited as a schoolgirl.
Well, now, don't get too excited. You got to take it easy for a while.
Is that what the doctor said? He's such a worry bird.
You do what your husband says, Mrs. Hanold, and you'll just be fine.
See? Doctor's orders.
I promise. Thank you, Doctor. You've been very kind.
I'll drop in from time to time to see you. Well, goodbye, Mrs. Hanold.
Goodbye, Doctor. All right, dear, let's go. Let's go.
John, I can hardly believe it.
Well, the doctor told me to wait until you got home before telling you.
$10,000.
And the trip to Paris. Think of it. Oh, I hope we can take it in the summer during my vacation.
And a mechanical slave, John. Where will we put it?
Now, wait, honey. You're not supposed to get excited. Oh, my boy, who can help it?
The crazy things they give away.
Oh, I'll see who it is.
Hello, John.
Oh, hello, Virginia.
Who is it, darling?
Why, it's Virginia.
Mary, I just had to come and tell you how wonderful it is. Your being back and all those wonderful prizes.
It was very nice of you to come in, Virginia. And thank you for the supper you prepared for my homecoming.
I was delighted to, darling. When John asked me...
John asked you to?
Well, yes, he was so happy you were coming back. But John, doesn't Mary's being home call for a celebration? Can't we have a drink?
Well, I don't know, Virginia. Mary's supposed to get rest. Still, well, I suppose one sip won't hurt. But I'll have to go out and get something, though. I'll be right back.
Darling, when you get your prizes, I'll have cause to be jealous of you. Cigarette?
No, thanks.
Jealous? Why? Well, you'll have two men, John and Barovas. Poor little me, a bachelor gal all alone. You know, I really think you ought to give me one of them.
Which one would you like to have?
Darling, what a silly question. The mechanical man, of course. He doesn't drop ashes on the rugs. He'll wash the dishes and put out the cat. He'll never argue.
You're lying to me. Why, Mary, you're serious. What did you expect me to be?
I don't understand.
But I do. In the hospital, I began to understand a lot of things. I know the doctors thought something happened to my mind, but all that happened was that it became very clear, very sharp. And for the first time, I began to think clearly.
Darling, I think this excitement's been too much for you. I shouldn't have come in.
Because I was here? Is that why you shouldn't have come in?
You're wrong, Mary. Everything you're thinking is wrong.
John would come to the hospital only once a day.
But he was working.
Some days he wouldn't come at all.
Mary, you know he has to go out of town on business once in a while.
I know many things. I would lie in my hospital bed and the shadows would whisper to me. They would say, "Where is John now?" While you lie in an antiseptic bed in a hospital room that is as cold as a surgeon's knife, cutting your memories to pieces.
You frighten me.
Don't go. John will be back in a moment.
I have a headache. I've got to go.
But what will John say when you're not here? poor darling. You poor, sick Mary. Yes, walk out on me, Virginia. Leave me alone. But I'm not alone as I was in the hospital. I'm home now, my home. And I'm near you. Near enough to kill you. If only I could think of how to do it.
That robot's quite a guy, isn't he?
He looks something like the Tin Woodman of Oz that I used to read about.
Well, I doubt so that he can do any of the things they said on that program. Well, my guess is they'll have to sell him for junk or give him away to some kids. Well, let's see. The directions say, turn on the racket switch for power, and then just talk into the microphone. Use simple phrases and precise instructions. Well, what's I tell him to do? He's your boyfriend.
Tell him to move the green chair about 2 feet back in the corner.
Okay. Move green chair back 2 feet into corner.
John, he's walking.
That's the darndest thing I ever saw. Look, he did it. He's going to be all right.
John, does he have a name?
A name? Don't be silly.
He must have a name. He's almost like a person. Ask him.
Who does he talk to? What is your name? Your name. Do you have a name? I see, you can't talk.
Don't ask him a question. Tell him to tell you. Do as the directions say.
Tell me your name. Experimental Robot 23.
Robot 23.
Kind of gives me the creeps.
Oh, it's wonderful.
Well, now what I do? He can't stand there staring at us. There's nothing for him to do around here.
The poker, that steel poker in the fireplace.
Well, what about it?
He looks so strong. Tell him to bend it.
Bend it? Oh, Mary, that's solid steel. He's just a tin toy with electronic nerves.
Please, John, tell him.
But, honey, he'll probably get a short circuit or something, straining himself. Then we will have to jug him. Oh, all right. Bend poker there. Bend steel poker. I see, just picked it up. But nothing's happening. Bend it. You see, I told... Good Lord.
Oh, he's bending the steel as if it were taffy.
And did you see that? Why, it's almost as if he threw it down disdaining of showing off.
Why did you turn him off?
He's dangerous, Mary. Dangerous and frightening. I'm going to dismantle him.
No.
Now, wait, don't get so excited about it. You know what the doctor said.
Don't dismantle him, John, please.
All right. You insist. But remember, Mary, you're not to give him any orders except when I'm home.
Darling, I wouldn't do anything that wouldn't be right for me. 2 o'clock. Almost 4 hours until John comes home. Lock the door. And now to make him come to life again. Speak to me. Say to me, hello, Mary.
Hello, Mary.
Hello, Robot 23. How nice of you to visit me. Every day you visit me. Why do you do that, tell me? Because I love you.
Because I love you.
Because you love me. Oh, Robot 23, how handsome and strong you are. And you are mine. You do what I want you to do. You are my slave. Say to me, I am your slave.
I am your slave.
That vase that Virginia gave me last year, there, the blue one. Destroy that vase. Thank you, Robot 23, very much. Of all the things in the world I have, you are the most wonderful. Because you love me and obey me and would do anything for me. Anything. Oh, the door. Someone there. It can't be John. It's much too early for John. I'll see who it is, and you will wait for me. Wait, as you always do. You. Hello, Mary. I'm sorry to disturb you. What do you want? This package was delivered to my door. Something you probably ordered by phone. It's marked 5D, but your name's on it. Should have said 5B. Yes, from the grocery. Oh, is that the mechanical man standing in the living room? That is Robert 23. Does he really work? He's awfully big and clumsy looking. He's come to visit me. He's mine. He doesn't love you. Doesn't love... Of course not, Mary. Of course not. I'm sorry to have disturbed you. Is there anything I can do for you? No, nothing. Go away. You saw her, didn't you? Say, yes, I saw her.
Yes, I saw her.
She's the one I hate. And John is the one I love. And you love me. Say, I love you.
I love you.
You must destroy her the way we destroyed the babes. Now that you've seen her, you know my secret. And you will kill her for me because you are my slave. Say, I will kill her.
I will kill her.
Hello?
John, this is Virginia.
Oh, hello, Virginia. This is a pleasant surprise. Why are you calling me?
It's about Mary.
Mary. Has something happened? What is it?
I rang your doorbell a few minutes ago. One of Mary's packages had been delivered to me by mistake. She came to the door.
Yes?
She acted very strangely, particularly when I asked about the mechanical man, the robot.
Well, what do you mean, Virginia? Strangely.
She wouldn't let me come in and look at him. She said he didn't love me.
What?
She was in a strange mental state. John, are you sure she's all right?
Virginia, listen, the robot wasn't moving or doing anything, was it?
Not that I could notice. But Mary's attitude and her odd remarks.
I knew I shouldn't have accepted that tin monster. Well, I'll get home as soon as I can, Virginia. Thanks for calling. Dr. Rosenblatt, this is John Hanold.
Oh, yes, Mr. Hanold.
A neighbor just called me. Mary's acting strangely. I'm worried.
I don't understand, Mr. Hanold.
Well, we won some prizes on a TV show a few days ago, and one of them was a mechanical man, a robot.
Oh, yes, you told me about it.
Well, the robot, in my opinion, is a dangerous gadget. Well, anyway, one of the neighbors reported that Mary is talking strangely about it. I wonder if you could meet me at the apartment. It'll take me about half an hour to get there.
Mr. Hanold, I hope you'll forgive me, but you've got to expect that neighbors with all the goodwill in the world tend to exaggerate the actions of the people whom they've known to have been mentally ill. I'm sure there's nothing to be alarmed about.
Yes, but, Doctor, this neighbor is a good friend and an intelligent woman.
Well, I've had a lot of experience in these matters, Mr. Hanold. However, to ease your mind, I'll try to drop over sometime this evening or in the morning. We'll have a talk about it. I'm in a meeting now.
Well, all right, Doctor. If you say so. Thanks very much.
Hello?
Oh, Virginia, this is John.
Yes, John.
I just spoke to the doctor. He thinks there's nothing to worry about, but, well, I wonder if you'd do me a great favor.
Of course, John. What is it?
I've got a few things here to clean up at the desk, so I can't get home right away. I wonder if you'd go in and stay with Mary until I get there.
But, John, frankly, I'm a little frightened.
Well, that's silly, Virginia. After all, what can happen?
door again, the door. Wait, Robot 23, and I'll come back to you. Say, I will wait for you.
I will wait for you.
Thank you, darling. Mary, I wonder if I could visit with you for a while.
Why? Why do you want to visit with me?
Why, darling, I'm your neighbor. And I thought it would be very nice if we had tea. Don't you want me to come in, Mary?
Yes. Yes, I do want you to come in. Come in and meet Robot 23.
Mary, he's moved since I saw him last. He was standing by the fireplace when I was at the door before. And now he's by the sofa. Oh, darling, that lovely vase I gave you and Johnny. It's broken. Broken in a million pieces.
I had him do it.
He did it. He did it. What do you mean?
You know what I mean. You and your lies and your deceit.
Mary, what are you doing? Why are you picking up that microphone?
Robot 23 loves me as I love John. And he won't destroy my love. He won't. Robot 23, don't do it. Kill her. Kill her.
Mary. Mary.
No. No.
Virginia, please stop crying. Good heavens, what happened?
Mary.
Excuse me, Mr. Hanover, but I think I can tell you what happened. I'm Professor Strager, one of the men who built that robot. I came to your apartment hoping to persuade you to return the robot. I heard a dreadful commotion inside. Called this patrolman in the corner, and we forced our way in here. The robot was moving toward this young lady here.
I tried to get away. Wherever I went, it came after me.
I shut off the control box and stopped the robot.
Mary wanted to kill me, John. Kill me.
Doctor, how's Mary? Is she all right? I've given her sedatives, Mr. Arnold. I'll take her back to the hospital in a few hours. All this excitement. However, I'm sure she'll be all right in another month or two.
But she tried to kill me. She tried to kill me.
For some reason, she was jealous of you. But now that we know her obsession, we can treat it psychiatrically. And she'll be all right, Doctor. She won't try to kill again. I think what might have happened to Virginia. Mr. Hanold, nothing would have happened. You see, your wife told the robot to kill. But that was not an instruction the robot could carry out. What do you mean, Professor? You said yourself the robot was going toward Virginia. Yes, of course, because your wife said go to her. A simple physical action the robot is capable of performing due to its directional mechanism. However, the command kill is not sufficiently explicit. The robot cannot kill in general. It must have step-by-step instructions as to how the command is to be carried out. You see, Mr. Hanold, I might put it this way. To strike out blindly, to kill without thinking, requires an emotional drive, the capacity to hate. And that the robot cannot do. It is, after all, a machine, not a human being.
Welcome to the series of radio dramas dedicated to the supernatural, the unusual, and the unknown. Come with me, my friends. We shall descend to the world of the unknown and forbidden, down to the depths where the veil of time is lifted and the supernatural reigns as king. Come with me and listen to the tale of the man from the second earth.
limitless reaches of space could we get any true perspective of man's place in the universe. Rarely do we forget the little worlds of our own making and pause to glance up at the beckoning call issued by the twinkling of other worlds far out in the murky blackness of space. Too many of us think of the stars as an indirect but very appropriate lighting system for a warm summer evening. We forget that each twinkle of light may represent another world, another sun, another solar system in which life may be present in a form similar or alien to our own. Only occasionally do we pause to think for a moment of what the heavens hold for the future of man. Carl Rasmussen was an associate of mine at the Research Institute. Though engaged in different fields of research, a strong friendship developed between us. Besides his work at the Institute, Carl was engaged on a project of his own, the study of the strange radio waves which emanated from various parts of the Milky Way. I didn't realize how far he'd progressed in his hobby until that day in the cafeteria.
Well, that's the extent of the progress we've made so far in our department.
I think you're doing pretty well.
I guess so. Bruce, you know about my work at home.
Yes, of course.
Why don't you come over tonight?
What's happened?
You know, I've been trying to trace down the point at which those radio waves originate.
Yes.
Well, I've done it.
Do you know what causes them?
Yes, I do.
What?
An intelligent thinking being.
Are you sure?
I'm positive. And I've been able to decipher the message you're sending.
Have you told anyone else about this?
Not yet. I want to be absolutely sure beyond a doubt. That's why I want you to come over this evening.
It's just that I wonder whether Sharon will enjoy having me over again.
Oh, she knows all about it. I want you there, Bruce. I want you to be the first to know what I've discovered.
I'll go back upstairs.
No, you stay here, too.
Well, I thought you wouldn't.
Nonsense. I want you here.
You've certainly got enough equipment, Carl.
All the latest. I'll put it on now. It'll take a few seconds for it to warm up. What time is it?
8:30.
Oh, we're right on time. I always begin receiving a signal at that time. A little more.
What's that low hum I hear?
That's the carrier wave. Yes, here it comes. He's a brilliant man. He's hopefully learned our language.
What does the message say?
See. I will try to converse with you tonight. Stand by.
How could he learn to speak our language?
I don't know, Bruce. He said he was going to try, but that was about a week ago. I guess he...
Wait a minute. This may be it.
Tolkien calling Rasmussen. Tolkien calling Rasmussen.
Can you answer him?
We're on the same wavelength, I think so. I am receiving you, Tolkien.
And I, you. We have established contact with each other, though millions of light years apart. What is the name of your planet?
We call our planet Earth. What do you call yours?
We also call our planet Earth. And are you the satellite of a dying sun, as are we?
That's incredible.
No. Our sun will burn in the universe for ages to come.
You are lucky. And how far progressed is your world? Our instruments recorded a radioactive blast some years ago. Have you harnessed atomic power? Can you travel in space?
We have really just begun to experiment with atomic power. But I'm afraid that for us, space travel is many years away. What about your people? The way you talk, you must have learned the secret of atomic power some time ago. But can you travel in space?
Yes. We had to learn the principles of space travel in order that we might save ourselves. For the time has come when an exploratory expedition must be sent out to discover a new world for us to inhabit. This is the last time I will contact you from here. This is Tolkien signing off.
He's gone. He stopped sending.
Carl, I don't mean to doubt you, but are you sure this Tolkien is real?
What do you mean?
Isn't it possible that someone's been playing a trick on you? A practical joke?
No, it's not, Bruce. I picked up the signal Tolkien was sending several months before I was able to break it down and translate it. The radio waves actually came from somewhere in the Milky Way. Tolkien said he'd been trying to establish contact with intelligent beings for almost 15 years. It was just recently that he directed the beam towards the Earth.
Carl, he said something about an exploratory expedition, and that this was the last time he was going to contact you from there. What did he mean by that?
Probably that he was going on the expedition.
Nothing else?
What else could he mean?
I see what you're driving at, Sharon. Torcaine said he inhabited a planet in a dying solar system. It seemed to me that he was quite anxious to learn of what progress we've made in the atomic field and space travel. Why would he want to know if we've mastered it?
Probably because he was curious.
I should think he'd be more curious as to what kind of life exists here. Any number of things before he'd even think of space travel.
That's right. And he also said that their instruments had recorded a radioactive blast some years ago. Seems to me they've been studying the Earth for a long time.
And why should they study our planet so closely unless the exploratory expedition intends to come here to get a first-hand view of the Earth?
You mean you think he intends coming to the Earth?
Yes.
Well, then, think of what that'll mean to us, Bruce. Obviously, they're centuries ahead of us in technological progress. Think what they can teach us.
But what if they don't want to teach us, Carl? What if they want to conquer us, to destroy us?
Well, why should they want to do that?
Because their sun is dying. They must find a new planet to inhabit or die with it. I think Bruce is right.
I don't think so. I think he's like most of us, afraid of anything new. If Torcaine does come here, I'm sure it'll be in peace. We'll return to the Hall of Fantasy and the tale of The Man from the Second Earth in just a moment. Back now to the Hall of Fantasy and the tale of The Man from the Second Earth.
It was almost 5 weeks later that the report appeared in the papers concerning the mysterious disappearance of the farmer who had called the police. The story leaked out and the newspapers carried the headlines, "Who Was It?" blazoned across their lead pages. At the time, I didn't connect the farmer's disappearance with what had gone before, but I'd learned soon that there was a definite connection. Hello?
May I speak to Bruce Marshall?
This is Bruce, Sharon.
Oh, Bruce. Bruce, I wish you'd come over tonight. I'm afraid something's going to happen.
Is anything wrong?
Not yet. But last night, Carl received a call from someone. I don't know who it was, and he wouldn't tell me anything about it.
Well, that's nothing to get worried about.
I'm not so sure about that, Bruce. Did you read the report in the papers about the farmer?
Yes.
Do you think they have arrived?
I don't know.
That's why I want you to come over tonight, Bruce. I want you to see Carl and talk to him before it's too late.
Carl, who called last night? Was it Torcaine?
Yes.
Then he did come here?
2 days ago.
And the farmer we read about in the papers.
Torcaine said the farmer tried to kill him. He was only protecting himself.
By following him into the house and killing him?
The farmer's not dead. He's being held captive on the ship.
Where is it?
I don't know. He wouldn't tell me. But Torcaine said he came in peace. He doesn't want his presence known because he's afraid it might panic our people. That's why he's had to ensure secrecy.
The papers played it up big.
The people will forget about it in time.
Who's that?
It must be Torcaine. Let him in.
Oh, Bruce, I'm afraid.
Maybe there's nothing to be afraid of, Sharon. If Carl is right, then Torcaine did come here in peace.
I thought you would be alone.
So did I, but they already know about you. They were with me when we spoke together.
They will not mention me?
I know they won't. One is my wife, the other a good friend and colleague.
Then let us proceed.
You look so much like us.
Why should I not look like you? Our worlds are very much alike. We, too, are warm-blooded creatures who developed as you did here on your Earth. Our world is much like yours, only it is older and dying as our sun is dying.
Why have you come here, Torcaine?
To see my friend, Rasmussen. I come in peace.
So I understand.
Then there is nothing to be afraid of, is there?
That's right.
I must ask a favor of you, Rasmussen.
Anything you want.
I request that we be allowed to store some equipment here in your house. That I be allowed to stay here with you.
Of course. You can stay as long as you like.
We can exchange many ideas, you and I, which may benefit both of us.
I'm sure we can. When would you like to move in your equipment?
Tonight, if possible.
Can you do it tonight?
I was sure you would agree to my plan. My equipment is waiting outside.
We'll help you if you like.
No. It is very delicate. My own people will handle it for me. Where may we place it?
In the basement.
Many thanks. One other thing.
Yes.
This does not concern you, Rasmussen, but rather your friend. As long as we remain here, I would suggest that you stay also.
Why?
You are a colleague of Rasmussen's. I should be interested in talking to you, exchanging ideas which may be mutually beneficial.
I don't think...
Please stay.
All right. I'll leave now and come back tomorrow with my things.
Let me know where your possessions are, and one of my people will get them for you. I should hate to have you leave us tonight. Now I will tell my people to bring in our equipment. After we are settled, I shall see you again.
Bruce, what time is it?
Almost 11:30.
Oh, Carl is still down there with them. I wish he'd come back upstairs.
He hasn't been gone long. He'll be back up in a minute.
Bruce, did you notice Torquane's face? Waxy and shining. It didn't seem real. It looked like a mannequin one might see in a store. And, Bruce, maybe I imagined it, but I thought it changed while he was in here, that it took on new lines, new features while he was talking to us.
Yes. I thought my eyes were going back on me, but his face did seem to change. I'd almost swear that it did.
Someone's coming. Oh, it's you, Carl.
Yes, it's I. Anything wrong, Carl? I don't know, Bruce. Remember when Torquane first walked in here? He seemed so tall and thin. Downstairs, his shape seemed to be changing. It lost form, seemed to become fluid, and then would harden back into shape when he looked at me. Then we were right. Carl, I think Torquane assumed the form of a man when he came here tonight. I don't think his body is solid. I think his true form is a semi-liquid state which he can harden and assume any figure he likes. I think he's made up of a mass of living matter.
What's that?
Someone screamed. The farmer. He was down there. We'd better see what happened. Right, you stay here, Sharon.
Be careful.
Did you talk to him when you were down there? The farmer? Yes. Was he all right? Yes, but he seemed a little dazed. Torquane? All the lights are out down there. The only light is streaming through this doorway. Look. Yes, I see him.
Do not come down here.
We heard a scream. I'll take a look at the farmer. You keep Torquane talking. Right. Why is it so dark down here?
We are resting.
Why did he scream?
He was frightened.
Why don't you let him come upstairs with us?
He will remain with us.
There's nothing wrong with him, is there?
Nothing. He's all right.
Let's go. I've seen enough. We'll go back upstairs then.
Do not come down here again unless we call you.
Bruce, was he all right? All right, nothing. He was dead. What? That's right. There was some kind of wet, oozing substance all over him that seemed to be alive. I heard something down there, Bruce. Like the bubbling of water. And yet not like it. No, it was too thick to be water. Carl, I think there's something down there that could very well destroy us all. This thing you spoke to from the other planet Earth isn't a man at all, but an oozing, undulating, living mass of matter bent on our destruction.
You are listening to The Man from the Second Earth on this week's journey down the corridors of the Hall of Fantasy. We'll return to our story in just a moment. And now, back to our story. An original tale of fantasy featuring Jim Amici, entitled The Man from the Second Earth.
We stood there in the hallway beside the door which led to the cellar and the things that were downstairs. Carl and I had heard a scream, and when we had gone down there to investigate, we found the farmer lying dead on the stairs. This thing you spoke to from the other planet Earth isn't a man at all, but an oozing, undulating, living mass of matter bent on our destruction.
When we saw him, he looked like a man.
I know. Evidently, they can solidify themselves when they need to, can assume any shape they desire, but they can't hold it for long intervals of time because the features change, melt into each other. Torquain seemed in a hurry to get downstairs. Evidently, they can't remain in a solid state too long.
Who screamed?
We better tell her.
What happened down there?
The man they held captive is dead.
Then they're not friendly.
No, they're not.
What are we going to do?
Well, I'm going to call the police.
What's the matter?
The line's dead.
Dead, but how could the...
Look.
Where?
At the window. Looks like a heavy layer of oil is covering the glass.
You're right.
Look! It's moving.
I'm going to see if I can open the window. I can't seem to move it. Stuck tight.
What about the doors?
Don't even bother. We won't be able to open them. Torquain took care of that, too.
But we have to do something.
Should never have established contact with him.
He'd have established contact with someone else then. Evidently, the conditions here on our planet are equivalent to the conditions that prevail on theirs.
But there must be other planets in the universe where the same conditions exist. In all the vast reaches of space. Surely there must be others that approximate the Earth.
That's right. They must have come here for a definite reason.
But of all the planets in the universe, why would they choose ours?
I can explain that to you.
He's right in back of us.
How did you get up here?
I came up quietly. I did not want to alarm you.
What about the farmer?
What about him?
Is he still all right?
Yes.
You're lying. He was dead when we left him.
You know then?
Yes. What did you do to him?
That is one of the answers as to why we came to your Earth. By coincidence, we named our planet Earth also. But life on your planet followed a different evolutionary pattern than did life on ours. Your life developed from the one-celled creature spawned in the depths of the sea. You became the animal you call man, with its disadvantages of never being able to change your form. We still are the protoplasmic beings that once you were. Only we developed along that evolutionary line, and you did not.
That still doesn't explain why.
I am coming to that. You live on energy converted from plant and animal life. So do we.
So why did you come here?
Because the slow death of our sun has destroyed all but a small portion of the plant and animal life on our world. There is not enough heat, and we can no longer sustain ourselves. On your planet, there is an abundance of both. On your planet, we shall establish a new world. What are you doing?
Lighting a cigarette.
That is what you call fire? Let me see it.
The matches? Why?
I want to see them.
Here.
I thank you. On our world, we never had a use for these. It is like a tiny sun. How brightly it glows and it is too warm.
You shouldn't have held it so long, Torquain.
I do not like this thing you call fire.
Look, Carl. His hand. It's melting.
You have not much longer to live. Enjoy your last minute.
What does he mean?
He means they intend to kill us soon. We've got to get away from here.
How? What can we do?
There must be some way to destroy them.
How can you destroy a living mass of matter?
Let's try to figure it out logically. They left their own planet because their sun was dying and unable to support adequate life. They feared the cold, so they'd freeze into a solid and be unable to move.
But it's the middle of summer, and we don't have any refrigeration equipment downstairs.
I know, but what's the opposite of freezing?
Heat, boiling, burning.
That's right. Did you notice what happened to his hand when he was holding that match?
Yes, it began to melt.
That's right. And he seemed afraid of it. I think there are only two ways to destroy these beings. Either to freeze them or to burn them.
We can't freeze them.
But we can burn them.
How?
This house will burn.
But we can't get out. We'll burn with it.
Maybe not. The window wouldn't move, but it might break. We can get out that way.
Well, what if it won't break?
That's the chance we'll have to take.
Let's start ripping the curtains and drapes down, Bruce. They'll burn the easiest.
Right.
Let's go.
I'll go open the gas burners in the kitchen.
Good girl. That'll help it along.
I'll be right back.
Pile them up over here alongside the wall.
All right. I just hope the rest of the house catches.
So do I. If it catches and the gas gets dense enough, it should explode.
There's some more over here.
Sharon!
I'm coming.
Hurry!
I've got everything open in there. The oven, the burners, everything.
I can smell it from here.
Well, that's the last of the curtains.
Look! Seeping under the doorway.
They must have smelled the gas.
Oh, light the fire. Hurry.
It's seeping through faster.
It's swelling up on all sides of the door.
It'll break through the door in a minute. It won't hold much longer.
Fire's catching hold. We've got to get out of here.
Let's go.
Use that chair on the window.
I will.
Hurry.
Let's hope it breaks. Here we go. It worked. Climb through in a hurry.
All right, here. It'll help.
there. Now, run as fast as you can.
The fire seems to be dying down.
They're trying to smother it. If only that...
Your house, Mr. Rasmussen. Doesn't look like we can save it.
That's all right.
What did you have down in your basement anyway? Some chemicals?
Yeah.
I've never seen anything burn like that before. Yeah, I'd better get back. Well,
I didn't think we would.
I'll never forget it as long as I live. But it's open. Yes, for a while. But who can tell what will happen in the future? What other forms of life are present in those stars you see over there? What else will come from out of the sky?
So runs tonight's tale of the unusual, the terrifying, the unknown. Join us again when next we journey down the corridors of the Hall of Fantasy to hear another strange tale of the supernatural. All characters and events portrayed in these programs are fictional, and any similarity to actual events or persons, living or dead, is purely coincidental.
Out of the night, the rocket. Under my knife, the skull.
2000 plus. Science fiction adventures from the world of tomorrow. The years beyond 2000 AD. 2000 plus presents The Rocket and the Skull.
Lieutenant, have you heard from Colonel Bradbury yet?
No, sir. I've been trying to for 10 minutes.
We'll try again.
Yes, sir. B for base to R for rocket. B for base to R for rocket. Come in, R for rocket.
Every time Bradbury's more than 5 minutes late, I get the jitters. He's too important for this project not to know where he is every moment.
Yes, sir. B for base to R for rocket. Come in, R for rocket.
Try a scanner beam. He should be on the all-clear level out of Detroit.
Yes, sir. B for base to R for rocket. Come in, R for rocket.
We can't afford to have anything happen to him. The first experiment is being conducted tomorrow morning. Bradbury's the only man who knows every step of the routine.
B for base to R for rocket. Come in, R for rocket.
You're not getting him. Cut the scanner and return to standard beam.
Yes, sir. Come in, R for rocket.
He should have left an hour earlier, and he could have taken a scheduled flight. But no, he has to work up to the last minute and then fly his own plane to get here in time.
B for base to R for rocket. R for rocket.
B for base. This is R for rocket.
Oh, there he is, sir. Beam contact at 14/6. He's about 80 miles out of Detroit.
Give me that mic. Brad, this is General Hilton. Are you receiving me?
Go ahead, General.
What happened? We couldn't contact you.
Had some trouble with my stabilizer. Thought I might have to land. But it's okay now.
Are you sure? We can't have anything happen to you.
Don't worry, sir.
The first experiment is being conducted tomorrow morning. Everything is ready for you.
Good.
The entire general staff will be there. Maybe the president himself. Is there anything you want me to have done before you come in? Brad, anything you want done? Hello, R for rocket. I'm not getting a response.
B for base to R for rocket. Come in, R for rocket. That's funny, sir. He was receiving clear as a bell. Come in, R for rocket.
He said the stabilizer had been acting up. That can mean a lot of trouble at 700 miles an hour. What's that?
Automatic distress signal, sir. Coming from Colonel Bradbury's plane. Hello, Crash Central. This is B for base. Automatic distress signal coming in on channel 420.
Colonel Bradbury flying a rocket jet X-93. Hey.
It stopped.
B for base to crash central. Automatic signals cease to register at beam contact 16/8. Carry out emergency crash procedures. Repeat. Colonel Bradbury's rocket jet X-93 has crashed on beam position 16/8. Check out. I'm glad you were able to get here, General. We're going to operate very shortly.
Doctor, it's a miracle he's alive.
It will be more of a miracle if he's alive 1 hour from now.
You've got to save him. He's an important man.
Yes, the White House called, and so did the Pentagon. We know Colonel Bradbury is important, but a shattered skull is very difficult.
I know you'll do all you can.
Stay right here, General. We'll keep you informed.
Well, it's out of our hands.
I have a report from Crash Central, sir.
Well?
Apparently, Colonel Bradbury used the catapult parachute just before the plane crashed. Otherwise, he would have been killed instantly. When he was catapulted up, his chute didn't open. He fell into a group of trees.
Poor Brad. It might have been better if he'd stayed in the ship. You heard what the doctor said?
Yes, sir.
A shattered skull. The one brain we need to carry out the experiment tomorrow, and this is what happened.
Probe. Clamp. Sponge. Scalpel. Mark my brow, nurse. Clamps.
Systolic, 80/40. Patient thinking, sir.
More oxygen.
Yes, doctor. Patient responding, sir.
Good. Scalpel. Sponge. Clamps.
Scalpel. I'm completely out, Lieutenant. Have you a cigarette?
Yes, sir. Here you are.
Thanks. Oh, this waiting. Waiting. It's been more than an hour.
Brain surgery is very delicate, sir. May take another hour, or even more.
You carried out my orders to postpone the experiment?
Yes, sir, until further notice.
If Brad doesn't live, we'll have to start another man all over. It may set the project back a year, and the year could be dangerous. Oh, you look surprised, Lieutenant. You don't know what this experiment's all about, do you?
Well, I see the code name for it on the paper, sir, but it never has a description. After all, it's marked top secret.
Maybe it's about time you were told. With Brad upstairs hanging on to life by a thread, I'm going to need a bright young man to give me some important assistance. You've come through with pretty good colors these last many hours.
Thank you, sir.
Well, we'll talk more about it in a little while. Right now, I'm going to stretch out and try to rest. I'm about done in.
If I hear anything, I'll awaken you, sir.
I don't expect I'll sleep. Not with the fate of the world depending on a surgeon's knife upstairs in the operating theater.
Sponge. Clamp. Adjust the light, nurse. Scalpel. Probe. Yes, quite a bone fragment. Sponge. Clamps.
Systolic, 70/40.
Oxygen again.
It's pure oxygen now, sir.
Nurse, prepare for transfusion.
60/40. Patient thinking, sir.
That's right, nurse. Go ahead, Dr. Bowen. Hurry.
Condition same, doctor.
He's getting the transfusion. Let me help you, Dr. Bowen. There. Well?
Systolic, 80/40.
Good. He's responding. All right. Scalpel. Probe. Clamp.
Too nervous even to rest. How long has it been?
Almost 2 hours, sir.
2 hours. Just about now the general staff would be arriving, and Brad would be checking everything for the experiment in the morning. Lieutenant, have you any guess about that experiment, about what it is?
Well, my guess is it's about a new kind of aircraft.
Why do you say that?
Well, just because it's an Air Force project.
Well, I wouldn't say you were warm, but you aren't cold either. The experiment and the reason it's so important concerns a rocket to the moon.
A rocket to the moon? But why, sir? Why send one there?
Who controls the moon controls the world. If we had rockets on the moon, we could compel peace on Earth. The United Nations would press a button and wipe any aggressor off the face of the Earth.
But that means space travel. You don't mean that we...
No, Lieutenant, we haven't found the way to send rocket ships with human beings through space. Not yet, anyway. But the rocket we're experimenting with is a two-way rocket.
It can land on the moon and return from the moon, all electronically controlled from the Earth.
Sounds fantastic, sir.
Oh, it's quite feasible, I assure you. But we have reason to believe that we're not the only nation thinking of this. Time is of the essence. Colonel Bradbury knows more about operating these rockets than any man alive. And just on the verge of the experiment, this has to happen. Shh. Quiet.
General Hilton.
Yes?
Dr. Riggio asked me to take a message down to you from the operating room.
Brad. He's dead, isn't he?
No, General. He's still hanging on. Dr. Riggio says that he now has a 30% chance of surviving.
Thank God.
Part of Colonel Bradbury's skull has been fragmented. A head plate will have to be put on. Because of the size of the area, a new metal alloy plate will be used. It'll take at least 5 or 6 more hours. Dr. Riggio suggests you go home, General, where you'll be more comfortable. The hospital will phone you if anything happens.
He's coming out of it. Colonel Bradbury, can you hear me? This is Dr. Riggio. Nurse, open the blinds a little. Good. Now ease his back with the pillow. I'll hold him. Fine, thank you. 10 days since the operation, and he's just now coming out of it. He's a strong man. Almost any other person would have died. Colonel Bradbury. Colonel Bradbury, can you hear me?
The base. Rocket. Our rocket.
He's beginning to talk. Nurse, have Dr. Keyes come in at once.
Stabilizer off. Our rocket. General Hilton. Wrong. Something wrong.
It's all right, Colonel. Take it easy.
You called for me. The nurse said he was coming out of it.
He's talking erratically. Typical stuff.
Rocket. Base.
That sort of thing.
Well, it's technical jargon. Air Force lingo.
Mars. Martians.
Mars?
Martian?
They use all sorts of code names. Mars is probably one of them.
I think in about 48 hours he ought to be out of shock completely. We can call General Hilton. Tell him to come over day after tomorrow. Now, take it easy, Colonel. 6 months, and you ought to be in pretty good shape. Nurse, keep him comfortable. Dr. Keyes and I will leave now.
Rocket. Stabilizer off. Wrong. Something wrong. Must call General. Call General Hilton. Mars. Martians. Mars.
Now read that back to me, please.
Memorandum to General Staff. 1. The new experiment is tentatively planned for April 3rd, 2000+6. 2. All security measures have been taken. 3. Although severely handicapped by Colonel Bradbury's absence, newly trained specialists will endeavor to fill the gaps. Anything more, General?
No, Lieutenant. Sorry, I should say no, Captain. You like that extra bar?
I certainly do, sir.
Well, you've earned it, Bob. You've been a great help to me. Okay, note the memo is top secret and send it facsimile to the Pentagon. Oh, I'll take it. Never mind. General Hilton. Who? The President. Oh, yes, Mr. President. Of course, sir. Well, I've just prepared a memorandum, but that's only 2 weeks, Mr. President. We assumed about 60 days. Oh. Yes, sir. We'll work day and night to do it. Thank you, Mr. President. Captain, change the date in the first paragraph of the memo. The new experiment is to take place in 2 weeks.
General, that's almost impossible.
I know it, and you know it. But there's one man who doesn't know it, and he says it's got to be done. I'm not disposed to argue with the President of the United States.
I'd like to double-check some of my notes on Colonel Bradbury with you.
Of course, Doctor.
Now, this afternoon, the General's coming to see him.
But Colonel Bradbury needs months of convalescence. And he's not too lucid.
Now, that's the point. He's not too lucid, but weak as he is, he talks normally for a while, makes sense, and then that strange reaction sets in. I've observed it myself 3 times.
Well, head injury cases are quite unpredictable.
Yes, perhaps, but according to my notes, Colonel Bradbury's strange reaction has taken place always either at 10 a.m. or 5 p.m. Of the 3 instances I've observed, 2 have been at 10, 1 at 5.
Well, that is unusual.
And in each instance, well, I can see him now in my mind's eye. He's sitting or lying in bed, talking quite sensibly, although in a weak voice. Suddenly he becomes tense. He grimaces as if his head were in pain. He even clutches the bedclothes with tight fists. He appears to be rigid. Then, after a few minutes, invariably comes a flood of disjointed, disconnected sentences about messages, emergency, crisis, fate of the world, and Mars. Now, General Hilton is going to visit the Colonel this afternoon at about 5 o'clock.
And you expect the Colonel to have another strange reaction?
I don't know.
Well, surely General Hilton realizes that a man who's had severe surgery
I can't tell what the General will realize, but my fear is that he may feel the Colonel is not improving as well as he might, and he may call in other doctors.
But we're doing everything humanly possible.
That is the irony of the situation. I could have killed the Colonel in surgery. It would have been very easy. But where important government officials are concerned, I get worried. If we ever were investigated carefully, they might find out who you and I really are. And that would be dangerous. Very dangerous indeed.
In here? Thank you, nurse.
Hello, Brad. Hello, General.
Understand you wanted to see me. I came as soon as I could.
Sit down.
Sure, Brad. Don't worry about me. Brad, we're rescheduling the experiment. Do you feel up to answering a few questions about it?
Experiment? Something to tell you.
Sure, Brad, sure. I know there's a lot you want to tell me, but, well, you're still a sick guy, so suppose I just ask you a few questions and you answer them yes or no. That'll save your energy.
Time? What time is it?
Why, it's a few seconds before 5 o'clock. Why?
Coming. Message coming.
Message coming? What message?
Trying to tell you. Couldn't tell anyone else. Mars. Martians.
Mars? Martians? Trying to tell me what? Brad, for heaven's sake, what's the matter, Brad? Nurse! Doctor! Something's happening to Colonel Bradbury. Hurry! Hurry!
Colonel. Dr. Riggio, can you hear me?
Mars.
General Hilton is here, too. You remember? I'm sorry, General. Strange things happen to the human mind. Half his skull is a metal plate.
Mars. Calling Mars. Earth calling Mars.
Message.
It's like a fit. Look at him.
Agent reporting. Urgent. Calling Mars. You are received. Mars receiving your call. Proceed.
Colonel Bradbury. Colonel. The nurse will try a hypo. Get one for me, please.
Rocket to moon experiment will take place in 12 Earth days.
Experiment.
Insight to Colonel Bradbury was to postpone project indefinitely.
Thank you, nurse. Now I'll inject. There. You should relax in a moment.
Bradbury incapacitated. Government has ordered experiment to proceed. Here are your further orders. The experiment must fail.
No.
You are to be certain that all steps are taken.
There. The hypo has released his tension. He'll sleep now. He'll be all right when he awakens.
Yes, but what happened to him, Doctor?
I'm not certain, General, but in a few days we may be able to tell more.
I know you're doing everything possible, Doctor, and we're grateful for your saving Brad's life. But mightn't it be wise to call in some specialists, some other doctors for consultation? There's so much information and advice we need from Colonel Bradbury.
Call in other doctors? Well, General, I don't know that that's necessary.
It's so strange watching him, almost as if he were listening to something. You know, now that I think of it, he did say something about a message. Do you think there's any connection?
I hardly think so, General. After all, we didn't hear anything. No. I'm afraid it was just the erratic talk of a sick and injured brain.
General, you really went through an experience watching the colonel like that.
Captain, he was almost in a fit. Had some crazy idea he was getting messages.
Messages?
Just hallucinations. He was off his rocker for a while. I'm afraid I was a little brusque with Dr. Reggio. He's a fine man, but I'd feel better if some other medicos looked at Brad, too. Arrange for some specialist from Army Medical to examine him, will you, Captain?
Yes, sir. I'll do it promptly.
And one thing more. On the experiment file, you'll find it.
General Hilton's office. One moment, please. For you, sir. Pentagon, Intelligence Section.
Intelligence? Well. Hello, General Hilton. Yes? Yes? Are you certain? Well, have the President and the Chief of Staff been informed? Good. Yes, I'll be over in 15 minutes. Right. Order my car, Captain. Things are happening.
Yes, sir. General Hilton's car, stand by at West Entrance. What things, sir?
Intelligence reports that the Eastern Alliance is definitely planning a moon rocket for blastoff in 6 days. You know what that means if they get there before the United Nations.
6 days, and we won't be ready for 14 days. We really wanted 3 months.
That's right.
But how?
Somehow they must have found out about our experiment and have agents that feed for some of our vital data. That's what the emergency meeting is about.
Oh, your car's ready, General.
Good luck. We're going to need it, Captain. We're going to need it.
Keyes. Dr. Keyes. Have you heard?
What is it?
Some other doctors are examining Colonel Bradbury. Yes, I just met them.
What?
Of course, I gave them permission. I had no choice. General Hilton requested it yesterday.
Who are they?
That's just it. Army Medical. Army.
How you can be so cold and calculating in surgery and so nervous now, I cannot understand. Your record here is flawless. Your operation on Bradbury is superb. No suspicion will attach to you or to me. If we conduct ourselves in a normal and professional manner, what is the risk?
But they are the Army. Now, that means an intelligence section. They have routines about these things.
We have no choice but to keep up appearances.
I know. But if they ever find out that we are the agents of the Eastern Alliance, that we have masterminded the theft of certain moon rocket data, they will be ruthless, Dr. Keyes. Ruthless.
General Hilton's office. Oh, I'm sorry, the general isn't here. This is his aide. No, sir, I don't know when he'll return. I suggest you place the information on our private facsimile line in code. Our extension is 83. I'll then give the papers to the general when he arrives. Yes, sir, I'll turn the facsimile line on now, sir. We can receive it at once. Thank you. It's coming in now. Report regarding Colonel Bradbury. Item 1. Good heavens, Dr. Reggio. Item 2. The metal plate surgically applied to Colonel Bradbury's skull. The metal skull plate. Martian voices. So that's what the Colonel's hallucinations are. It's fantastic. There, the message is ended. We must move quickly. Very quickly. Military police. Hello, General Hilton's office. At Central Hospital, there are 2 staff doctors, Dr. Reggio and Dr. Keyes. Right. Place them under arrest at once. Hello? Message headquarters, please. This is General Hilton's aide. When the general returns, tell him I'll be at Central Hospital talking to Colonel Bradbury.
I'm the General's aide. You can describe the voices to me. Now, what happened?
My whole head vibrates. Very painful. Then I hear voices.
What do they say?
They're talking to Mars. Martians.
Well, apparently the metal plate on your head somehow picks up certain high-frequency radio waves. At least that's the theory of the Army medical examiners.
But the Martians, they want to stop the moon rocket. Enemies from another world.
No, Colonel, you can't really believe that. You must have misunderstood. The real enemies are the Eastern Alliance, but their agents have been caught. Their moon project won't take place for a long time as a result. Now, you just take it easy, sir. The Army is going to track down that wavelength that bothers your head. Then you'll recuperate peacefully.
But, Captain, it's true.
Excuse me, sir. It's almost 5 o'clock. I've got to be going, sir. Just take it easy, please.
Yes.
8338. 91.
19. Kronos.
Kronos is 643.
Your code is correct. Go ahead.
Do not send the message to Mars on the regular wavelength at 5 o'clock. Hereafter, use the alternate wavelength. I will submit a report explaining how our communications were discovered. But you can report this. The Eastern Alliance agents have been captured by the Americans. This reduces the chances of the Earth sending a moon rocket from 2 to only 1. I will see to it that that 1 does not succeed.
Are you positive you can execute this plan?
Without question.
Go on.
You may report to my superiors on Mars that their observation base on the moon is safe from discovery. Mars will continue to be the only planet controlling outer space. That is all.
It shall be reported.
Captain, I just read that facsimile message in my office. Came as quickly as I could. Now, what on earth is happening?
Nothing on Earth is happening, General.
What are you talking about?
Why, I mean, everything's all right now, sir, isn't it? The Eastern Alliance has been taken care of, and there's reason to believe Colonel Bradbury's weird hallucinations won't recur anymore.
Oh, those are the 2 best pieces of news I've heard all day. Captain, I don't know what I'd do without you.
Thank you, sir. I just try to do the best I can for my country.
Next week, another exciting adventure from the world of tomorrow, from the years beyond 2000 A.D. Be sure to listen. 2000 Plus is produced by Dreyer and Renolson Productions Incorporated. In today's cast, Arnold Robertson portrayed General Hilton, Bill Griffiths was the lieutenant, Gregory Morton was Dr. Riggio, Nat Poland was Colonel Bradbury, and Merrill Jones was Dr. Keyes. The orchestra was conducted by Emerson Buckley, music composed by Elliot Jacoby, sound Walt Shaver and Adrian Penner, engineer Bob Albrecht. This is Ken Marvin speaking.
The teacher was transcribed.